Now,
Oh.
yeah, I was going to say, when you're launching, you know the contract works. Like Jake said, you're testing it hundreds of times. You know everything's good, but you're like, is it? That's the sleeplessness comes. You know everything's fine, and everything logically fine. It has to be fine. It's been audited. It's been done perfectly, but you're still like, oh, it's launching. So man,
Yep.
The adrenaline. I was having so much adrenaline when Justin launched. I was like, wow, it was fun, man. That was an amazing
I was on the phone
launch.
with Steve. He's like, go to deck screener. Like, all right, let me look at deck screener. I'm like, oh shit, that's pretty nice, you know. Just screenshot that bastard and throw it up on Twitter real quick. Yeah.
So Trader Lee just tweeted. He says, "Yes, with Lotus, I feel a profound sense of peace." So
That's cool.
yes, so that's good. I think that's me too. I just get out of the sauna, so I'm like,
I saw that.
I'm ready to go to sleep.
Too early for that.
Someone asked about Vault BNB. I just like Pepe doesn't have a BNB. No, nothing has BNB outside Titanx. So a BNB is like DeFi 3.0. Nothing else. Launches have a BNB. They stick it in the liquidity pool. You get botted, and then you lose everything. Everyone. But we in Titanx, we have good launches. We have a BNB, and BNBs get low, and then BNBs get full, and that's part of it. But we have a BNB, and that is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I love when people get so centered on the buy and burn. Especially like I love when communities attack us that have. So for example, there was one guy attacking me on Twitter yesterday, and he was like, "Yeah, but what about this Titanx staking thing?" So we talked about it, and I was like, "Yeah, the thing you're in has hundreds of millions of dollars in staking, unlocking, and you have $0 on buy and burn. Why the fuck are you pointing your finger at us? We have more, man. Like it's so insane. It's such projection."
People are getting spoiled with the buy and burns, man. It's like they're asking me, when's the buy and burn? When's the buy and burn? I'm like, oh my God, dude, you haven't even launched the protocol yet. You know, it goes live tomorrow. You're already talking about exiting through the buy and burn, but have fun, free market tomorrow, you know. So that's why I did the 4% like Inferno. So that's going to be really interesting, right? So Sunday through Wednesday is just 4% at 8 minutes, and then it kicks in to 10 minutes on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday 15 minutes, which is cool, you know, because if we hadn't got a lot in the buy and burn, then it would eat it up too fast, right? If I was doing like 15% or what have you, you know, another variable at 8 minutes. So kind of an experiment, right, guys? I mean, we're just experimenting here.
What's the plan with Zara on top of Lotus? Is also launching the 8th November?
Steve?
Oh, no. Zara is going to launch. It's all the focus is on Viper for the pillar built on Dragon X, launching the 8th. 8 days later, I want to launch all the other pillars at the same time. But if the devs aren't comfortable, we just start with the core 4, and then a few days later do Zara, and then over the next day just stagger them. But ideally, just all at the same time, because the user interface of every one encourages others to. It links to all the other sites through the interface. So so Zara is built on Lotus, and I'll share. So pretty excited about that.
Can you tell us a little bit about that, Steve?
Yeah, so Zara. So
you were going to say more. What was that? Come on.
All the pillars are the same as tokenomics as Viper, and Viper is the same tokenomics as Vault, yet with Nexus buy wheel. So the front end, the Dodge diesel look of the car looks the same, but you look at under the hood and you got this Nexus buy wheel, which is the first of a kind ever in DeFi of a buy and burn trinity, just buying each other and going in a wheel, and liquidity between the two, just locking everything up. So what we want is all the pillars will have liquidity with each other. You know, Zara with Viper, with Turbo with Viper, everything with Viper, everything with Dragon X every altcoin. So everything has got liquidity together. And then the wheel gets placed on top, and that is buying every single pillar. So the Titanx put enter the wheel, buys all the pillars, then buys wheel, and wheel buys vault. So the only place Titanx is in the ecosystem for vault is with vault. So vault, Titanx, and then everything else. If that makes sense.
Everything else is vault, right?
Everything else is vault and the pillars. So everything is vault and the wheel. So the wheel The wheel is also connected with Viper, with like wheel token, with Bull, with Zara, and everything. So yeah, I mean, there will be people won't create liquidity pools with Titanx with everything, but the big liquidity pools are going to be with each other. You know what I mean?
So all the vault pillars, if I remember correctly, also had a liquidity pool with vault, right? That's going to be the main one for them.
That's right. Vault so Viper with Vault and Dragon X too. So then it'd be equal. Viper and Dragon X, Viper and Vault. It'd be equal between the two.
It's like building Rome with these pillars and this thing on top. I feel like I need a Colosseum graphic or something like that.
Yeah, I've got these graphics coming out.
So the main pillars are going to be, so it's going to be mainly liquidity with Vault and Viper then. And then Dragon X is as a proxy to Viper. Or direct pool.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. What you just said. I heard everything, even though I disappeared. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some pictures. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
I can't wrap my head around it. I need it dumb it down for Utah.
Yeah, so in the absolute simple way is it's the same as Vault. So if you understand Vault, you understand all the pillars. The only difference is this little bio wheel, which is under the hood that you don't need to know about, but it's incredibly interesting, first of a kind in DeFi. So
I'm sure it'll be spectacular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm sure
idea
it'll be amazing.
Everyone together. Yeah.
I like the idea.
Yeah.
It smells like an interview, Steve.
Yeah, man.
I think I need to go on my drawing board, man.
Oh man, when you get your drawing board out, sparks fly. That's it. I love it. Let's do it.
Yeah, that'll work. Mike will dig it out of you, break it down, drag the images around, make it easy to digest. Yeah.
So the way I try to do it is like I try to understand it first and do the drawings, and then when the founders come, they explain it, and maybe I misunderstood something, so the viewer can also see and they can ask the question. So I like it that way.
I've already started working on my elevator pitch, Mike.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, TEDx, you're bringing something out too. Damn.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
That is true.
Oh, damn. All right.
Everybody's building.
I'm telling you, man, that's crazy. I get DMs, and there's also some few things which I can even not talk about yet. It's crazy. It's crazy.
100%. I wonder who's going to do the interview for Matrix. I want to see like an angel Mike and a devil Mike just interviewing each other.
Yeah.
I think you should do it, Jake.
Maybe I can interview Mike for Matrix. That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, there you go.
That'd be epic.
I don't know,
Mike
like a
board
blue
out.
robot and a red robot, that might be good though. You know.
We'll see.
Like he could record all the questions and then record all the answers and just put it in, him talking to himself. It'd be perfect.
We'll figure something out.
I remember it's kind of funny because now that we're entering hyperinflation, we see all these like in Matrix references pop up. It's kind of cool. It's like programmed in the Matrix almost.
I'm telling you, it's crazy, right?
Yeah, and all this machine talk is making me wonder when someone's going to start the Terminator protocol.
Oh,
maybe that's Marco. That he started that.
That's Marco. It's got to be Marco.
Got to be him.
yeah. I was talking to Marco
Morpheus
yesterday.
founder coming up
Someone
next.
text him.
Oh, Viper's here too. Viper's on Morpheus.
Yeah, that's a lot's coming with that. I feel like people are going to be surprised. There's some exciting things. Definitely.
Are you on the Morpheus?
Stay tuned.
When lunch?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
helping
okay, perfect. I
Brandon.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Yup. So super excited. You know what's going on, so can't wait.
Yep.
When
let's just say Morpheus is not just it will not just stop at Morpheus. There's stuff building on Morpheus. That's pretty cool stuff.
It's like layers
Definitely.
and layers and layers of liquidity bonding. It's incredible, really, you know. So have you guys dropped your white paper out yet, Barbara?
Yeah. That it's actually the green paper, and the website just got updated. It's almost all released now, but it is such a sick website. If you go to Morpheus.win, the whole matrix thing, the numbers dripping, it's really cool looking.
Awesome. Yeah. So I just haven't read a lot of white papers. I need to. I've just been, you know how it is when there's just so many. You know, I want to read them all. I just had to make sure the shit went right. You know, with everything today. So I'm gonna dig in. Hopefully, right?
I did do a stream with them, kind of talking about their paper. So
okay, cool.
Just listen to that in the background.
Yeah, I've been absent from like every stream almost the whole week, and it just feels weird for doing it for like a year, and then you like take a week off. You feel like you like left your family almost. It's kind of strange. I was texting Mo. I was like, dude, sorry, man.
I was just gonna say you were texting me and apologizing.
I was going to say 1 trillion of Titanx is coming in Lotus, according to my calculations.
Oh, that's impressive.
Wow.
That's impressive.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm going to repeat something I've said lots and lots of times. What if every kind of small, medium-sized protocol gets 1 to 2 trillion out of their launch? With what we have and what's coming, we don't have enough. Like come on, man. Yeah,
man,
we're a couple hours into it.
You know the craziest part? The biggest burden that hasn't even launched yet. X28 and Shogun hasn't even launched yet. That's the biggest burner.
The X28.
Oh yeah, man, I have some fucking insane ideas for Shogun. If you like seeing that supply number, say bye-bye to it. Because Shogun's gonna fucking burn the floor with it. And everybody's gonna enjoy doing it because they're gonna get an amazing deal on Shogun.
Clip that.
Oh, alpha drop. Let's fucking go.
Right there. Clip it. Right there.
Yeah, we have some
4 hours.
crazy game theory I'm working through. So Shogun will probably come together with an infrastructure layer of sorts that other protocols can also route by pressure through that will eat the supply. Like say bye-bye to the Titanx supply.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, people were talking about the stake supply coming out. You know, that's not a big deal either. You know, it is, but it's really not to me. You know, because things are just eating it up like crazy.
So it's not even that. So with the staking thing, it's like the last final straw that people are grasping at as like the last element that we can somehow FUD before we enter hyperdeflation. The thing with the staking is it's not inflation. A lot of that staking was from 2 to 3 weeks ago. It's just users kind of like sniping the payout, just getting some Ethereum and then doing what they do. It's just tokens moving around. The biggest FUD element that people add to that is like these people are in massive profit. Which, if you look on chain, that's not the case at all. A lot of the Titanx that was staked was roughly around the price that we're at now, months ago, or 2 to 3 weeks ago, as people tried to snipe the payout. The other thing is it's not inflation. This is supply that already existed. It's not minor inflation coming out. This supply is already on the market. It's just tokens moving around. And then the other part of it is, it's only 5 trillion-ish after day 369, and then the rest comes out over a period of 100 days after that, which is almost nothing. We pumped from the bottom to now 10x with 35 roughly trillion supply coming out, new inflation. We pumped 10x. So like people are just grasping at like whatever last straw they can get to get some fear out of people. It's not working. It's not going to work.
And plus,
what were you saying earlier about the buy and burn? I know there's 12 million or something in there, but you were saying the percentages of the buy and burn were like a fifth of what the protocols are doing, something like that.
Yeah. So the other element of FUD that people are trying to like inject in our community as like a last stand is that the V2 is running out, but the V2 is only 3 to 5% of volume. It's almost nothing. It's 3 to 5% of volume. and the build on Titanx protocols on a daily basis burn 5 to 10 times more per day than whatever that buy and burn was doing. So it's fully irrelevant when you look at the numbers.
Do you remember the beginning, how much you checked that V2? When's the last time you checked it? Dude, I haven't checked it in months. It's not even a thought in my head. There's so much happening besides the V2.
Yep.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and also like people like, oh, the buy and burn is running out. No, it's not. Hyper has like 5 to 5.5 million. That's Hyper. And that's buying every day. And then you have the V2, which has roughly 11 to 12 million of Ethereum. And then you have the farms, which is constantly bringing in new Ethereums and buying Titanx from the liquidity fees. There's so much. I love it.
Hydra's got a ton in it by itself. There's a ton. There's so much here. Flooding at this point, it really is just trying to find anything to get someone to dump.
You know, the funniest part? The funniest part about all of this is the community that is flooding it has hundreds of millions of dollars in stakes coming out with $0 in buy and burn pressure. And they're trying to point a finger at us, being like, hey, you have no buy and burn, and there's a little bit coming out. It's like, guys, Jesus Christ.
Yes, I think it's for attention.
Yes, how you doing?
Me?
Yes. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good, man. How about you?
I'm good. Well, I'm asking about you, man. I mean, how do you feel right now today? You got to be excited.
No, I'm good. I'm not excited. No. Honestly, no, I'm just being real. I'm not excited. I mean, look, man, it's been a great year and I'm like in the zone. I'm not really excited. When I'm like in the zone, I'm way better. When I'm getting euphoric and excited, that means that, you know, something's off. So I'm not really excited. Okay. I mean, I'm psyched for Rain Man mostly, really. I mean, honestly, I mean, I've been, you know, following him and you know, and Lotus. So I'm happy for him. And yeah, in terms of like Titanx, I'm just grateful, honestly, more than excited, like just grateful for the opportunity because I mean, because I mean, yeah, so I'm just grateful. And at this point, that's why all the FUD doesn't, I don't even listen to it, honestly. It's just a projection of weakness. I mean, Titanx and this ecosystem is clearly the strongest ecosystem on the planet at this point, you know, in DeFi. And so when there's no competition, like it's time to bear down and dominate, really. And so for me, yeah, I'm bearing down because it's wealth creation time. And I can't afford to be euphoric at this point. Yeah. But that's just me. You know?
Okay. No, fair enough. Fair answer. Utah, how you feeling right now with day 369 just a couple days away?
Oh man, I love hearing Chiz talk because me and Chiz, we're like complete opposites.
Yeah, man.
But we're both older, and like I would have never met Chiz if it wasn't for Titanx, man. And everybody I think remembers. I know me and Chiz remember. You know, we had a little WTF conversation in Titan Spaces one day, and it was right after Hyper launched, and then Hyper just went straight down, and we're like, oh man, the hell, you know, because we had onboarded a bunch of people in that, you know, things got pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, they did. And but how I'm feeling right now is I'm also very grateful, you know, and I don't give a shit about any FUD. I've taken so many damn arrows. I've been in that Titanx chat when it was there was nobody there until it went all the way up to like 13,000. I've seen it all. I've heard it all. I've banned them all. I've been through it, man. I'm telling you, bro. There's been ban fests in there at times. Jake knows. Jake would come in and help. And just start banning.
Let's bring
people.
Eric back up. We can talk about
banning. It got rough, but I feel like this last retracement that we've seen was a gift. That, in my opinion, that's a gift. If you saw it and you're able to, and you can capitalize on it, I feel like it's a gift. Not financial advice. I don't know the future, but I just get that feeling that like now, like it's go time. I just feel like it's go time, man. There's just too many things going on here, and they're not garbage. They're great. These protocols are next level. The stuff that's being built here is everything is elevated. Like you're not finding this anywhere else. You got guys from other protocols, founders from other protocols jumping on with other founders during their launch, congratulating them, hyping them, shouting them out, supporting each other. It's an amazing thing, and I'm just very grateful to be part of it. Uh, it seems like it's been 5 years in a way, right? Not just 1 year. Holy shit, a year in crypto from launch till now. Man, so much has happened. A million things have happened, and I'm just happy to be here, man. So let's go, right, Mo?
Let's fucking go.
Go.
This dude
2
left
on
me the best
Ethereum.
voice note the other day with that attitude.
1-2
Sorry, go
on
ahead.
Ethereum, Mo, man. Titanx ecosystem 1-2.
Oh, is that it
I
right
see.
now? Yeah.
Just one
Lotus
Vault
Volt.
2.
Nice.
And in the top 100,
Yeah.
you've got Inferno, Helios, Dragon X, of course, Titanx. You got all tons. It's an Ethereum takeover of Titanx. I mean, a Titanx takeover of Ethereum.
Legit.
Crazy. It's hard to believe. Yeah, Jake, thanks for giving us this opportunity to build on Titanx and creating it, man. It's just been a hell of a journey. Ups and downs, lefts and rights, circular fucking backflips, whatever. I mean,
to be honest, I should 100% be thanking you guys. It's the other way around. Because like you guys had to believe, man. You had to withstand a fuck ton of FUD, especially during like the early days of Titanx. And I was like, man, let's see who sees this through. And you're all still here,
Yeah, you got to fight for what you want in life, and just do the right thing, and it'll come back around. I feel like so, and it is right now. Like, I'm really stoked about my GPSF food token one day. Like, that'll be sick if we can go omni-chain with Titanx and get over to like Algorand or something, which is the main blockchain in Africa, which is pure proof of stake, which is like the app validators don't get paid. So it's like conquers like the blockchain trilemma, basically, where there's like the aspect of decentralization and security and scaling, right? So it doesn't worry about that. And so all these cell phones in Africa now are having the Algorand apps like installed in them when they get their phones. And so it's a possibility, that could come to fruition one day, not right now, obviously, but that'd be pretty badass, So why not do some good shit on the side, right? Really good stuff. So anyways, I talk about that, but yeah, I mean, it could be all about Titanx too, and that'd be just weird. I have no idea how we would incorporate it yet, right? So, but that's down the road for sure. I've got good friends in Ethiopia, like family, and yeah, they already have their own farms and they're growing and they're feeding all kinds of people, and it's amazing actually. And they already know about this idea. They actually came here to America because they lived here for a while, and Aloe Farms, ALO. This farming technique is you can grow in like 1,000 square feet. You can yield like 15 acres of food. It's grown on like fish hydroponics from fish waste and tilapia and stuff. And it's like incredibly rich, like greens and other stuff. And it yields it super fast. And yeah, so they learn the techniques and they're utilizing them now over there. And if we could just airdrop freaking tokens in the villagers' cell phones, they could pull the resources and come grab their stash, from the farm. So,
man, I was just reading something. I heard you mention farming and then ALO or whatever, and my mind instantly just went to Titan Farms. So I had to spend like 30 seconds re-coordinating my head.
Titan Farms, yeah, that's epic food, dude. I haven't even had time to take place in it. I'm like missing out. I need to get into it. But that's
Farms
off
is the only reason I could take part in Lotus today. So thank you, Eric, for Farms.
Agreed 100%. If it wasn't for farms, I would be missing a lot of these protocols because my farms, man, they're generating me a little bit of Tink to be able to participate in some of these. So
Tinky tink.
Old Abe, right?
Tinky tink.
Is that the pillar? Abe, Steve?
I think Steve is in the zone.
He's in the
Yeah, I
zone.
think
Yeah. It's a pillar. It's Tink. It's just a 20% burn. Tink. Tink pillar is just like it's just focused on Tink, and it's a little bit different than the other ones, the other pillars. So it's just going to be, Eric asked me to do it, and I just said, yeah, let's do it. So yeah, we'll figure it out.
It's cool. We're having fun with doing some logos, you know. Some of the things are just so crazy. Like Eric would kill us if we're trying to make it Abraham Lincoln. You know, it's so funny.
Yeah, Farmer
great.
Abe.
Yeah,
gonna be
Farmer.
Hey, Steve, what's
One thing-
what's the mystery pillar?
That's exactly what my question.
Oh man!
Right, Mike.
Rubbing his hands.
let's-
That's always a good sign.
Oh,
Come on, man. Let's peer pressure
I can't
Steve.
say, but all I can say
Let's
is
go.
Christmas Day. I'm gonna ask Jake to be dressed up in Santa Claus, Eric as an elf, and do a stream together for the gift to the community. I can't say anymore.
Steve sent me that message earlier on. I was like, oh, I'm so curious now.
that's good
like a
marketing
gift.
right there.
The gift.
Santa Claus is Jake is Santa Claus. That's going to be an interesting.
And by the way, my partner on this is coming on in the last hour that we're doing, and he is an amazing guy, and he's got something special for Jake. So I hope if Jake's around, he's got something special to share with you. Just cool stuff.
What is it?
So, he told me not to say, but like it's just cool stuff. Like I can say, like it's like he's really, really good, man. He's a really top guy. You're gonna like him a lot. He's massive behind the scenes in Titanx. He's just massive. Like he talks to everyone. Like he counsels me. He helps everyone in Titanx.
Has he been on stream before?
In amazing ways. His name's Jay Gold. Jay Gold.
I've seen a name.
He's coming on. Yeah. He knows all the alpha. He blows me away. He knows all the alpha, and but he's got some cool things to share with you. He's doing he loves numerology and stuff like that. You know.
All right, I'm sold. That's all you needed to say. It was that simple.
Good.
Right?
Cool.
There's numbers.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah.
Hey, I hope the gift is good because getting me to change a black T-shirt for anything needs to be worth it. I just have 5 black T-shirts and I just rotate in between. So I'll put a Santa thing in there.
Oh man, Jay Gold's my partner in this, so it's good, man.
You did wear a white T-shirt in your video interview for Titanx that I shared about 1,000 times in the Telegram. Though I do remember that.
True. Oh,
That was my inspiration. That was my inspiration for making the short clips. To be honest with you, like, hey, that was the best thing for people coming in to Titanx for me as a mod at the beginning to say, look, watch a 30-minute video. It's 30 minutes. Watch it. Jay did it. I think I shared that. I can't even tell you how many times. And so that helped a lot. So, and now people understand mining and blah blah blah. But some people don't. Like we directed some folks to it this morning. So
That's actually a great point. Like that white paper videos is something every protocol should try to do. Either put your interview with Mike, for example, on there, with something on your white paper with a video explaining it. There's a lot. Because people prefer watching videos to like learn stuff. Especially like because when you see a wall of text, you need like somebody to explain it. Just like explain the text to me. Like it's that simple.
Yeah, we need a Dex, Titanx Dex now. Yeah, that would be pretty sweet.
Well, I know what I'm
Second
putting in my
year
way.
Need a lot of things.
What'd you say?
I said I know what I'm putting in my white paper now.
A
Yeah.
video. Hell yeah.
Links, videos.
Yeah.
And you know what, Rayman, to your
Graphics.
point, that like I said, I referenced that video that you put out to just show how the mining technique. I think that's something we should encourage to all the builders moving forward. You know,
Mhm.
the more public outreach we can do, and the more just hands-on feel, if you will, with these interfaces, it just gives them confidence going into it as well. Like, okay,
Mhm.
I remember watching the video. These are my steps, and then they have the video to turn to as well. If they have questions, so they're not sitting there trying to find a feed or a post that they saw 2 weeks ago. So I think that'd be a great thing to consider for all future builds.
We did it for Blaze.
Yeah.
I remember Rain Man did one for Blaze, white paper walkthrough.
It
Because if
took
you're
me
trying to explain Blaze like in text, it can seem really, really complicated. But when the UI's in front of you, it's like, oh, this is simple.
Yeah. I try to explain
Yeah.
the tokenomics more than the UI, and I should have probably done it the other way around. But the UI wasn't out yet. I was just explaining the white paper, right? Just so I think I edited it it took me like 10 hours worth of my time to just get it right. Because I'm like fumbling over my words, trying to just
But that's another important thing. Like the white papers seem complicated because it shows you what's behind the scenes. But I remember with Titanx, everybody was so confused before the launch, and then when the UI came out, it's like, oh wait, it's a big blue button. It's actually not that complicated. It shows you everything on the UI, and you press the big blue button, and you're good to go.
Yeah. Easy.
I remember you saying that for a while. Just press the big blue button.
Yeah, exactly. Even Volt seems relatively complicated behind the scenes, but then you go to the UI, it's like, just press the green button. That's it.
Yeah, it's smart.
Yeah. Do you guys mind if I just share, who built the project for me? They asked me if we were successful. Do you guys don't mind, do you, for a second if we do that?
Go for it.
You cool? All right. Let me just send him a message real quick to let him know.
Hey, I'm gonna bounce out. I'm gonna start making lunch for the seniors, and I will be back as soon as that is done.
What are they having for lunch today, Mo?
One of them wants a sandwich today, so I'm gonna make her a sandwich, turkey sandwich with some lettuce and tomato, and then the other one wants a salad, so I'm gonna make her a handmade salad.
Do you live with the seniors?
You're a good man.
I appreciate you guys.
Yep,
I thought someone asked a question. So
yeah, I was asking, do you live with the seniors?
Yeah, I'm a 24/7 living caretaker because they're both disabled, so they need a lot of help.
That's cool.
Don't get old, people, or have a big family and lots of money. Do well,
or just get rich with Titanx and live forever.
Yeah,
anti-aging, baby. Let's get it.
There you go. There you go.
Set up a wallet at lunch today and mine some Lotus.
Yeah, I already started the Lotus on stream earlier. I was definitely not paying attention. Just start my miners. But yeah, for sure. Congratulations on the launch, man. I definitely want to be here for that. Yeah, awesome launch, awesome UI. I can't wait to see where this goes. So congratulations.
Are the seniors starting Lotus miners as well? He's gone.
Yes, I started Lotus miners.
No. I'm asking if the seniors...
Keep asking questions. Keep them here.
Oh, are the seniors starting? No. Yes. I'll tell you what. They have the high level. I've talked to them about Titanx and DragonX. I haven't gone down into the lower levels. Although they do know about Blaze because I have the Blaze hat. So I told them all about Blaze.
So they're holding DragonX and Titanx now?
Yeah. Titanx and DragonX.
That's amazing.
They're holding it, yeah? They bought some.
Yeah. So
crazy.
They don't know what it is. It's just a little bit on the side. They don't know what's going on. But yeah, They're having fun. Anyway,
that's awesome,
I'll see you guys later.
Later, bro.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, Steve, what do we got going on here? And then I'll bring up Danny's stuff on my screen. I got it.
Oh,
I got it.
Yeah, I was just showing some of the artwork. I think the site is beautiful. Just looking at this,
I agree.
And
it's really peaceful.
Rain Man, Justin, I showed my girlfriend this site a few nights, and she wants Lotus so bad, and so I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna mine Lotus for her. It's just so beautiful. So I really like it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm like, I mean, if you could see how many designs of Zara I've done, I mean, I'm like, God, where is this girl really at? Is she real in this world? You know, it's just like this amazing. It's AI art. You know, just it's incredible. But you can make it so benevolent or aggressive or medium or whatever you want to do, right? So I mean, there's all like I did. I've said this before with Blaze. You know, Scorched Earth shit is fun too. Apocalypse, and then I just wanted to flip the script big time. You know, on Lotus. So
yeah. But the beauty with Lotus is it looks beautiful, but if you look under the hood, it's real. It's a real protocol. It's a innovative mining, you know, built on Volt. That's never been done. That's built on Titanx, right? It's never been done. And so, yeah, it's beautiful, but I wouldn't be mining for her unless it was, you know, if I thought it would be a good play, you know.
That's
and
cool.
It seems, yeah, you know, it feels like it is right now. It's early, but it feels like it is, you know.
I mean, what do we got in the buy and burn? Let me just see. Let me just check real quick.
Change.
Yeah, not too shabby.
It's crazy that in the first few hours, 1 trillion Titanx. This is the thing that is really stunning about the protocol, and this is why, like, inflation at this point and staking. It's not inflation, but you know, staking liquid supply is irrelevant because there's so much burn going on. When 1 trillion Titanx goes into Lotus in the first few hours, that's crazy. Like, it really is. It's stunning.
We're
And
at
so
2 hours and 22 minutes, Chiz, right now. Yeah.
So if that happens with when Morpheus ends up launching, if that same roughly 1 trillion Titanx goes into that protocol, that means there will be 100 billion that is going to be given away to 10 people. So there's a lottery with the launch. If you mint Morpheus, each 100 million Titanx you use gives you 1 ticket, and there will be 10 winners drawn at the end of the mint phase. And 10% of whatever's in that pool gets chopped up between 10 people. So it's going to be exciting.
That's
I like it also. I like it also because you guys are starting to talk about 100 million, right? Which is, you know, and soon we're going to be starting to talk about 10 million Titanx, which is going to be a lot, right? And so it's like, it's good. Yeah. I think Morpheus is interesting, man. I don't, yeah, I haven't fully dug into it 100%, but I've been listening and following, and I'm intrigued for a variety of reasons. So, yeah.
Hey,
one thing too.
Frozen? Are you guys kind of frozen, or is it just me?
No, I'm good.
I think it's you.
I think it's your side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, let me share their screen, dude, because I've got a better connection, I think, than you do when you shared Lotus, and I got it up too. Is that cool with you?
Oh, go for it. Go for it, man.
Cool. All right. And, you know, go back to what you were saying. We can do it in a second. You know, you guys are talking about Morpheus. So I just didn't know if everybody was frozen. So, but I was listening.
Yes. Like the next thing the next session is with PulseChain from Titanx, from Titanx Love to PulseChain. We got Morpheus, like all these guys from PulseChain came in to Titanx because everyone, like me and Vibro, he's from PulseChain from Titanx, and we're doing this party coin together. And we took Jake's advice on doing it like a utility thing and making it better. But he's got some great ideas. We're going to share about the party coin tomorrow. But in the next hour, we got all these guys from PulseChain who are building. Like there's Brandon, there's Crypto Kool-Aid, who's done something already, and they're all going to be coming in the next hour talking about their project. So Crypto Kool-Aid, I saw you in the chats, but I don't know if you see my DM. So so just so you know, and yeah, it's going to be fantastic because it's amazing that like everyone in like loads of us in Titanx are from mess around with PulseChain and Zen and all of DeFi, and we love this type of stuff. So it's a massive, amazing fit. So I'm really excited. Like Viber's going to be leading the conversation, and in the next hour with all these guys. So Brandon and all these guys are coming in. So, but
in the next hour or now?
In 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we got them coming in.
Oh, nice.
So we got Pulsar.
I need to jump on my trampoline a little bit because I'm almost falling asleep here.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. But do it. Yeah.
All right, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, man.
Drink some water.
Hey, Vibra, how much space? How many people do you need to drop down, like, to have this conversation? Would it be helpful
I'm
for
not.
people like me to? Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not sure on it. I don't. I don't have the control of it, so I don't know how many people are in the background waiting to come in. But I think that it's just Kool-Aid and Brandon. I think are
Cool.
coming on, so I think we should have room for them.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll drop off too if you guys need me to. Hey, Vibra. So it's been a minute since I've been in the Morpheus Telegram, but I remember you guys saying that like this is your warning about Morpheus. We could launch at any time. And then was there something about a 3 days notice, or there is no more notice? That was the notice. So where are we at with that?
Yeah. So it was. I think it came out yesterday. There was could launch anytime in the next 4 days. I have to check the exact time of it in there, but yeah, there is a message in there from the Morpheus admin saying, the launch will happen within 4 days from here. So yeah, we now have.
Oh baby,
We're
let's
getting
go.
close. Yeah. Yep. And we were one thing too that I really like is a lot of these protocols are really getting aggressive with some of the buy and burns immediately and really trying to get things going. And we took the opposite approach, and we want to keep the buy and burn extended because we figure as the Titanx grows in price, once the bear market comes, a huge selling point could be, hey, look, there's still millions of dollars in this buy and burn that are going to be buying this coin during the bear market. So just kind of, I think, try to think of ways to keep people around during the bear market instead of just everyone running for the hills. So we thought that was something that was kind of unique too. So there's a lot of stuff built in to the protocol, but then what's coming on top of it in the future is what I think is going to be the real keys to it.
Your eyes just lit up when you started saying what's coming in the future. So yeah, apparently, look at you. You're pretty happy about that. Yeah, I'm excited to hear what it is now.
It is, but yeah, it is, and it needs to be done. It'll be the right people are behind it. I think for certain things like to bridge the communities with PulseChain and Zen and all of us, we need guys that have been here. I was there in Hex day one, PulseChain day one, Titanx day one. So if all of us can't do it, people that recognize us from these different communities, if they can't follow our leads, I don't know how to bridge that gap. And with the party coin, actually doing events in person with people and inviting all the communities for all of us to come together. Because I've seen it at the Hex conferences and PulseChain conferences. People showed up that weren't really there for Hex and PulseChain. They heard about it and they had such a good time. And by the end of it, everyone was friends. I feel like all the tribalism and the hatred back and forth that's said online, in person, I feel like it would all get squashed and we would all come out of it being like, how could we all win together?
I like that
Awesome.
idea. Hey, I'm going to drop off just so people can jump on. Congratulations on the launch. Rayman, awesome. Good to see everybody. TEDx, when are you going to start dropping some alpha on what you got cooking, man?
Very soon. Very, very soon.
Awesome.
Very
Looking
soon.
forward to it. Always good to see you, Chiz.
All right, Utah. I actually heard that. Is it true that you're cooking too? What is up? What's up with that?
Yeah, bro. I couldn't do it, bro. Remember I told you I wasn't cooking? You said
I know.
let the young guys do it. I wasn't going to build just to build. But when E280 came out, man, I fell in love with the protocol.
I know you did. I saw that. Yeah.
And instantly I had an idea. Like something sparked and I reached out to dude and here we go.
Sweet.
So yeah, I'm cooking something. Yeah, it's gonna be part of the E280 ecosystem, and it's gonna benefit Titanx as a whole. It's gonna be awesome.
Nice.
I'm so excited for it. I'm creating the protocol that I would love to participate in.
Sweet.
So,
Isn't that awesome?
Great. It's great.
Be able to create something that you want to build and believe in.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't build just to build, and I wasn't gonna build at all. you know, but I just have that entrepreneurial spirit. And when something comes and I'm passionate about it, like go time, you know?
Yeah, it kind of creeps in, and then once it's in you,
Yeah.
you can't control it.
It's
That's
been there
what
my
happened to
whole
me.
life. It's been there my whole life, man. And now it's in crypto. So
Yeah.
awesome. Appreciate all you guys. I'm going to drop off. Thanks, Steve. Good
Thank
job
you,
with
guys.
Bolt.
Yeah,
Thanks, buddy.
we'll do a commercial break, or a 1 minute thing, and Lotus launch. We'll talk about the devs later. Hey, Justin. And
Okay, you want to do that later? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, do that later. And
Yeah.
man, brilliant, Utah. Love you, man. We're coming back with Pulse from Titanx with PulseChain and Love. We got Morpheus, we got Crypto Kool-Aid. It's gonna be amazing.
Just mushrooms and onions.
Once upon a time in the bustling world of cryptocurrency, Titanx was born from a vision of a decentralized future where innovation meets sustainability. As the community rallied together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Criticism about mining being unprofitable, chitter-chatter of forever downchart, fear, doubt, and uncertainty about the project being dead. Then came the Dragon, the Bull, Helios, and the Vaulted One, to name just a few of the defending protocols that put the bears to flight. Additionally, with groundbreaking features like Proof of Burn 2.0, Titanx transformed obstacles into opportunities. Today, as we celebrate our first anniversary, we reflect on our journey and invite you to join us. Together, we're not just building a platform, we're shaping the future of freedom. Let's ignite this revolution.
I love that video.
What's going on, everyone?
Oh,
What's
God,
up?
Crypto Kool-Aid.
There he is.
Dear Lord.
That's
He's got the best background here by far. I mean, that thing
Well,
is
you know, you
and
gotta
it's
do it by
handmade.
hand. Pixel by
Yep.
pixel, you got to do it by hand.
Yep,
That's an
I
actual
started
illustration of that's what his brain looks like on the inside, guys. Actual illustration.
That's right. That's right. I was gonna get the Pulsar and the black hole and a little bit more, but after 200 hours, I'm like, good enough. Ship it.
Yeah, I started my design. It's going to be ready in 3 years.
Sorry, guys.
So what's going on? Congratulations to everyone. What an exciting time. It's been a crazy year.
Yeah. Yeah, it has.
Now nobody wants to talk over each other.
That's hard.
I've never seen so many people on the screen. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, same.
But man,
Sorry, we got to upgrade to the even more
because
bigger
I want to.
StreamYard.
I'm just gonna drop down because I need to grab something to eat as well. I just want to say hi to Brandon, and also I don't know your name. Hindsight 2020, is that the name you go for? Because I only see Morpheus the win.
Oh, he's
You're muted.
The classical beginner
Oh,
mistake.
yeah, the classical mute. No, I'm facing reality on Twitter.
Facing
My
reality.
boy.
All right, man. All right, man. Yeah, nice
okay,
to meet you guys. And I told Brandon as well, if possible, you guys can come on Monday for a stream if you guys want. Today and tomorrow is quite busy, but anyhow, I'll let you guys be here. I'm gonna be watching in the background or listening in the background. I'm gonna grab something to eat right now. By the way, I bought a pizza today, and I paid 18.92 million Titanx. And
There you go.
I also timestamped it on Twitter, and I've bookmarked it. So let's see how that's gonna be worth.
That's an
whatever.
expensive pizza, Mike. Very expensive.
we will see. I'm gonna make a page on Titanx Hub for this pizza, so that we can just go titanxhub.com/pizza, and then you can also see it in domination of Dragonix and all the other ones. So maybe I should have bought Vault instead of the pizza. We will see.
Nice one, Mike. Nice one.
All right, take care,
Oh,
bye.
man, so that's awesome. And so glad to have Brandon, Kool-Aid, and Facing Reality. Guys, you came from PulseChain. And what attracted you to Titanx, and how did you find out about it, and how did you come here? Brandon, what happened there?
Well, at first I didn't really know how I felt about Jake Sharpe at the beginning. I think did you have, so you know, the whole DM situation, you DMing people to talk about your thing, and I figured it sounded like a virtual or like a VA or something potentially.
Oh yeah.
Because you just can't hit all those people the way that you want to. I used VAs too when I had a real estate business, and it just sounded like that. I think that the only time I ever had any interaction with you was really then. And then you were, quite frankly, you were off my radar for a long time. And then I hear about Titanx, I think from Kool-Aid.
Yep.
And he gets on the phone call with me because he has everybody's phone number. And he's like, hey dude, he's like, you really need to take a look at this, and here's why. And I said, yeah, I'll take a look at anything. So, you know, I pulled up the white paper, and I mean, it made complete 100 million% sense to me. I liked the fact that this was a creation model. I liked the fact that that the buy and burns were very public. We could see where the ETH went. Okay, so that's a tremendous amount of FUD that if you're in the PulseChain or Hex community, whatever, you got to deal with that all the time. So that's real nice to be able to say, oh, look. And in fact, somebody from the Hex community, a bigger player yesterday, was asking, you know, what happens here? You know, what happens when, you know, inflation comes out? There's $15 million of inflation. And I was able to copy paste the buy and burn webpage from Titanx website and just say, hey guys, this is exactly what's going on right now. This is how we could potentially keep this afloat. And I went to Titanx Hub and I copied all of that. And I said, there's 17 protocols right now that are live that are buying and burning. So to go back, I think I got in again. I think on a different stream, I might've said day 3, it might be day 2, but somewhere around there, right after I talked to Kool-Aid. And I sent out really, really long miners, which is really nice. And I've been following it ever since, you know, all the way down. I've got a group called Dollar Riot. We just meet. It's anybody can join. It's not paid. We meet every Wednesday. And chart kept going down and down and down. And we kept getting more and more excited because it was just excellent opportunity all the way around. And we've been talking about it for a year now. So it's just refreshing to be around a community that doesn't try to put you down for you know, being creative and wanting to participate in decentralized finance. And it can be fun. It can be fun if it's transparent. If there's not bad actors. Obviously you can't weed out all the bad actors, but it's just a really cool experience to be involved in this. So I appreciate you guys who were probably much more public about this than I was. I did some tweets and I talked about it on stream. I didn't really shill it hard, but you guys took a lot of the arrows. So appreciate you guys doing that for us now.
Yeah, and for myself,
that's the fun part, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in the very beginning, I mean, shit, actually a year before Jake launched Titanx, I actually reached out to him because I'm a systemic designer in the gaming industry. And I was like, yo, I really like your alter ego stuff. I like your mentality and all the rest of that. And that stuff has power moving forward. And, you know, I was in the very first day. But of course, I called everyone within the PulseChain community and explained to them the mechanics and the system design on why everything fold backs into each other. And the most important feature set, besides, you know, Titanx being proof of Ethereum, which is exactly what it is. Instead of just a leverage play, a better coin of it is proof of Ethereum because T-share is proof of time. Zen was proof of fair launch. The build on Titanx mythos is actually the biggest mechanic because it allows for a broader sense of community and carving down the maximalist mentality that my shiny rock is better than your shiny rock. When everything comes together, shield to spear, everything creates an actual phalanx. And that's really the principle of DeFi for all. And I think that is the most tenement thing that we have now seen between the utility on how everyone within the community has been coming together and doing all the rest of that to build supporting protocols that not only surround the wagons on what the IP does, of the underlying Titanx protocol, but how DeFi for all can actually move and shape forward, and then to expand onto bigger things like PulseChain.
Yep. There's going to be a lot that's going to be happening in the next 5 years. I think most people don't understand that. Like, huge advancements in decreasing the friction of money across blockchains and the interoperability stuff. So if you can have, I think that if you can have your vision and your mission aligned in such a way that you'll be able to quickly take advantage of those, and maybe that's because you're multi-chain or omni-chain, or maybe that's because you built a protocol that can be adaptable and other things can be built on top of it. But if you're positioned for that properly, then you're going to be well ahead of all the competition moving forward. And guys, it's going to move fast. The AI stuff is going to it's going to take the world by storm very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. And it make no mistake, it's going to be a huge contributor to blockchain technology. We're going to start seeing that very soon. Not 10 years, talking like 24, 36 months, those
Yes.
sort of time frames.
And you can see that because, like, look at the first year of Titanx, but look at how fast AI has come to the forefront in the last 24 months, right? And so blockchain itself, the interoperability of proof of being human, self-sovereignty, is actually the counter wedge on the seesaw of what's happening between a large language model, between what you can aggregate news, what you can create or create with videos or images. The actual self-sovereignty of blockchain is the load balance to what's going to be happening with generative AI and how all the AI systems actually use everything together. So it's a perfect marriage on how fast DeFi for all and AI as a general lion's share are going to be moving and counterbalancing together.
Absolutely. Love it.
The robots are coming for sure. It's going to be
Right.
phenomenal.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I mean, I'm in Titanx and Tesla, to be honest. I love AI, and I think they're the leaders, but it's interesting. But what do you think, you guys building anything in AI in the games or anything? Or, I know the Morpheus team have massive vision. Is AI part of that?
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
Already talking about it, where I'm trying my best to stay on the cutting edge. I've got Google Alerts set up constantly. I'm just consuming information about this. I'm trying to watch videos. I'm trying to watch the cool stuff. I'm trying to watch the scary stuff, the doomsday people, because it all kind of, there's like amalgamates into a single idea here. But I'm doing this to try to take advantage of some of the emerging technologies that will also come out. I want to be a part of that. Part of opening up buildthetech.com was for that reason as well. It's to position myself and the people around me in the things that I love to take advantage of what's coming. And I wish I had that opportunity or that vision when I was younger. And now I see it coming, and now I'm trying to position myself. So yeah, definitely looking at stuff like that. Yeah. And we didn't have to, that wasn't the point. I wasn't trying to shill, but I appreciate it. Coming up, guys. Yeah. I tell people, for the most part, if you're like on Titanx, the Accelerate team, I think they've been around quite a bit. They know everybody. They're very well networked. Certainly reach out to these guys. This was more of like a, Web 2/ Web 3 thing. We are building some projects right now. It's real nice. So if you do need help, feel free to reach out. But Accelerate team, I don't want to step on their toes. So shout out to those guys.
Definitely.
Shill hard when you get the chance to shill like your life depends on it.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right.
So what about you, Facing Rally? We haven't heard from you yet.
I love AI, and it's going to be way bigger, way quicker than people could imagine. And if I look back into history, when new technology arises and how the development of it goes, and the growth especially, it does nothing for a long time. Everybody thinks it's nothing. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everybody has it. So if you can position yourself right now in new technology, by the time it actually gets the adoption, the hockey stick that every innovation of technology gets, you will be the expert.
That's exactly right. If you look at like how long we came from like flight, right, from the Wright brothers to going to the moon, how long in between like everyone had dial-up access doing BBSs and all the rest of that to internet being on cell phone, even hell horses to horse-powered machines. So the Occam's or the Reed's law, Metcalfe's law, Moore's law move so much quicker as you're in that pressure cooker, and that pressure is what universally builds everything together. I mean, there's really no difference in between a steam engine and a nuclear reactor, except the fuel or the metric mechanism that actually spins those turbines and wheels, and making sure that you're on the cusp of that information waylays everything together. And that's why, bringing down the tribalism, the maximalism, and understanding that you're on the correct beaten path, the yellow brick road, if you will, on your way, to the Emerald City of green candles. All of that is so important to make sure that you're moving together and using that view frustrum to inspire other people to get out of those glass ceilings ecosystems that they have. And the most important part of that is knowledge. Knowledge is the most expensive token in the world. Wisdom is how you spend it. And time is the one thing you don't get back. So putting that time into knowledge is free, even if it's confusing. In the beginning, the more you dip your feet into the water, the less scared you are of deep water. And that's where you really get to be comfortable into that ecosystem, but that's where you also see friends along the way to help bring everything up. It really is the tide rises all ships. And when you have that transparent mechanism where everything goes together, that's where it's exciting. And that's where it's exciting of being on PulseChain, because being Titan as proof of Ethereum, when you have PulseChain, Ethereum's a cycle 3 coin. How many X's can it actually do? But then PulseChain, when it actually runs based on, if you understand the location of the SEC, RH, and all the rest of that, that can do a whole bunch of X's. Now you're running 2 L1s against each other with build on Titanx as the epicenter or the lens, the looking glass, if you will, for Alice to tumble down the rabbit hole to really expedite that acceleration in between two things.
Wow, that's deep. Yeah. Kool-Aid, can you share a bit about Pulsar and where you are and
yeah,
what
of course. Now,
it is.
Yeah, sure. So first and foremost, remember we have a one dev team in-house, also has a family, also, runs a business and all the rest of that. But GIF is very particular in how he works. And we even built 5 different protocols on PulseChain to test out our mechanics and our theory on why these different use cases work. We work with Jake behind the scenes. Our testnet audit got 100% flawless audit across the board. So where we are now is we're working on the V2 buy and burn just to get everything nip and tucked with the auto routing that Jake wanted. As we're also working with React, we're not working with JS. So a little bit more heavy lifting to get those sites and the stat pages up. But at the end of the day, is we all know there's a lot more complexity under the hood, and we want to explain that. But at the very, very top level, Pulsar burns Titanx at an extremely rapid level. 100% of the Titanx gets used to burn. It also does a soft bridge to pull a well or an oasis for people who want to build on Titanx onto PulseChain. And then on top of that, with Gift Tech, the way that we've structured our buy and burn, 87.5% of the dynamic protocol fee goes to burn Pulsar from existence, but it also has that 8% rebate, which also burns Pulsar. So we're 100% buy and burn on Titanx and over, let's call it 94% on Pulsar. But what we are is an infrastructure pass. And why that's important is we're building Pulsar in the same way that we learned from PGIF and GIF, that we can actually bring and pull Titanx up. So we're not meant to RX all your gains higher than Titanx. We're meant to bring and ratchet that up. So that way it's an equilateral user case or an ARB machine. Because we have the 8-to-1 mint ratio, you can stick that tight liquidity in between both different chains and earn a ton of fees. So you know what that does? It allows you to get those fees and not sell down either of the underlying assets. You can take that to reinvest back into the protocols and rebuild bedrock, rebuild cornerstones and keystones. That's why an arch from Roman times still stands. And that's what we wanted to build as the first pass to the build on Titanx to PulseChain ecosystem. And that way you can build on Pulsar on either side of either chain, using it as a unilateral seesaw to even accelerate it even further. So this is basically infrastructure, laying down the highways and the runways so other people can build on Titanx within either ecosystem. And our protocol takes 0 Titanx. We want to put the protocol first before anything else.
Okay,
It's
so
interesting.
that was Kool-Aid speak.
There you go.
Talks about all the pathways and stuff. From a user perspective, it's basically an arbitrage protocol. All the other stuff happens in the background. So you come in with Titanx and Ethereum. The Ethereum buys back Titanx via wrapped Ethereum Titanx, then uses Titanx to buy and burn Pulsar. Every time it goes above 8-1, people can essentially arbitrage to make quick profit within like a couple minutes. You can use it as LP within the tight range. But as people arbitrage the protocol, it essentially creates a Titanx derivative over on PulseChain that people can build on, which drags up Titanx. And as every time that mint ratio breaks 8-1, that every time somebody arbitrages, it burns a fuck ton of Titanx. Like it's one of the biggest Titanx burners. So that's the interesting part. It's like a piston. I like the piston analogy. Like you have to get the pistons turning. Yeah, I like it.
And it's just, again, going back to a nuclear reactor and steam engine, you're just flying those pistons even faster. And yes, I always need a Larry translator in between the means. Because
it's cool.
Is this arbitrage?
Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, sorry, is this arbitrage because of PulseChain and Ethereum?
No,
because you got it on
No.
both chains.
So
how does it?
if you go to Pulsar.gifford, whatever, it's going to be Pulsar. If you go to Pulsar.when, you'll be able to click to the mint page. But every time it goes above 8-1. So if you go to Titanx Pulsar on Desk Screener, if it's above 8 Titanx per Pulsar, or 1 Pulsar gets you 8 Titanx, that's that arbitrage. So if it goes above 8, like for example now, Pulsar,
it should be 8.1 right now. So technically you can sell it down, and then when it's below, you can mint and immediately make profit.
Yep, exactly. So whenever it's profitable, it's like a quick arbitrage thing. But as they're doing that, a lot of stuff happens in the background. So this is interesting for builders, because if you route a bunch of your buy value through that pair, because Pulsar will always kind of track the Titanx price because it has that ceiling. So as you route your buy value through it, for the arbitrage to break, every time the arbitrage breaks, meaning it's profitable, it burns a crap ton of Titanx supply.
And you want to connect your wallet if you have a public connectable wallet to actually see the price feed happen in real time.
Actually,
so this is the web
because I can see it. Did I connect?
Yeah, as long as you're connected, you should be able to see the ETH. So if you type in, 100 million Titanx or a billion Titanx, you'll be able to see the ratios in real time. Yep, there it goes.
Yep, and you can see if the arbitrage is profitable with the profiting.
Right, and you can see the profit's negative right now is because we're above the ceiling price. But if you have the liquid asset, you can sell it down, and then when it's negative, then you can mint and make profit. Yep. And this is without the buy and burn engine being turned on, and we're not turning that on yet. We're getting those simple little tweaks done to get Jake exactly what we want. It's an interesting thing because our team has always worked live. That's the one thing that's convenient about working in PulseChain is you can actually work on chain live rather than needing to do everything on testnet. Though, in testnet from, going from Sepolia over to testnet v4, we had 16 different deployments before we worked on mainline launch. And as we said before, the hiccup that we had is the PulseChain bridge validators had never seen anyone come through the back door of their user interface before. So they weren't listening for a contract. Because we use immutable code, obviously, they sent that to a null address for burning, so we had to redeploy. So that's what we're going through right now, is getting all those things nip and tucked to make sure that the infrastructure pass is bulletproof, 100% flawless audit, we're ready to go.
Mute mics. I hear some talk in the background.
Yeah, so like I was just saying, like we want to build an immutable infrastructure pass to bind not only communities together, and that's what's going to be really cool is when we can finally explain to the PulseChain Hexagon culture that it's not a fighting game. It's all about us all working together as a community for DeFi for all, because that's what we really believe in at the end of the day. And man, that's going to be really cool to bind two L1s together, especially to see how both of those rubber band. That's going to be really interesting to see when the ETH bull run happens and the PulseChain bull run happens at the same time. It's going to be a fascinating simulation. And that's one of our major pillars in our thing. It's not only no leaky boat, but simulation, not speculation. We want to make sure that it all works in real time before it gets to the gate. And that's, again, why we released 4 or 5 different protocols to suss this out, to make sure that it worked competently and completely before we brought it back over here to build on Titanx.
It's massively interesting what you're doing, and it's just as simple as minting, but it's what you're doing behind the scenes is just phenomenal. And bridging is complex tech. So, man, I wish you the best going forward. It's fantastic stuff.
Sure, and that's the one benefit is you get that reward immediately. However, what's going on behind the scenes creates, again, that oasis for all those future builders to have it over there, which also soft burns it from the ETH auto routers. So even when every Titanx that goes over the bridge, unless you buy it and bring it back, which also buy pressure on Titanx to bring it back over, should you need, those Ethereum builders have that well to bring this back over in 6 months, 1 year, and all the rest of that type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the beginning of what X28 can do, because I can see a lot of cross-chain protocols coming out, especially when X22 is out, and it's innovation again in Titanx ecosystem beyond anything else.
That's right. That's right. And someone has to go first, right? You know, to go and blaze the trail. And that's what we wanted to do is like figure out, does this work? Okay, we've already figured out the wedge in between the permeable tokenomics and everything else. We've figured out the pathway, so that way everything is good to go. So that way, when we do go multi-chain, we have a use case or a metric set of data that we now can plot in place everything else before. And I think that's always important to have those use cases, so that way you can use those verbs to reapply to the future protocols and future projects.
Do you think with this going on, in the back of the mind of the person that's actually going to be interacting with this, I guess the level of detail, all the mechanics and everything, if they're in the background, they're happening, and there's basically like an interface that makes it simple and understandable to where it's going to start out like a trickle. You know, people will start to figure out, like, hey, this was pretty seamless. That trickle is going to become more like
a flood.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to become a river. And water always seeks the path of least resistance. So as this transition that takes place, people are just going to be turning their head going, wow, that looks super sweet and simple. That I think is going to be just the key, is getting those first people to take those leaps and those steps. And that light bulb moment, when it hits, it's going to be bright. It's going to be wicked bright.
Yeah, and to your point, Ted, we're a creation, not inflation-based infrastructure pass. So there really is no rush. However, as Titanx goes and runs and ETH goes, that's your defining parameter right there. But as people actually build into that stuff, as we build into the UI, the stats page, the utility, what really is going to turn that flashlight on is going to be the build on Pulsar type ecosystems, because we're setting that equilateral ground plane that doesn't have to run against Titanx. In fact, it makes Titanx get pulled up, especially when there's sell-off pressure on Titanx. You can immediately take that, because ETH is the paradigm with build or proof of Ethereum, and then immediately push that hammer back up to immediately burn on Titanx regardless of ROI. It's factual unit burning, not ROI burning, which is different. And then when you put that accelerator on that with the build on Pulsar mythos, that's when you're really going to see that rubber band smack even harder. But yes, you're right. It's the slow adoption to get things in there, but it only takes one snowflake to turn into an avalanche. And that's at that crack in the dam that makes the floodgate open.
Well said.
Yeah, and like, you've been building this since like December. You're one of the first builders on Titanx. Has there been an evolution in your tokenomics? Or is it just
it's been a crazy story, because we actually outsourced a team in the beginning to do this, enterprise level devs, all the rest of that. We got an audit approved by a well-known Titanx auditor, and we saw a couple different chinks that we wanted to suss. So when that dev team basically dropped the ball a little bit and we split ways, GIF turned, instead of a tourist that was, a founder looking to, manage a dev team, which most people do, into being lead dev. Now, granted, he has some mentors that are some of the first people to write smart contracts on Ethereum and Solana, like really big to-dos. But they mentor when things get to a particular level. So he's had to explore going from being a founder to lead dev the entire time. And if anyone's actually doing that kind of work, that's a lot. And that's a lot to actually mitigate and go through that process and also execute flawlessly with each different systemic design that we're putting forward. So it's been quite an interesting 8-month journey to get where we've been to where we're going. But it's been a good growth path across the board that we're confident not only in our protocol and the systemic design behind it, but how it will grow into perpetuity. I mean, GIF and PGIF did a 30,000x, but we didn't have the dynamic protocol ceiling to actually buy and burn as that critical run came up because we hadn't invented yet. GIF and PGIF was V1. The dynamic protocol ceiling was V4 and V5. So until we got to that point, we hadn't invented those multi-unilateral stopgaps and checks. And then after all those have been deployed, gotten together, now we're like, okay, it's time to bring this back to the nest and set the chickens back to roost on where we originally started before.
What a journey. That's an amazing journey.
Yeah.
It's cool because you have to have a bridge from Ethereum to PulseChain, right? Because you can't do the layer 0, right, Jake?
Right.
As far as
Correct.
This is going to be the one avenue that takes it over there potentially, right? So that's pretty important. And I like the Roman architecture thing as far as the arch architecture, which is barrel vault architecture, right? So it's the strongest.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the aqueducts are still standing,
Correct.
over there. So it's pretty cool analogy. Yeah, maybe you could do some badass graphics with that or something cool, So
Sure. Well, I mean, that's technically what I do. I'm not a programmer. I am the graphics and systemic designer in the gaming industry. But to lean back onto that bridge archetype, the reason why a flat bridge is susceptible is because it's flat, right? Because all the weight then crushes down onto the bottom. When you have that pressure at the top that resets every anchor point, then again goes back into the Spartan or the Titans, shield to spear, shield to spear, as it goes down, because it leads support everything back down into bedrock. And that's exactly where we wanted to be with the process.
Cool. It's deep.
Lotus just put up 3 cents in the past.
And congratulations on launch.
Minutes.
That's what, that's 6.
Lotus what? Ted? Sorry.
Lotus went up 3 cents in like the past 5 minutes.
Well, it's about to go up to 6 cents after that comment.
Yeah, I mean,
it is flying, man. It is flying.
It's number 1 on Ethereum for like 2 hours now, and
it still is.
It's got $100,000 in liquidity from our little pool we started, $6 million market cap, and we started at 0.033, I think, and now it's like 18 cents. But it's going to go down and up, but people are buying and people are mining, and I was just looking at the buy and burns. The payouts, the 8-day payout alone already has $100,000 in it. 48-day, $100,000. 88-day, $72,000. And the 2 weekly reward, the Buy Lotus Bloom, has $15K. The buy and burn, let's see what this sucker's doing right now. It's got $1,000 away from $500,000 in it, and we've been live for 3 hours. So
congratulations, man.
Let's freaking go.
That's right.
That's crazy shit.
What's really cool to me is, I've been in the back rooms with, Bad Sports and Shadow and like all the rest of these people from time. And now we're actually seeing like all of our friends from behind the scenes actually launching and going forward. And that's the coolest thing. In game dev, the most important thing at the end of the day isn't actually making the game, it's seeing your friends' credits on the ship screen. And that's where it actually matters, that you suffer and build and do all these things for 4 or 5 years. And when you see your friend's name on the title screen going, you're like, let's fucking go. That's why we do these things. It isn't really for the gamers. It is. But when you get to see your friends succeed after they've been working on something for 4 or 5 years, that's the juice right there. Camaraderie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing launch, man. Let's pivot to Morpheus. I know you've got some stuff, amazing things happening. Can you share anything about when you're going to launch and the protocol? Like brand, I mean, it's amazing to have Brandon and Face Reality and Vibra just in Titanx now. It's just an absolute mega bullish Titanx to have you guys here. So what is going on with Morpheus? I see it's an amazing marketing angle you have because it's everyone likes the Matrix.
Maybe we can pull up the website. Maybe we could share that. That might be easy.
It's terrible because some of the buttons don't work.
That's on purpose.
I know. They were teasing me
I gotta suss out your level of autism. All right, and I was just trying to be like courteous there. Okay.
No, all good.
You're my type of guy. You're my type of guy, Ted. I can already tell.
In the lounge.
Yeah, that's right. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, Morpheus.win.
I just can't spell Morpheus. I'm a bad speller.
Morpheus.
Brilliant.
You're not the only one, by the way. I'm dyslexic as F, so yeah.
So there's music. So when you go to this page, there's music playing, and you can unmute it or mute it. And then there's a message that comes up on the screen after a second. I guess there's a lag because of StreamYard, but it's very smooth. Hit enter the matrix there. So this is the landing page. And then this is the actual website here. So we're very excited. Here is the point. I've been around cryptocurrency long enough at this point to say that, like, if I'm going to do something, man, you got to do it all out. And if you want it to run real well from like a meme perspective, you got to have a badass website. That's just the bottom line. So we spend a lot of time and attention on the meme aspect of the website. So I think we're going to do pretty well to check that box. When the DApp goes live, I want to make people aware of this. I talked to Eric, and Eric was like, "Bro, you're doing 20% to the Dragon X vault, and you're doing a 20% buy and burn of Dragon X." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Dude, that's too much, man." I'm like, "What?" He says, "That's too much." I said, "Okay, well, what can we do?" We chopped off the 20% to 10%, so we'll send 10% to the Dragon X vault of Titanx. The other 10% is very interesting because we're gonna do a raffle. So every 100 million Titanx that you put into the protocol, it's automatically, you don't have to do anything. It's automatically going to enter you into this raffle. And at the end of everything, we're going to take 10 wallets and we're going to split up all the Titanx, the 10% of the Titanx, 10 ways. We're going to do it live on screen. However you guys, I've got some ideas about how I'm going to do it to make sure it's random. But if you guys have ideas too, we can go that route. But we're going to give it away to 10 people as a raffle. So again, pretty neat stuff there. That's the raffle aspect. The website is super solid. I love that. And then we're going to have a leaderboard to show you how much you've minted. There's probably going to be some sort of competition there as well. Excited about that. But this is not just a meme coin. That's what I have to tell everybody right now. I don't want to create something that just falls flat. I don't want to create something that doesn't provide enormous amounts of value for the community that I'm involved with. So I will tell you guys on launch day, which is quite soon, I'm going to kind of disclose some information about what that's going to look like. And I think that it's going to provide massive value, massive marketing for everybody in the Titanx ecosystem. And I'm extremely excited to do it. I'm not a good shiller, guys, but when I do something, I just try to go all out with it. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, but when you're going all out, you also need to all out chill. Marketing is 95% of the game.
See, I should have joined your group, Jake. You could have taught me all these lessons a long time ago, man.
Yeah, Tom.
Guys, yeah. Say again?
Yeah.
When do you
we
guys
have
launch?
more details.
We're gonna launch
Or
sometime
around-
within the next 48 hours.
Oh wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
See?
Cool.
Shit
Yeah.
it.
Jake,
Get to
don't
tweet
do it
like-
to me, Jake. Don't do it to
Well,
me.
you got 4,200 people. You got 4,200 people watching live.
Oh, I know. Hey, I wanted to ask you a question, Rayman. Are you from the South, bro?
Indeed, sir.
My
Yes, sir.
man. Dude, I the
Southeast.
camo, and then I saw the like thing that looks like a buck in the background. I said, he's got a 30-30 hanging up on the shelf of his Chevy, dude.
Oh,
Or are you a
well,
Ford guy?
308, RPG, Precision Ruger, or SBR,
All right.
whatever you want to call it.
All the above, man.
Yeah, no,
I got it.
Buckhead, my buddies are big hunters and grew up hunting grew up in Georgia from the Carolinas and grew up in Georgia and Florida. Yes, I grew up really in the city of Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm in Virginia, in the Appalachians here. So
I was actually
good
going to
stuff.
say that my ex-fiance is from Thomasville, and then I lived in Hendersonville, North Carolina for a while. So
Cool.
I'm pretty sure within that stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, my family lived in Blown Rock and Boone and everything up there, man. And,
Oh yeah, Boone, North Carolina. Yep.
Appalachians are gorgeous, man.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, it
community.
is.
The rolling blue hills were gorgeous.
Yeah.
The
Well,
whole country. Yeah.
Dude, it's hilarious because I'm walking around town and people ask me what I do. So I'll say, okay, you got to guess. Am I A, a plumber, B, a lawyer, or C, cryptocurrency guru? And they always choose plumber, bro, every single time. Nothing against plumbers, because plumbers are probably richer than I am right now. But it's quite interesting to grow up in this area of town and be in cryptocurrency and try to just speak at a basic level, and people are just like, so trying to
Story of my
onboard
life
these
there.
folks. Good
Story of my
opportunity
life
though.
right there.
Yeah.
The same here is tough. I try it around here, and like I always say on a few streams, people just start walking backwards away from you at a certain point.
Yeah.
And, I try to get my nephews involved and stuff, because they're at that age, and I'm like, guys, just start putting some XYZ into this, that, or the other, and just not even much. And by the time you're 25, your college will probably be paid for if you can go to college if you need to, or whatever, or join the service or do whatever, And but it's tough to get them convinced because they just don't. It's hard for them to grasp it.
You just got to give them crypto, and then they got to see it do something for them to get involved.
Exactly.
And that takes 2 or 3 years typically.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting part about, the mythos. Like the first Bitcoin itself was basically ham radio. The first, DEX was the Azeroth Gold House in World of Warcraft. The first NFT was an attachment on an email. People don't understand that till actually comes to full view for them, and then they're not actually, in tune with it. But that's why getting in early with just knowledge kind of breaks down that barrier, because the more you know, the more verbs that you can apply. And that's the whole thing about innovative technology is the more that you get in, the easier it is to understand. The hard part is that people are scared to take that first step. But it goes down to that mythos: when you want to succeed as much as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And you just got to get people passionate into taking those first steps to actually itemize that wealth and health for themselves into the future, because time moves even faster with tech. Metcalfe's law, Reed's law, and everything else.
Yeah, very true. I do want to say one more thing about Morpheus. This is very important too. The goal and the purpose was to have a foundational platform launched very smoothly to be able to build things on in the future. And I will say that wherever Titanx goes, Morpheus and its counterpart are going to go as well. And I also will say this: I promise you, everybody will benefit from this in a big way. I want Morpheus to be the biggest Titanx burner out there. And I think that I have the vehicle to make that happen. And of course that benefits everybody, but then there's also subsidiaries that we'll talk about too. So you guys will hear more about that when we launch. If you want to know when we're going to launch, I know people are going to chew me up and spit me out right now because I'm not telling them the exact time. Go ahead, just get it over with, guys. Come on. No?
Mo's not in here, so we're good.
Yeah,
that's one really cool date.
And the one thing I like about Brandon is Man, he won me over. If you don't know who Rags is, when he dressed up as Santa Claus and gave, how much money did you give to that family? Like $4
I don't
grand.
remember that. No,
It
I don't
was
remember that.
well, it literally burned my heart alive, because that's what giving back means to everything. And actually giving those utilities for you to give back to others, because do what you want as you want to be done to yourself. And that's the ideal with the DeFi for all metric. And one point that I didn't bring it back up in the Pulsar set, with that 87.5 percent that's not sent to the Dragon X or Helios vault, when you mint Pulsar, you're actually getting credit for your miners. Now, when your miners get to 80 billion burned, you get a permanent 8% bonus on the original OG Titanx mining page. So during that wheelhouse, you're actually building yourself up to get those bonuses. And that's, again, the take care of the protocol first mentality that I know that Brandon believes in, I believe in, that Jake believes in, and all the builders believe in, is how do we bring everything up together as a unilateral whole?
Yep.
Yep. Well, one thing I want to say is 20% Titanx bonus is good. Less than 20% is on. Like, come on, literally like 3% here, 3% here. 20%. Like, for example, Hydra is 20%, is doing just fine. Because like the extra going to buy and burn makes no difference. It gets sold into anyway. But at least when you burn Titanx, that creates price floors for the future, which is better for the entire ecosystem. Because if it just enters the liquidity pool, then it comes back into existence at some point, you know?
Right.
Yeah, to get back to the whole shilling part, for the people that know us for a longer period, we come from a position that's way more humble, and we're like more like, at least that's what Brandon taught me years ago, is under promise, over deliver. You'll be fine.
I know, but you need to shill launch
I
dates.
know,
You need to be
man.
loud as hell.
Loud
Yeah,
as hell.
because if people don't know you exist, then your code doesn't matter. So you need to make sure people know you exist as by being loud.
You know, a great tool is that you guys can use. Maybe you do. I mean, you know tools, but Tweet Hunter is amazing.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, that is the best thing to schedule things out. Be way better than Buffer, and you know you can just set it and let it roll. You know, it takes time, but it's constantly getting it out there. You know, especially if you guys are launching soon. But I've had my head in a bucket for the last.
I think so. When PulseChain launched, I think I downloaded Tweet Hunter, and then there are like filters or triggers or stipulations to where if you share and then retweet, I'll send you a DM with this cool link. I think that's what that does. And dude,
that's part of it.
You can
it's a small part. Dude, I did like a simple like, this is what you need to know before PulseChain launches. And I used Tweet Hunter, man, and I've never had the results on any tweet that I had with that. It was insane. Absolutely nuts. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, million impressions. It was crazy.
Because people only pick up their phone, right? And they'll scroll through it, maybe Twitter for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. And if they don't see it's not there. And it may be annoying as hell to people that are in the community. Like I'm sure I've pissed off about 1 million people this week tweeting every 5 seconds, right?
Hell no.
For those folks that didn't see it, right? They everybody saw it. Some people saw it too much, but it's for the people who don't see it enough, right? And so I just encourage the heck out of that, man. That was Twitter, like Jake said in my Telegram the other day. Get out of Telegram and get on Twitter, and get going there. And that, I think he's spot on, dude, on that one.
I want to hear the Morpheus shill. Come on, bring it on.
Hold on.
Come on.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah. Because
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can tell for him. Rand has been someone that consistently.
Crypto Kool-Aid's talking. I don't know why. You want me to tell him? No, really? Okay. Hold on. You sure? All right.
Get it? I was trying to shill for you, Rail.
Listen, dude. I talked to the boss just now. He wanted me to tell the world that Morpheus is going to launch on Monday, and I think Jake Sharpe's going to be on stream with me. I think.
Yep. Hey, 28th of October. Nobody picked the goddamn date. 28th October is the best launch date ever.
Hell yeah. Awesome, man. Hell yeah.
Right on.
Get it out there. You got
So-
400
All right.
people
All right. So
watching.
how do I prepare? How do I prepare? What do I got to know?
Get your Titanx, man, and then just
Tap.
remember
Got my
this.
Titanx.
Well,
I
think
got my
about this, because the raffle is a huge part of this. I think that this is going to drive a lot of people to participate, because you go to these. All right, Mr. Southern man here, Rain Man, you go to a college football game or high school football game, 50-50, man, the raffle tickets, right?
Yeah.
50-50, get your 50-50, and then it goes crazy. So 100 million Titanx gets you one raffle ticket. Okay, so if you're going to put into Morpheus, just kind of keep that in mind from a division standpoint. Like, how many tickets am I going to get, if that's important to you? If not, just get your Titanx and you're going to mint Morpheus. So that's the cool thing. Now, I will say this, and I'll tell everybody this. Day one is the most important day. Now, that goes without saying with launches, typically speaking, but I'm going to hint, wink, wink to everybody here. Day one's the most important day with Morpheus. Okay? There you go.
Dude, I'm glad you got that out there, because you got like almost 4,400 people watching.
Dude, I feel like I came out of the closet just now, dude. It's crazy.
Take a breath.
Flustered.
Well, Rax has
Jeez.
a whole bunch of stuff in the pipe, so you're going to be excited when he does the reveals.
Guys, I try to execute, and we're gonna get this out here. I want everybody here to win, and I've said this from the start. I help people who help themselves. That's the bottom line. You guys have been crushing it, everybody, and it's also important, everybody on here, and I've said this too. You've got to protect what you have, because there's going to be times when things feel like it's starting to deteriorate, and people on this stream have to step up. And you got to say what needs to be said, or you're going to lose it. And we've seen that. I've seen that multiple times before in the past. So just make sure you guys do that too. Important.
got to guard the house, right?
You have
That's
to,
right.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Circling the
So-
wagons is the most important thing in the world.
Yeah, set
You
the
know,
example.
when it comes to
Go ahead.
marketing, and a bunch of the masterminds I joined, marketing is by far the most important thing you can do. And one of the best metaphors that I've heard for this is not marketing is extremely selfish. Because imagine if you have the cure for cancer and you believe your thing is actually good and making the world a better place. If you don't share and you don't market and you don't be loud, you're actually hurting people that are looking for the solution that you're providing.
That's right.
So the more quiet you are, the more you're hurting the world. So being quiet and not marketing is actually a very, very, very selfish thing. So that's why I'm a marketing machine, because I believe we're building a better world in crypto.
Because you don't want to be selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
That,
The louder
I mean,
am,
that, I mean, that,
Because you're
no, that's a
building
good
something.
way to like self-motivate for sure. Like, yeah, if I've got this cool thing,
I
I'm being a. Go ahead.
I believe we're actually fixing crypto. Like I don't use it as a marketing term. I believe we're actually fixing crypto, because when you look at outside of crypto, there's 1,000 meme coins launching, 950 of them, which are literally rug machines that
Yeah.
steal people's money. Like almost everything in crypto is a way to value extract and hurt people's finances, just to essentially enrich the scammers and the thieves. So our ecosystem is a massive, with essentially like a cancer cure for crypto. It's fair launch, it's transparent, it's honest. You can see the founders. We're building better systems. It's decentralized, it's transparent, it's fair. Everything is on chain. We're like a literal cancer cure for crypto, which is why I can't shut up about it, because we're building an actually better future.
Well, I think to even like add onto that, it's not just vanilla deployers for a silly little meme coin. It's actual systems built on systems built on systems. That's why it goes back to that cornerstone and keystone. And that's why, like when I called Rags or every the Hex OG or Pulse OG people, that I'm like, look at the systems, look at how everything balances onto itself. That's the most important part, rather than looking at promises. You want to have protocols, not promises.
Just don't talk to Crypto Kool-Aid about anything crypto related after midnight Pacific time while he's in the hot tub drinking box wine.
That's
Bad
right.
idea.
You're going to
Talk
go
to-
up to the roof. That's how you
Just talk
feed
to him the
gremlins.
next day.
Don't feed
You
gremlins
got
after dark.
time wrong, we can talk to you. You know, it's all right.
Franzia. Are you a Franzia type of guy or what, man?
Absolutely not. That's trash back swine. Black box is actually pretty damn good, though. So you got to look at like what's your value output versus what the prestige is, because when you actually buy wine at a restaurant, they're taking advantage of you. Like this quality isn't that much better than what you get on the yield side from Boda Box, Black Box, or all the rest of that, but they're charging you $15 a glass, right? You know, so but wine is a different metric when it comes to all the rest of that versus if you're looking at a handle of Johnny Walker. You know exactly what that comes out to per price per liter. Wine, completely different metric.
Dude, look at that shit-eating grin on your face, man. You're cracking me up over here. Love it. Back to crypto. We went into the deep end here just now. Sorry, guys.
Deep end of the hot tub.
It's all good, man. We gotta switch it up every now and then, you know. So Morpheus launching on Monday.
Yes.
Just, you guys got a time, or is that you spell that out there later, or what do you think?
It'll actually depend on some other people's schedules to get folks on stream. That's all. Couple folks here. So, but we'll let you know.
Cool, man.
Yeah. Excited. Very excited. Let's freaking go, guys.
That's right. Let's freaking go.
Let's freaking go. Let's do it. I'm excited too. Pulsar. Oh, go ahead. Do you have a question?
No, please.
Okay. And Steve, you've been really good about asking questions. Did you have some that you wanted to ask before I ask Crypto Kool-Aid a question?
Yeah, you did.
Time. It's been nuts. I was going to ask, is there any advantage for being in like the first hour, minute, or the first day?
Not first hour, first day. Yes. And I'll tell you this, I don't want people to be like, oh, Rags scammed us into getting the first day, because you're not going to see the benefit immediately. I'm just going to tell you guys that. So, but day one folks, day one mentors will see benefit. It's not going to be immediate, but if you're going to do it, might as well do it then. It's the best rate too. Monitor the market. You know, the liquidity pool gets automatically created after 50 billion hits. So I don't press a button, it just goes. So just make sure you monitor the market, check the price on Uniswap before you mint, just to be sure you're getting the best sort of price. So just keep that in mind.
So what was your question, Rex?
My question was, what sort of protocols could you see being built on Pulsar? On either side, because we got PulseChain people here too that might want to get involved. So like,
that's where it gets super interesting, right? We wanted to get an accelerant to something like Volt. We want to get something like Dragonx. And once everything is nipped and tucked to the way that we do, then we're going to be spearboarding into other things. I've been talking to Eric about some other ideas that I don't want to tip my hat to, that would also expand upon that. But we definitely want to not only bring in the market models that we know have worked before, but also think about outside the box, how we can try some new things at the exact same time that can be twinned in between both blockchains at the same time to almost have them be competitive teams against each other, right? And then you also have the one thing that you have to look about what comes into the future about using your token as prestige to do other things. So there's a lot of things that we want to see here in the future built on that type of ecosystem. But the first thing that we'd love to see is something very much like Dragonx, and then subderivatives on that tech leg, and then something that's more like an accelerant like Volt.
Love it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back 1 minute.
Is everyone's camera? Is it just me, or is it everyone still on the camera? It's probably just me. Is that right?
You're a little blurry and a little bit choppy.
Okay. It's my
black hole is sucking up all the camera depth.
Don't ever say that again. I think we should all leave, and then when Jake comes back, nobody will be here, and just see his reaction on YouTube.
You know he's listening on his phone.
I think that's a good idea. I should like.
Let's go. Idea. All right, go to the. How do we go? All right.
Stop your camera.
How do we get him back in the bedroom? Yeah.
Let's just stop our camera and be quiet and see what he does.
Exactly. Silent treatment for how long?
As soon as he pops back, don't say anything for like 20 seconds, but we can chat right now.
Exactly. But
I'll remove myself from the camera so that way we have the background spinning.
This is the weird hide and seek, man.
This is.
I can hear everything you guys are saying.
Damn it,
He's
man.
listening on his phone.
We tried. We
Hey,
tried.
come on, man. Come on.
Well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
And still, it was funny.
It was still funny.
Yeah, I was at the toilet. I was laughing my ass off.
Well, he needed more Nicorette gum is what it was. He had to go find his Nicorette gum.
Yep. Kool-Aid
Is that Nicorette, Jake?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, it is.
Dude, I'm a Zenfluencer now.
Yeah, I mean, I tried Zin. The only issue with Zin is it's high doses. I like my 2 milligrams.
Oh yeah,
if
dude,
I go
it's
higher,
high.
I get a headache.
Dude, I get high as a kite off nicotine. I scale that back. Now, if I got to go on a long ride, it keeps me awake, dude. I can drive overnight just fine with that stuff. It's wild.
I mean, the thing with nicotine is it's one of the best nootropics for marketing because it makes you like high energy, and I guess you could call it a little bit anxious. I just channel that energy into massive tweeting and spamming.
Dude, are you kidding me? I go crazy. I've not had an experience like that. I'm so happy that they made this, easily accessible. It's awesome for me. It treats my wild brain. I can just lock in, and the come down is super, super quick too. So it's not like Adderall or that stuff just makes me feel crazy. I don't like it at all.
I've actually never done that.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve, wasn't there going to be a biohacking hour?
A biohack?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's gonna be panel 3 or panel 4.
Oh, cool.
It's
I was
next
going to do a
panel.
biohacking hour.
Yeah.
Who's the biohack expert?
All the freaks, Jake, and all the freaks. I'm a freak. I mean, there's freaks everywhere. Steve DeFi's a freak. Like Crypto Awesome, that guy's a freak. He's gonna come in.
Dude, I was ordering some sketchy modafinil from deep in India, and I probably regretted that a couple of years back.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to biohacking, I never touched the heavy stuff. I think I heard this from Hormozy. Is if you can't do it for forever, don't do it for a day. I like that saying a lot. So all the biohacking kind of rituals and things that I do, if I can't do it forever, I don't even start. So like all the hard stuff, I never actually try because I know I can't do it forever.
I always you probably don't know about this, Jake, but in the States, and Rain Man knows about this. You guys know DARE classes, right? To keep kids off drugs. It was like a initiative by Nancy Reagan, I think. So they would bring a police officer in there, and then they would just talk about how you shouldn't do drugs, but then they would teach you everything about drugs. So I remember being like 6 years old, and I said, man, I want to try every single drug that they just talked to me about in DARE class. They brought beer goggles in and put them on, and I'm like, dude, this is cool. I want to do this, right? But
I totally remember the same.
You know what I mean?
6-year-old Brandon, I can't wait to be
No, I'm telling you, this is the truth.
Drugs are really excellent, right? Drugs are really excellent. DARE.
So I was like, all right, when I got a little bit older, I went to the military, and then, I got out of the military, and then I forgot how I got on this kick, but the whole nootropics thing about 5 to 7 years ago was just huge, right? And there's marketers and there's products and everybody's pushing it. So, I start messing around with that stuff. The only thing that I liked in small doses, like on a daily basis, was, I think it was CDB choline. I think that's what it was called. It's like a powdered choline sort of thing. And that really like made me clear in the head. I've not done it since then.
Choline is amazing.
Yeah.
Choline is also very healthy. Like the choline source I take is alpha GPC.
Okay, cool.
It's like a more high grade choline.
Yep.
That's just generally healthy. Like alpha GPC is amazing.
Yeah, the nootropics are really great.
So we get to learn about that next session here, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Steve needs to come back because he's part of similar places where I learned biohacking.
I'll bring him in. He got those boosters for his internet when he started streaming, and it actually made it worse because he was totally fine until he got the boosters. So he still hasn't deactivated them apparently. But if somebody wants to share a screen, I can bring it up too because I've got a way better connection than he does, so it won't lag out. I think that was part of the problem too. But anyways, cool.
So do we need somebody to bounce out so he can come up?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll bounce out quick because I got to come back for the last one anyway. I got some stuff I got to do quick. So you guys enjoy it, and yeah, be back in a little bit.
All right, bro.
I'll be gone.
Yep, be
so
good,
you-
buddy.
I'll be gone
All
by
right,
the time you
fellas.
get back, so you can get back in.
All right,
Yeah, and
well,
I think I'm
appreciate
going
you,
to
brother.
come back in too for the 5:30.
Steve's back. As soon as Fiber
So many
leaves, I'll
people.
bring him back. Or he actually, I think he can bring himself back. There
I'm
he
back
is.
in business.
Biohacking. Hell yeah.
I'm back in business, and it's working on my internet, I think. So, yeah, biohacking hour. So, we're going to talk about the best things on health, biohacking that has helped everyone. I'd love to know where everyone is and secrets that they have for ultimate health.
Dude, meat,
and
all meat.
excelling.
Same.
That has been incredible for me. Like, if I can keep my carbohydrates under like 10 to 20 grams per day, I freaking flourish, man. I thrive. And that's just me. Obviously, I have pale skin, blue eyes, red hair. I've got different genetics than many people, but it works for me, man. I feel amazing all the time. All the time. I don't need as much sleep. Like, I need 30% less sleep when I'm eating this way as well. It's freaking wild.
Be careful how you journey down the no sleep rabbit. It is a dark knock Neo, deeper and deeper way down hole.
Well, dude, I just love it, man. I'm not gonna. We don't need to go into it because I know it's the next session, but I could talk about a lot of crazy stuff I've learned about that as well. Like people's eye color changing. That's the wild thing. I'm in this group on Facebook called Zeroing In on Health, and they eat all meat. It's all animal products, not even lactose, not dairy. They do it for like 3 to 6 months, and they take before and after pictures of their eyes changing from like a bluish tint to a green, or a green to a blue, or like a brown to a hazel greenish sort of thing too. That's wild to me. I don't know why, but it's crazy.
Did you guys
Juice the vegetables, eat the meat. Juice the vegetables, eat the meat.
Dude,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan.
You see the
I'm a
Blue
fan.
Zone specials on they came on Netflix. So it's really unique, really incredible. About
What's it called?
It's on the Blue Zones, where people
Hmm.
live over 100 around the world. You know, one's in the U.S. actually, and you know, it's just incredible, and just in really like in parts of Greece, South America, or some, and in
Sardinia, Italy,
Yeah.
Brazil, I
Yeah.
believe. And what they are, they're nexus zones where
Yeah.
oddly people have such a high bonding curve that everyone is more fertile. They live longer. Their genes are more resilient,
Diverse or resilient.
Yeah.
And plus, you know, one thing really though is like the overall tone, and you guys should watch this. It was incredible because it went from Singapore to bustling cities to remote villages in the middle of nowhere, and people were always active throughout their lives too, on top of their diets, right? And the diets were very different and interesting and all extremely healthy, but they always were active, whether they were exercising or just working, you know. And this guy's riding a horse at 100 years old, you know, roping cattle and shit still, you know, in South America. It was really inspiring. I watched it with my parents. So it's a really cool thing on Netflix.
Yeah.
Steve, do you like methylene blue?
I took methylene blue for this stream. I love methylene blue.
What
I
is
love it.
methylene blue all about?
I just did as well. Look at.
That's what he was doing.
I have no idea what that is.
What is
I
that?
get mine from my tozen. They are really, really smart.
It's the
But I use
secret
the positive.
sauce. I mean,
Even-
if these two guys are taking it, it's the blue pill. This is it.
What is it?
So methylene blue,
massive benefit.
you have to go through the rabbit hole because methylene blue is there's no downsides to it. It's been used in surgeries for forever as like a disinfectant and stuff. But the thing, methylene blue is not a stimulant, but what it does for me, if I ever have brain fog, it just instantly just clears it. It fixes all brain fog issues. It fixes everything, and there's no downside to it. You just put it in the back of your throat or under your tongue. It doesn't make your mouth blue, so I like doing it at the back of my tongue, so it just goes down. It doesn't make anything blue, but it's amazing. So, like for nootropics, is this the biohacking hour?
I think we moved into it.
So we're deep.
Yeah, we're on it.
Okay, perfect.
Crypto
So
Awesome's
there's
here.
a couple
In the
there's a
bot,
couple things I do on a daily basis. So
Well,
one
if
is
Austin is
methylene
here,
blue.
I'm going to drop off, and then I will be hopping on. You said Steve at 5:30, CST, 6:30, or oh, yep. All right. I'll see you all here in a few hours.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I can
All right.
drop
I'll
out.
love guys. Congratulations to
Yeah.
everyone.
Yep.
Okay.
Steve, I'll bounce out too because I'll have to be back in a little bit as well. So it's been a pleasure, guys. I'll be back.
Ted,
Thank
take
you,
care.
Ted. Here's some
Oh,
high
you do it in
quality
the blocks?
methylene blue.
Oh, I do it with the drops.
Oh yeah. I actually
Do you get
use the
nauseous?
Apple series even stronger.
No, not at all. You don't do much. You don't do much. Hey, maybe do it in the morning or whatever. But I like it a lot as a nootropic. And then there's a stack that I take because I've tried almost everything when it comes to life supplementation for nootropics. And the things that have worked best for me is alpha GPC, L-tyrosine, methylene blue, and sometimes L-theanine if I feel overstimulated. But primarily alpha GPC, L-tyrosine. I've also experimented with Nupept when I go into like heavy builder modes. I experiment with Nupept. Those are like the nootropics things, and all the other stuff is like carnivore, intermittent fasting. I fast every day, every single day I fast. Intermittent fasting is amazing for energy.
Same.
Yeah. Also for protein, this is a
Hours.
big one. There's a lot of propaganda around protein, but for protein, you want to have at least 1 gram per pound of body weight. So if you're 180 pounds, 180 grams of protein a day.
Yeah.
If you hit that, you'll feel incredible. It's amazing.
Salts. I was surprised at how much salts played into my diet too. I did the blood test so I fasted. I did my blood test. It tested for 200 food allergies just to kind of get a baseline. And then I went in strict elimination, meat, salt, and water. And dude, I wasn't taking enough salt and my body fell apart. Dude, as soon as I started, I would take a dose of salt in the morning, like salt water, just chug it. It wasn't even salt water. I forgot. It was like Himalayan mountain salt, whatever it is. Man, I felt completely normal. And I thought it was because of the diet that I was feeling bad. No, it's because I wasn't getting enough salt. And then it fixed everything for me. So yeah, that's super cool. I've not heard of those things. I've heard of some of those, but not methylene blue, for example.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like
yeah,
heavy biohacking stuff.
Yeah.
Guess what?
You
The
taste
medical
the
time
drip
tells
in the
you about
hospital,
salt.
and it tastes like salt. Salt is so important for us. Those minerals. It's so underrated. Salt is, yeah.
It's crazy how much modern day medicine is removing healthy cholesterol and salt from our diet. It's almost like they want to kill us because that's what's killing a lot of these people, man. It's got to be. Like, did you hear the guy that made national headlines where he ate nothing but eggs for 3 months or 2 months and his cholesterol went down? And all the heart doctors were like, "Oh, it's a genetic anomaly." I'm like, "No, dumbass, it'll happen for everybody, and you won't have diabetes anymore."
In the animal kingdom, every animal travels miles just to get salt. And we are supposedly the only species on Earth that doesn't need salt, where the medical system actually tells you to eradicate salt. Like, really? The whole animal kingdom literally goes hundreds of miles just to get salt.
Well, there's also
Wow.
good salt and bad salt. It's like, the table salt is not necessarily the salt we should be consuming. It's pink Himalayan or other salts that are sea salts. They have so many different minerals in them, actually, not just the salt. And so, the quality of the salt is really important as well, because, the salt in McDonald's hamburgers, that's not good. That's just straight sodium. It's terrible. So it's like there's different kinds of sodium that people are consuming, and not all of it is good. So, but salt is extremely important for us.
So important.
If you eat the correct
100%.
salt, what you're saying, with all the minerals, you will never have to go to a dentist, because your teeth are actually self-healing as long as you give it the minerals it needs to build. You could literally fill your own cavities by adding.
There's also something called hydroxyapatite, that if you get the toothpaste with the hydroxyapatite in them, no fluoride, the hydroxyapatite actually, it's a mineral that rebuilds your teeth. It's very
That's why
interesting.
animals eat dirt to get the minerals for their teeth.
We're all made out of dirt. I mean, we're all carbon. It's all carbon. So it's like it's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, man.
know?
You know, one of the biggest misconceptions that people have been sold is that the fact that they can get all of their minerals and supplementation needs from food. The food that they had back in the day, the soil now is so depleted of all minerals and it's so industrialized that there's no more actual minerals in your food. So people need to supplement. That's the only way. That's the only way. Because I remember my parents were like, "What?"
And grow your own
Well,
soil because the soil.
Yeah, but
the soil is
but growing your own soil is a hard part.
I mean, this is the point. What's up, Dave? How's it going, man?
What's up, Chiz?
What's up, bro?
How's it going?
Dave, nice to meet you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
I just got
so
my
I mean, this is a big thing because a lot of it depends on the nutrition in the food, and not all food is created equal, right? So, so like for someone like my father, he's 97. Okay, he's crazy active. He's cutting wood. He's active, and he eats basically farm to table because we happen to live in a place where you can get, good food that's, and so we're fortunate like that. But most people aren't. So most people are living in like food deserts, right? And it's totally barren of almost all real nutrients. So like primordial us, like I don't take anything. I don't take any supplement, not one, other than air and water and good vibes, but I don't take anything. That's just me. And I've sort of watched, but I do eat good food. So, but, and I also don't spend all my time on a computer. Like a lot of developers who are in front of the computer, it's like a whole world of needing to, like, if I did that, I'd be taking all that stuff that you guys are taking for sure. I'd do something because otherwise it'd go nuts. So anyway.
I don't even think people realize that the natural life expectancy of a human being is 130. We don't get older than 70, but naturally, biochemically, we should be getting 130.
Totally. and I've watched my father and my mother how they do it, 97 and 94. It's crazy. And they're still active. And so the secret, if you can move all your limbs, the secret is regular exercise every morning. My father, from the time he was 30, morning exercise. And I'm like, so that's number one, like something that like keeps the heart and the body, and whether or not it's a military style or a martial style or like a gym style, you got to do something for the mind of the every day. That's what I learned from my fight. And then the supplement is food and other supplements. So yeah, you got to watch old people.
Hey, just saying that the two seniors that I'm watching, one is 92, the other one's 72. The 92-year-old never drank soda in her entire life, ever. Okay, she had wine here. She drank coffee, but she never touched soda, and she never touched fast food ever. Like that was like the whole thing, and she hiked all the time. Like in her 60s, she was still hiking. And the other one is someone who lived off of cigarettes and coffee and soda, and didn't do a lot of exercising, and she's fucking wrecked, dude. The 92-year-old is doing way better than the 72-year-old is.
Dude, Mo, cover her ears before you say that, please.
I'm in a different room.
That's
She's they're watching like The View or something right now.
I bet she loves when Mo talks dirty to her, right?
Oh, dude.
You want a warm blanket?
All of a sudden, you see like a TV remote fly across Mo's screen and hit him in the side of the face.
Mow down.
When I was an EMT, like we would see exactly what Mo's talking about, the difference in the people, like in their age and stuff. And I remember one time we picked up this lady, and she looked like she was 95 and she was 60 years old, and she'd smoked her whole life and XYZ, and she ended up passing later that day, but from cancer. But like, you would not have I would have put $2 million to tell you she was not that 60 years old. You know what I mean? It was that drastic and that's America in essence. And I don't know about the rest of the world, you know, but you know,
Yeah,
that's
man.
You know.
You want to know something crazy? So, for example, there's a massive difference between American food and European food. Did you know that bread from America is not even classified as food in Europe? Because it's so chemical based. Bread in America is not even food in Europe. It's not allowed. It doesn't even classify as food.
Well, it's because they use Roundup. They use Roundup on the wheat. They don't use it to kill the weeds. They use it to dry out the wheat, and they don't have to list it. Literally, when the wheat grows, they usually have to wait a whole season for the wheat to like dry out before they can harvest it. But if they spray it all, if it grows, they spray it all when it's green with Roundup. It dries out in like a week, and they can plant another crop that season. So they actually try to get 2 crops. But then all of the wheat, people think they have gluten intolerances, which maybe they do, but ultimately people have poison intolerances. And what we're doing is we're sitting here putting poison on all of the wheat in US, and then we eat it. And it's like we're eating poison, like Roundup.
When you see in the ingredients, when it says enriched wheat, that's what it is. If you can find something that has heirloom wheat, fucking eat that.
Did you guys see the article that came out? I think this was last week or the week before, where they tested a huge swath of children 10 and under, tested like 70 or 80% of them tested positive for Roundup in their bloodstream. How wild is that? And then it was out. It was out for, I mean, it was going strong, and all of a sudden, quiet. You can't find it now. You might be able to Google it, but
it's true.
It is. It's wild.
True. We shouldn't be eating poison. We shouldn't be spraying that poison on everything that we eat.
No.
And now they're coating these all the fruit, the fresh fruit in the United States with this like wax coating that makes the fruit be able to
shiny,
not get bad for like. And okay, in the supermarkets they have this like they spray the
spray, yeah.
And it's like it makes it look like it's all wet and like really pretty, but they have to fill the bag. There's chemical bags they add to the top. They're not spraying with water. They're spraying it with other stuff. It's like it's a mess. And really that's why I have to grow my own food, because it's like I don't really on the movie set, I'm just eating whatever's given to me. But like, you know, when I get back home, it's like I gotta fast for like 21 days. And
bro, you look like you could put a bear in a headlock, Dave. Look at you, man. See big old boys.
It's the beard.
Yeah, I was
do you remember a while ago there was a guy who got attacked by a cougar and he killed it? That's
like a 60-year-old woman.
Yeah, 70.
Oh, 70.
No, that's wait, one second.
No, that's a puma. That's a puma.
Steve, talk about your biohacking routine.
Oh yeah, well, I was in Jake's mastermind and he mentioned something. Detox Dude. I joined his mastermind, the Detox Dude. Like I joined a literal mastermind face to face with him. It was absolutely fantastic. And basically, split up in a word, detox. Detox the colon, detox the liver, parasites, detox, metal detox. That's the whole mastermind. And he has so many techniques. I found out methylene blue from the guy too. So many cool techniques. And that if I have a couple of single things from him, it's today to share. Detox Dude was such powerful detox mastermind for me, and it's life-changing for me, some of the things. And this is one of the things that he showed me. It was something called Zen Cleanse. It's basically something you take fast for 5 days. You take this in the middle and it just colon cleanse, it's like powerful. It just gets rid of the stuff from you. And check out this website, Zen Cleanse. This was Zen Cleanse 1 is the colon cleanse, and then there's a Zen Cleanse Forgive, because a lot of these things are emotional, like the liver is very emotional. Forgiveness, and you know, this was powerful. So I just want to recommend this to people. This Zen Cleanse, Detox Dudes, and also this. I have this Chinese friend who is like amazing. I mean, I'm walking down the road with him, and Madonna texts him because he used to be with helping all these guys, and he's just phenomenal on his acupuncture with tiny needles. Like it's unknown acupuncture almost. He's just remarkable, and he recommended this beamer to me, and it's like a PEMF device. I know you're familiar with PEMF, but this beamer is like doing running miles every day. It helps your circulation. It makes you feel good. You can use it when you're sleeping. So this is another thing that I just want to point out. point out, like this is the third and last thing. This device, it's $5,000, but this is a life-changing. And this Chinese doctor, he's like the few people I call a genius. This guy's a genius, and yeah, he swears by this. And they've used it on horses, and the horses just compete really well. But this is something. It's basically a PEMF device. It just helps you with your blood circulation.
PMF. Yeah. I have a PMF mat that I used to use. PMF, infrared, and crystal. I just lay on it. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with PMF.
Yeah.
I think
Warrior
it's
Soul
short for pulse electromagnetic field therapy. It's very similar to grounding, but you can do it at home. Yeah, that's like hardcore biohacking stuff. For normal people, because sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't. Like I have like a red light device, I do sauna every day, but sometimes I can't. So like just the supplements and nootropics are something you can take with you when you travel to stay generally healthy. And then once you have your home place, you can do all of that stuff. And then it's like your biohacking house, I love that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Another thing is air and water. Air and water. Like I was traveling the world during COVID. Yeah. I was traveling the world during COVID, and I traveled with like 2 suitcases, and in one suitcase was just for air conditioner and water purifier, because I don't trust the taps. I was in countries, and they were saying, "Oh, the water's brilliant." I said, "No, I don't trust the taps. I don't trust the pipes. I trust and it just tastes wrong when you get used to nice water." So, and by the way, like this is funny. I actually got in a volcano. I was actually ended up near a volcano, and it exploded. And I used my air conditioner. I had to. Seriously, man, it was an apocalypse.
Steve's a rare Pokemon. Steve's a rare Pokemon.
Oh, man. I got some stories. Me and Mo need to do a stream. We've been
Charizard,
but like, oh man, there was a volcano exploded, and I could not hardly breathe because
sulfur.
I was issues with lungs.
Yeah.
This air conditioner. It was a haven. So an air purifier. Take one with you around the world. You never know when you might need that.
Right.
Love it.
Steve,
I just want to welcome Jukes. Jukes the Great. Welcome, man. Jukes.
Oh, hello.
Cheers.
Yeah,
man.
Guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cheers, for inviting me. And this is insane, to be surrounded by you guys. So this is cool, man. I'm around big fish.
Right, you're Jukes the Great.
Yeah,
man. Greatness is coming. Greatness is coming.
Welcome.
Yeah. I missed the most critical bit for me. I missed the bit about nicotine. I couldn't get on in time, so it's a shame. But yeah, big on the nicotine.
Yeah, I'm definitely a nicotine overdoser. It's but if you just do 2 to 6 milligrams a day, 2 milligram nicotine is incredible. Like it is a lot, especially if you have there's also like a lot of conspiracy around ADHD. I was classified as ADHD as a kid. But in fact, I was just moving around too little, and I was locked in the room. So I didn't have any energy. I didn't know where to put my energy, so everybody classified me as hyperactive or ADHD. But most of the successful people in the world have. So like Ty Lopez used to mention this term, hypomania, all the time. I think I have it. It's like from literally the second I wake up, I'm full of energy. And I can't fall asleep. I'm all day long, I'm like bursting with energy. It has to do with biohacking as well, because I used to have like massive energy slips throughout the day. But then once you get into biohacking and you keep your body healthy, you're just literally an energy machine. And you need to have purpose in your life as well. Because if you're working on something that's meaningful, that's when you have infinite energy. When I was working 9 to 5s and stuff, I didn't have that. But once you find your purpose and you get biohacking dialed in, infinite energy 24/7 from the second you wake up.
Jake, do you close your eyes and see like graphs in front of you and stuff?
Oh yeah. My girlfriend hates it.
You're trying to sleep.
She's like, fucking relax for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole month I've been sleeping 3 hours a night, and somehow I have a lot of energy. I mean, I've never done this before, but I mean, I'm making the movie at 16-hour days, and then I'm spending 30 to 40 hours a week doing Awesome X, and I literally only have 3 hours a day to sleep. And it's okay. It's not always going to be like this. It's a season. It's probably a little over a month, like 6 weeks like this. The movie's going to be over. Then I'll be in editing again, and I'll live in the forest again. Like living in the forest is so amazing too, because the birds are there. I'm off grid, so there's no electricity around me. I don't have internet at night. Like it's all shut off. Like there's no signals. So that really did help me out. I was there for a whole year before I started doing this movie. And I was getting great sleep, like 8 to 9 hours a night. But see, now it's all in. I mean, it's like I'm all in until like, that's why it's no rest till 2026. I mean, sleep, but when I'm awake, there's no rest and there's no need for it. Plus, I don't have a woman right now, so it's like all in.
It is for what it's worth. Sleep is super important in life.
And you're right, it is. I'm not saying it's not. For some reason, 3 hours when you're living your dreams is fine. I mean, I'm living in a dream world, making hyper deflationary cryptocurrencies in a movie. It's like, why not? Like, go all in.
Totally. I'm just saying long term because just they've found it links to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and stuff like that.
For sure.
And
you know what protects against Parkinson's and Alzheimer's?
What's that? Yeah.
You know what protects against Parkinson's and Alzheimer's? Nicotine.
Yeah. Testosterone. Yeah. I mean, counter it, right? Before Steve bring that back up in a second, I just wanted to mention to your oxygen purification thing. I used to have my own hyperbaric oxygen chamber. And so a Respiro 270, and I would get in it constantly, but I sold it and it was one of the dumbest things I ever did. And I had an oxygen purification, device that pumped into, to purify the air, because air is 79% hydrogen and only 21% oxygen that we breathe. It's not all oxygen, right?
Nitrogen, right?
Yeah, exactly. Nitrogen. Yeah, so it's like I'm a diver, right? So we do nitrox. We up the, it's a amplified oxygen, concentrated oxygen supply. Anyways, hyperbaric chambers, amazing for blood circulation and healing and all kinds of stuff. So I just wanted to touch that up based off of what you were saying. So, and they're getting incredible, but they're not cheap, right?
I totally back you up. In Asia, I used to just jump in that all the time. It makes you feel good. And look at your blood under a microscope before and after a hyperbaric chamber. And your cells are big and they look beautiful and glowing. Those hyperbaric chambers, wow, that is speed healing. Amazing.
It's amazing in the US, like all these people with different types of wounds and this and that. And these hospitals have these incredible hyperbaric chambers that you can just actually wheel into like a freaking room and or walk into, right? But they're not covered by insurance. It's ridiculous. It's the most best thing you could do for all the healing and all kinds of stuff. But yet, it's a contraindication for blah 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 for insurance bullshit. It's infuriating, So I bought my own, when I needed it.
Med codes.
Yeah, and just back to biohacking. But Lotus just hit another all-time high, and we crossed 550 grand in the buy and burn.
Let's go.
Good for you. Good job.
Yeah, epic shit.
Yeah, we're not allowed
guys,
to.
I got to bounce. Hey, hold on, Erwin. I got to bounce out of here. Chili chips and cheese, 99 cents Saturday nights. I got to bounce. Wendy's. Y'all be good. Take it easy. Thank you very much. Monday, we're going to crush. And then tomorrow, I'll be on with some of you knuckleheads too. Talk to you guys later.
All right, buddy.
Peace.
All right.
All right.
Cheers.
One thing I wanted to say, actually, just a second ago, this is something from my personal experience, because I fast during Ramadan, is I think it was Dave was saying how, he's only getting 3 hours, 4 hours sleep right now. When I fast, like when you're like 2 weeks into fasting, every day, 16 hours with just 1 meal a day type thing. By that point, bro, I'll go 4 hours sleep and my mind is completely clear. Like I can operate on low sleep when I'm in fasted states for just way longer, for way better, It's a powerful thing. It's crazy. And I notice it every single year when I do the fasting season. It's crazy. At the start, it's really difficult, but then when you're like 2 weeks in, you're just like beast mode. It's unstoppable.
Yeah, when you go into that biohacking, you find out pretty quickly that it's actually the food that poisons us. And then you realize the less you eat, the more healthy you are. And to come back to, because my grandfathers were all in the war. They all had the hunger winter and all of that. And they were all over 100. And when I started looking back into my own family tree, everybody that had literally no food and had to scrap for food turned out to be over 100. And everybody that was settled or wealthy, they didn't get over 70. So it's actually the food that is like poisoning us the most.
I
Well,
think there's something to do with
it's food and it's sedentary life, right? And it's barren food and sedentary life. And I just want to make a little pitch for like so the training I do is it's based on martial arts, really, and it's based on breathing practices is always the foundation. And so breathing practices like and even Wim Hof style breathing or Negong style breathing, or even in the yoga tradition, there's all kinds of styles of breathing. So that's what I use, because I'm like a freedom maximalist. I want to be free from almost anything, including like reliance on any sort of outside thing that I can't like do on my own. And so that's why, so the breathing practice, like I work with athletes, I work with inmates, I work with military people. And if we can build like breathing disciplines, that's the source. If you have water and a little food, that's it. That's all we need is serious breath and water and protein, really. And of course fruits are also really good, but that's the bare minimum, at least for me. I pretty much, that's pretty much all I do. But I want to start I'm learning, because I want to, like, I actually do cleanses. I'm going to try that Zen cleanse. I do my own cleanses, and I always do, I don't intentionally do it, but I just eat once a day. And I just naturally, you know, probably eat for 8 hours. Like I sort of graze, for about 8 hours or something like that. Mostly protein, and then I stop eating, and then I graze again. And that's how I just,
Even water is a whole different rabbit hole to go into, because if you really look into it, especially the water that we think we are drinking, we should not be drinking. So if you can poison a body with something, so you could endlessly eat bananas and nothing will happen because you will overeat and it will stop you from eating. You cannot eat yourself to death on bananas. You cannot eat yourself to death on apples, but you can drink yourself to death on water. Let that sink in. Water is not as good for the human body as we think it is. If you have a sufficient amount of salt within your body, it doesn't need extra moisture because it holds it all. And the primary thing that I look for is when I go to the bathroom for a stool. The more I stool, the worse I've eaten. If I eat perfectly, I don't go to the stool for 3, 4, 5 days, because your body uses everything you put into it. Once you start shitting a bowl full, you're eating shit that your body can't use, because 90% of it takes the minerals and the food out of it, and the 90% ends up in the dumpster. So if you're not stooling or not going to the bathroom for a number 2, it means you're actually eating correctly, and your body can use everything that it puts into it.
Yeah, it's not what you eat. Also, it's what you can digest, and then even further, what you can absorb. Right?
Yep. Yeah, this is also an important point when it comes to protein, because I love listening to Dave Asprey as well for my biohacking stuff. So plant-based protein is almost impossible for your body to digest. It needs to come from animal sources, otherwise it's not bioavailable. Like you can eat 100 grams of plant-based protein and your body will not digest it. It will just go in and out. So it's better to get 1 gram per pound of body weight animal-based protein. So either whey protein is kind of, if you want to do it quickly, like whey protein shake is fine. But ideally like chicken, steak, even yogurt protein is 50-50. But like collagen-based protein, which is primarily from animal sources, that is the best thing you can ever give your body. It's bioavailable, it digests easy. And also when you do a lot of protein in a meal, take digestive enzymes before you eat the meal, because your body then can absorb all of it. Yeah, 1 gram per pound of body weight, animal-based protein will change your life.
Yeah, this is just great supplements. They got loads of different animal organs. The grass-fed, get pancreas, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
So
animal fats.
I have like eight of these, all different types, and in the morning I just take 6 of each. I take it's a massive bowl of animal, like having a massive steak, but I don't always have a lot of time. So especially building in Titanx, so I've got to take this stuff to keep going. You know what I mean? So this is really good.
And
yeah,
this is an important point, because the thing you have to be careful of with biohacking is once you get super deep into biohacking, a lot of it is placebo and a lot of it is not worth the effort. So you need to find the things you can do quickly and can do every day to become part of your routine, because something you do every day for the rest of your life is more important than a thing you do for a week and then forget about. So it's just whatever you can incorporate in your daily routine through supplementation or like just nootropics that you take or whatever, that will do way more for your health than the fancy machines and stuff. The fancy machines take a lot of time, and oftentimes you will skip it. So just do the things you can do every day. And then the saying, like, if you can't do it forever, don't do it for a day. And that's how you build habits that stick.
Interesting. My dad taught me the same thing about finance. If you can't buy something twice, or you can't buy 2 of them, don't buy it. So if I'm going out for a Lambo and I can't buy 2 of them, don't buy it.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
And also the brain, right? And so like a lot of people are like very judgmental about self, like I shouldn't do this and I shouldn't do that, and if I do that I'm going to be bad, I'm not healthy if I eat that. And I'm like, no, I fucking love ice cream, right? I heard you know, I love ice cream. Ice cream is one of my biohacks. Seriously, it's what I do because it makes me happy. I fucking eat a lot, always have. I eat a pile, right? It makes me very happy. And then, you know, as long as I exercise and I've got the constitution that can digest it and move it through me, but not everybody does, right? And so you got to know yourself. You know, it's like my brother, if he ate a pile of ice cream like me, he'd be really sick, right? And he'd have a disease. And so we have to know our own constitutions internally. Like I know I haven't seen a doctor in 15 years. I know myself if I'm sick or if I'm not, because I've got this internal discipline. It's called negong, internal discipline. And it's a Chinese martial art, and it teaches us to like scan our body to know when we're sick, right? So I know when I'm sick, but that takes practice. I've been doing it for 30 years, right? It takes time.
Yeah, that's the beauty of fasting. When you really start doing fasting, especially the longer ones, let's say 36, 72 hours, once you start eating, start with eating one thing at a time. And you could actually listen to your body, what it's telling you. And you will quickly find out that, oh my God, I've been living with feelings all my life, thinking it was normal, but it's actually because I'm eating this shit. It's insane when you give your body the chance to actually, or yourself the chance to listen to your body when you haven't eaten anything, and then start eating. And then it's like, oh no, I don't need this shit. And you start introducing new things, and you can actually listen to your body, what it likes and what it dislikes.
The thing with food as well is when I'm eating food, like if you have a big breakfast or like something really big meal at the beginning of the day, my body is just too lethargic processing food to want to focus on work. When I'm like wake up in the morning, you know, bit of caffeine, a bit of nicotine or something on a relatively empty stomach, I can just sit down and work. But when I like fill my stomach up, I just can't work. It just doesn't come to me. It's like it sucks away all my energy, and then TikTok opens and you're scrolling. So
it actually does. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look into how we used to do it and why the body reacts the way it reacts with fasting. So if you would go back where we were hunter and gatherers, then you would hunt for your meal, you would eat it, and it could take days, if not weeks, before you get your next catch. So what we talk about when you, let's say, do your 72 hours fast, you become energized. You get this new feeling of energy, and it's like you literally feel like Superman. It's insane. But it's a natural mechanism from the human body that says, okay, dude, you haven't eaten in 3 days now. It's about time you get out there and get some food. So what does the human body do? It gives you everything, super focus, super energy, super everything after 3 or 4 days. It's all coded within our DNA. Our body knows best. We just think with modern science and modern medical that we know better than nature. I mean, like we need to intervene with nature. It makes no sense.
There's another one to look into. I'm actually wearing the shirt right now. It's called moringa. This is the leaf of the tree, but it's the most nutrient dense food on the planet, and it's the leaf of a tree. Now, if you live in a hot climate, you can grow the crap out of it. If you live in a cold climate, it doesn't like that. So you can get the powder, but it's a very savory taste. So, you know, if you put it in like a salt shaker next to your savory dishes like eggs or chili or meat, you know, it has all of the amino acids that our body needs. It has 39 anti-inflammatories, and it has like 40 something antioxidants, and it has 13% or 13% protein by weight. So it's actually got a lot of protein in it too, the green protein, but it's not like you're going to eat a lot of it. But you could take capsules and it'll literally stop infections. And actually, for malnutrition people in like Africa, 3 ounces of moringa leaves per day will stop malnutrition. I mean, your body will have all the nutrients it needs. I mean, that would suck to live on only moringa leaves, but like you could. And moringa's like, look at PubMed.com and look at moringa. PubMed.com, just like search for moringa, and there is like thousands of studies on moringa and the benefits of it.
Yeah, I lived in the Philippines, in the province. I had a moringa tree. I had a moringa tree right outside.
Sweet.
Every morning, I had a papaya tree, a banana tree, and a moringa.
Amazing.
I picked that in a smoothie and just drink it. Moringa, banana, and papaya.
And
Actually,
fresh
moringa's really
moringa leaves, if you have a tree and you take the fresh leaves, strip them off, and you put it in butter and you cook it up like wilted spinach, it's so good.
Yeah, man. It grows like weeds there. It's like
right
in hot country, like you said. Yeah.
I hope everyone's taking
It'll grow a foot a day.
Hey,
like, these trees are crazy.
I think there's a good question here. It says, Jake, so I have social anxiety and I'm on medication. Is there something I can take for that would help me a lot, not be so anxious? Anybody, Jake, any ideas?
That's a good question.
Get some moringa, man. I mean, moringa does have anti-anxiety properties to it. Just do some research on PubMed. Anxiety / moringa. See what you find.
You know something big that you learn when you get deep into like body work, because one of the things I used to do, because I used to be extremely shy, I used to do this thing called bioenergetics. So basically what they talk about there is so Tony Robbins talks about this a lot as well. Everything that is formed in the mind starts in the body. So you notice when you're extremely anxious, that's usually because your body is massively tense. And if you're socially anxious, that probably means that your body here is extremely tight and tense, and you have very closed off body language.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of anxiety comes from food. Like everything starts in the body and then forms in the mind. So if you want to, so there's a saying where if you want to cure the mind, heal the body first. Everything comes from the body first, and it's not the other way around. A lot of people have it the other way around. They try to fix their mind, but you fix your mind by going in the body first. The body fixes the mind.
Having a bad day, go lift some weights.
Also, but it's all the processed foods, it's all the poison that you're putting in your body that creates all these weird mental things that happen in your mind. So just cut back, do all the supplements, do all the nootropics. A lot of the nootropics will also fix a lot of like mental things, but stretch. You have to stretch. You don't even need to sit down and stretch for like 30 seconds in each thing. I do a lot of dynamic stretching. Like I used to train grappling and MMA very hard, and I've never had any injuries, because I used to do a lot of dynamic movements. I put my body in a bunch of different positions dynamically. Yeah, I learned this from a guy called Ido Portal. That's the guy that trained like Conor McGregor to do like all these like body movements and stuff. But just dynamically move your body around, stretch your body out, just put it in positions, fix your food, and that's automatically going to fix your mind. If you fixate on your mind is never going to get fixed. You have to go into the body to fix the mind.
Yeah. I also think part of it is what's the pharmaceutical that someone's taking, right? Because, people take pharmaceutical like pill solutions, and a lot of people are given it, right? And what it does is it creates this imbalance in the brain, and homeostasis gets blocked. And so the key, like to create homeostasis, sometimes is to get off of pharmaceuticals. I'm not saying get off of them, but oftentimes it's the pharmaceutical, pill or pills that inhibits homeostasis and makes whatever is the symptom worse. This is the problem with Western style like medicine and doctors is that, and so like the first question is, should I really be taking a pharmaceutical? And if not, then what's the alternative? Like, how do I create homeostasis? And that's where eating, supplements, and exercise are the basics, that you just have to focus on. And
long-term fasting. Like if you can actually
Totally.
do a week without food or 2
Totally.
weeks without food, you actually can heal a lot of the things in your body. And sometimes medication can be fully cleansed. Like now your body can only work on healing itself during that time. It doesn't have to process any food. And
Exactly.
long-term fasting is a really, really good way to really, now it's difficult for the first 7 days, you got to be in a place where you can kind of be alone for a period of time, which we don't get enough of either. People think they think it's isolation, but there's two different things. There's isolation and there's solitude. And it's hard for people to get solitude, but isolation is when you just, disconnect from people in a negative state. Solitude is when it's an intentional alone time for a period of time. And actually, because when you're fasting, like no food, everybody wants to take you out to dinner. Like everybody's like, let's go out to dinner. You're like, you got to go away for a period of time. But it's a really good way to cleanse yourself of everything, I think.
When I did my deep dive in the whole, especially when I went into carnivore and really started deep diving into the history of food, I found out that the animal-based food system is actually something we need to digest. And the way greens and vegetables and fruits are described within history is like a medicine, not as food. They are all described as medicinal purposes that it has. Every veggie, every plant, every seed, it has a medicinal working, but not as food. So if we take that concept over to real life, would you take an aspirin every day because you have a migraine every 30 days? No. Well, if that's the same case, then why would we eat everyday vegetables that supposedly have the attributes of medicine? Why would you eat medicine every day just because maybe you get sick in the future? Animal-based products is the way to go. When you look back into the war, they gave you literally raw butter. That was the soldiers' food, the energy. The reason we got margarine, what's it called?
Margarine.
Yeah, margarine.
Plastic, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was too hard to create the raw butter for the soldiers, so they had to synthesize it to give them food and energy. It's insane.
And there is another mental thing about, excitement and anxiety are very similar physical feelings. It's and how we interpret that if we interpret it as anxiety, our brain pumps out cortisol. If we interpret it as excitement, our brain pumps out serotonin and dopamine. So in one sense too, like our reaction to the physical state does also determine our physical state. Our bodies are so smart and our bodies respond to what we think, and how we interpret things. And so that's why having a positive outlook on life, treating people right, doing unto others as you want them to do unto you, it's actually just as important for that, because that helps your anxiety go away, because now serving others is actually the best thing we can do for our bodies as well, amongst all this stuff, because as we serve others with things that they need, and that's actually what I love about Titanx ecosystem, is we're building something that actually benefits other people, so we can market hard and we're not being weird about it. All we're doing is showing our passion. So the more we can serve others, the more serotonin and dopamine we get pumped into our body. It's not a selfish thing to serve others, obviously, but it's good for us and it's good for them. So that's another thing.
Yeah. And just to follow up on that, Riff, there's this idea of hormetic stress. You guys know this idea of hormetic stress versus toxic stress?
Mm-mm.
So hormetic stress, and it happens in the brain. So the idea of hormetic stress, it's the stress that doesn't kill you, makes you stronger, right? It's the generative stress and so that's why in military training, for example, they will put us underwater, and they'll teach us how to breathe and how to use. That's hormetic, and it's how athletes build endurance. It's how developers build discipline. It's like, so it's this idea of using the natural stress of any challenge to build strength and resilience, as opposed to like having it drain us. And so a lot of it is sort of a mindset shift, is like being able to understand that stress is normal and that we have to use it wisely. So, and that's hormetic stress, and it builds resilience and bounce back in the system, in our body, in our bodily system. And it's killer. I mean, hormetic stress is how extreme athletes and extreme performers, build strength out of the stress of the training.
Cheers. Have you done any like cold water therapy stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I do. I do it for like, I've always like sat like as an athlete. I used to sit in ice baths. I played a lot of soccer, a lot of football. And so I started sitting in ice baths. And I do hot cold. I do a lot of hot cold. So I have a sauna wherever I am. Even when I'm traveling, I travel to a sauna so that I can always sweat. And then I like cold, but I'm not like into like the extreme cold that some people are. It's just not my thing. But I do like hot cold, and mostly cold is good for anti-inflammation of the whole system, and it's good for the making the brain really resilient and strong. Also,
yeah, I used to do them quite a lot back in the day, and it's actually a crazy thing. I feel like it slightly relates to what you're saying about the stress thing, because the first time you go in, it's like, I'm seeing colors. Like the cold hits you so hard, it's like I'm gonna collapse, But then you carry on doing it, and now I'll go into a cold. I'm not even shivering. Like cold showers, like I'm not shivering. I'm just standing there, and I fear it every day. But every day you do it, you just realize like there's nothing to fear here. Like it's just a bit of cold water. Then you need to get out, and you're fine. You have this insane endorphin rush. You're like, right, back to work. You know what I mean? Like. Right, it's crazy. Just have a normal shower and then end it cold, and you're just like, damn, let's go.
Yeah, and so the cold, it does like it's the primordial brain. So and so that's why like we can convince ourselves in the extreme cold that it's warm, and so you basically build warmth from the inside out. So when you're in an ice bath, you just basically are like, I'm warm, I'm fucking warm, I'm good. Mm-hmm. And then that's it. That's all you need. And most of us are like, oh, it's too fucking cold. I'm not. No, it's like, fuck that. I have to survive in the cold, right? And that's actually why, I'm not saying just military training, but that's why military training is so powerful because it forces you to do stuff that is inhuman. It's like. And through that experience, and it's not just military, but that's why the Wim Hof training is so intense and powerful for certain people. Yeah.
One thing with the Wim Hof stuff, like with the breathing, when you do the Wim Hof breathing exercise, it puts your body into an alkaline state from acidic. And what that can do for you is it actually stops the receptors that are connected to cold and pain from forming. So if you do the Wim Hof breathing when you go into cold, you won't even feel as much pain as you would do. You just kind of like the pain isn't even as much anymore. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is absolutely amazing alpha. It's here, Titanx conference. Absolutely awesome. I'm going to bring some other people on to switch topics, but guys, let's do this again. Let's continue the biohacking, the health. I've learned so much. I'm going to rewatch it. I'm going to take note. It's awesome, guys. This is Titanx DeFi 3.0.
There he is.
Hey, there's someone else also waiting to come on. So
I'll drop down. Thank you for having me. It was freaking amazing, and let's keep it going.
Awesome.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you, man.
Pleasure.
It's good to see you, man.
Take care, buddy. Best of luck with the launch. Yeah.
Guys,
Whoa.
I want to welcome Jordan, the dude, and Jay. Is Jay here too?
Yeah.
And Jay too.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jay.
Ian.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. I've been watching you guys the whole time.
What's up, Jordan?
Yo, Dave. Man, I got to check out your forest, man, that you live at. That sounds so cool.
Yeah, man. It's just coming together. I mean, best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. So got to get them in the ground now.
Yep. Yep. On my way to building a food forest as well. I've got 2 acre property on the way. Got it signed. So it's really exciting.
What's your climate? Is it hot?
I live in Melbourne in Australia. So it's like
free. How many days is it
similar to New
free?
Zealand? Similar to New Zealand. It's a little cool.
Do you get freezes?
I'm going to get a big greenhouse, like a massive greenhouse. So I can grow like moringa, mango, papaya, all those good ones.
Sick, dude.
I can grow heaps of apples here, oranges, like all the berries, no problems. So there's a lot I can grow outside, but there's a few things that won't grow very easy outside.
I'm going to
like
come see your
mango.
forest, dude. I got to come see it. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we'll do it. When Titanx blows up, which is obviously happening now, we'll next year we're all rolling in it. Let's do a big Titanx party. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we'll do a Titanx like treasure hunt where we can like hop the globe and like go see everybody.
Oh, man.
But the Titanx party is going to bring everybody together anyway. So wherever we're going to do that, I mean, that's going to be like probably, I don't know where, like Dubai. Where are we going to do that?
Mars.
Pluto. We're going to Pluto.
The moon.
What's up, dude?
What's up, dude? Yeah, man.
How's it going?
Dude.
Yeah, just loving the stream. I've been watching. I was up earlier on the stream, and then when I came off, I just kept it running, and I enjoy the biohacking stuff, like just everything. I'm loving it. But definitely, I'm happy to be in the Titanx ecosystem.
Yeah. The cool thing about talking about the biohacking stuff is we'll just get, instead of normal builders, we'll have supercharged biohacking builders.
Hungry fucking builders.
With that.
I love my builders biohacking. Bio the fuck hack out of it all, because that way you're just like building. Like
I would say something here. We've got nobody who's unfit on the stream. Like, what are the chances of that, right? We're all sitting on computers, we're computer nerds, but actually everyone here cares about their health, and that's really something different. So I think it's a testimonial to the community you started, Jake, and Steve, DeFi, you've been blowing up too with Vault. I'm just super excited to be here. So thanks for having me, guys.
I thought I was healthy until I heard all you guys talking. I'm like, oh shit, I need to step up my game.
I didn't talk about my 420 yet, but that's part of my bio. It's part of my biohack.
Nothing wrong.
Everybody's got to go out and touch some grass,
Yeah, exactly. Born and bred New Yorker. Can't help it.
Yeah. God bless that plant. That's all I gotta say. Oh shit. New all-time high, 31 cents, 5,000% up today. Oh my God. Number one.
Rainman, how are you feeling? Because when things are popping like this, it can start to be a little overwhelming. You excited?
Yeah, I am excited, man. I'm just happy that it's bringing value to people, right? That I was able to bring value in what we did, based off of learning from all the other protocols, right? Just improving is what we're doing. And I'm just happy that it's come together and we didn't have these freaking sniper bots ripping the shit up, at launch, which was amazing. Actually, we were waiting for that and kind of planning for that. It didn't happen. And we were at like 0.033 cents starting, and we're at 31 cents right now. I mean, after dipping and going back up, and 5,439% up and 10,000 market cap with 131 liquidity right now, so yeah, number one on Ethereum. Fuck. God bless America, right? I don't know. It's doing all right. I don't know.
Glad I got my Lotus.
Dude, I'm just happy that it worked out. You know, so really blessed to be a part of the ecosystem. Really blessed to just have that happen. You know, I had a lot of mentoring and help. It didn't sure as hell didn't happen by myself. So yeah, for sure. Just looking at it, I'm like looking at it like while we're watching this, going, is that really going up again to 30 cents? Shit. Some people are making a lot of money, but you know, whatever. I haven't even mined yet, so I don't like to have to rush because it's, you know, I don't like rushing. So we got 24 hours. Everybody gets the equal opportunity to enter, right, for mining. So I'll do it later after this
Friday or every day?
What's up?
Is it mine every day, or do you have a 1 day a week that you are able to mine?
No, you can mine every day, but the percentage of tokens goes down 2.25% per miner per day, and the cost increases in Titanx by 1.75%.
Nice.
Like 31 days will be the halving of the token, basically.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah. It's kind of
there will be like 5 halvings before the max miners mature.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I have a graph, you know, that I showed. Yeah, I'm not going to show it, but it's just, yeah, it's interesting to see what's going on right now, frankly. Really interesting. Shocked.
I think there's a good question here. It says Steve, but Stephen Raymond, will Lotus miners be used for Zara or just liquid Lotus?
Liquid. And Steve, is that correct? Obviously, it's your protocol, but I mean, you're muted, buddy.
Yeah. Was it liquid? What? Sorry, I missed the question.
Is it liquid or miners also for Zara?
Liquid only.
Yeah. So right now, the buy and burn balance since launch at noon Eastern time, which is now I guess about 4.5 hours ago, so it's 600 grand already just in the buy and burn. You know, so and the 8-day payout is $125,000 already in Titanx. So keep it rolling.
600K in 6 hours.
Yeah. It's only been. It's not even been. What has it been? I guess since it's about 4 hours maybe since launch. Yeah. So.
Hey, Justin, check your DM real quick.
That's super awesome, man. That's right, man. You know, to another successful launch in the Titanx ecosystem. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate the hell out of that. And it's just been, surrounded by good people and good, mentoring. And I sure as hell wouldn't be doing this by myself, without all the good people. So, so I appreciate that. Starting with Jake, hit me up in a DM for the mastermind back in the day, so could never imagine we all be sitting here right now, in the Unity and DeFi space, which is so cool as well.
Nobody was safe. Oh, like I'm DMing everybody.
Yeah,
I had a
dude.
whole team DMing. Yep. Nobody was safe. And they all know I exist now, so hey, great marketing.
Yeah. So it's just like a marketing machine, right? But it's bringing value. It's not just like we're not selling broken down used cars, right? Or, not financial advice. I mean, everyone's bringing successful projects to an ecosystem that needed to be fixed. And so it has been fixed, and it looks like it has been fixed for the meantime, right? Until there's a 4.0.
This ecosystem is insane. And November 8th, we hit hyperdeflation. That's the big catalyst event. Once we hit hyperdeflation, everybody needs to change their mental state, because the Titanx you used to know is no longer the Titanx that's going to exist in the future. Hyperdeflation is a whole different beast. At that point, the beast wakes up. That's when it starts. Hyperdeflation, baby, let's get it.
Wow.
The plane's going to take off.
So Steve is he's got.
I asked Perplexity AI yesterday.
Go ahead, buddy.
Sorry, I was saying I asked Perplexity AI yesterday. It's like ChatGPT, but I asked it. I said, so given a scenario, let's say you have an asset and it's hyperinflationary, and all of a sudden it flips to hyperdeflationary, plus it has a bunch of new demand as well at the same time. Based on the information you have, mathematics, economy, what would you say would happen? and it gave me the answer, and I posted in the Titanx, in the Titanx Telegram there, and it was insane. It was giving me a scenario because it's so crazy because we're going from like hyperinflation to hyperdeflation right on the switch, and at the same time added demand with all the new protocols. So, I mean, and if Ethereum finally starts waking up at the same time, I don't know, man. It's not going to be your shit USD fiat currency, that's for sure. Well, not only USD, I mean, any
guys,
currency is
I'm just going to drop off and go in the green room for a minute so Steve can bring somebody else up. And I'll be just chilling, and when they're done, and I'll come back up in a little bit. So, not leaving, but I'm just going to pull myself off the screen if that works. Sorry to interrupt everybody. Steve's DMing.
I'm bringing Jay Gold on, and he is the CEO of CEOs, like a great marketer, knows everyone, all the alpha in Titanx. Jay, you spoke to Jay before, and he's got some cool. I just got some cool things to share, and I wanted to give him the opportunity to share some cool stuff in this thing. So he's been a massive help to me and the whole vault in the marketing and ideas. And welcome, Jay, to the conference.
Thank you, Steve. Man, you've raised the bar. I'm among Titans. I'm nervous now. I'm really nervous. I'm like, so, well, great to be here. Happy birthday, Jake. Happy birthday, Titanx. And I guess, Steve, you're the master of ceremonies. I don't want to interrupt the flow, but just want to be part of the conversation.
Yeah. I'm just trying to keep my internet on and listen and learn. That's the main thing. And so we're talking about the future of Titanx. And I already told Jake that you had some really cool things to share. I don't know how to jump in. And it's like I already just said some stuff. So let's keep going. What was the last? What was the last thing that everyone was talking about?
No, I think we want to hear what Jay Gold's got to say.
No,
now.
Jake just said that we're going into hyper deflationary number 8.
That's right. Gold. All right. Well, let me ask to this group, and Jake, how do you feel about bringing in a little numerology into this birthday celebration?
Numerology, fuck yeah, sign me up.
All right.
What do I sign?
I gotta check, right? I just gotta make sure. And can I just make a couple disclosures for the community? But maybe Jake, you've said this. Numerology is not a religion. It's not a belief system. It's really a framework for understanding events, people, organizations. It's organizing principles. And just like in great DeFi, numerology doesn't ask you to believe. It's really verify. It gives you a system for you to sort of look and verify yourself. It's a system that I've used for 2 decades now, and thought, it's birthday weekend. And when I look at the numerology of Titanx, Jake, I really see there's 2 major organizing principles, the 1 vibration and the 8 vibration, 28 and 8. We keep coming back to these. And I thought, let's talk a little bit about the 28. What do you think?
Well, 28 is a number of wealth, 8 is a number of 1, money, 2, karma, 3, infinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 28 and 8 are probably the most powerful money numerology things.
Yeah.
So we try to incorporate it everywhere. Every piece of the code.
So I think I just want to also share for the people listening that numerology is different from numbers. Numbers are really indicating number of things. In numerology, you're really thinking about organizing principles, archetypes. And you have 9 major ones, 9 major colors, 1 through 9. If you look at all numbers, they're all composed by those 1 through 9 colors. So the number 28, you just have to add 2 and 8, which gives you 10. 1 and 0 gives you 1. So the essence of the number 28 is 1. right? This is important. Like all numbers boil down to a particular essence. And each of these numbers has a genius code associated to it. It has a strength, has a way of operating, has a success code associated. And the number one is, of course, well, what do you guys think the number one's about? It's the first.
Well, number one is a leader.
And number one is the leader. Yeah. Let's go around, man. Let's brainstorm a bit. What do you think number one's about? Dude, you got a 28 in element.
I mean, number one, like this is the first, time we've seen this bonded liquidity play in crypto. Like we're setting the new trend on what DeFi could look like. So I can see that as number one. Like
one is like the universal code, right, for everything. Everything is one.
Is there a distinction? Is there a distinction between numeric oneness here and some of a philosophical oneness?
Correct. I think I think the one is more, when you think of numerology, you're really not thinking about like numerical indication. You're more thinking of, okay, one is the first, it's the start, it's the beginning, it's the innovator, it's the inventor, it's the leader, it's the seed syllable, it's the spark. Shakespeare says, what's in the name? Let's look at the name Jake, for example. Okay, write it down or think of it in your mind. J, 10th letter of the alphabet, that's a 1. A, first letter, that's a 1. K, 11th letter, that's a double 1. E is 5. There are numbers that are pattern creating and pattern preserving. 1, 3, 5, and 7 create pattern, especially the number 1. Anyone who's ruled by that one vibration is here to create something new for humanity or for the domain in which they operate. Right? I think a lot of you are soccer fans, right? Let's look at the number 10, which is really 1. What's that associated to? Pelé, Maradona, Messi. Let's look at the number 5, Michael Jordan, 23, right? 1s, 3, 5, and 7 create pattern. They initiate pattern. Look at Jake's name. I mean, that's a person who's here to do something new, to burst something completely new. It's 1, 1, 1, 1, 5. There's no 2, 4, 6, 8 there. It's just 1 and 5. So that name is designed to initiate things, to create things, to start new things.
Hell yeah. What I'm buying it. Hell yeah. Sounds good.
So I guess, Jake, here's a question for you. What do you think is the innovation that we need in order to move to our next level of development as a community? Because one needs to start new things. One is not the administrator. One is not, we talk about late, but one is really, the success of one is individuality, self-reliance. And by the way, you've created that ethos in Titanx. No permissions, do it yourself, right? No one gets privilege. It's a meritocracy. One is the action person. It's all about action. Your actions are really going to be what you speak into the world. So if you think about one going into 2025, how do you see that manifesting? Because that will be part of the success code of Titanx, is continuing down that one vibration.
Yeah, that's actually a good point you bring up, because almost everything built on top of Titanx is a first of its kind. It is a leader in this category almost. Like one of the other things that I wanted to design into Titanx from the start is there's this idea in business called the category of one, which is also the one number. Coincidence, but the category of one means that you can't put a ceiling on something that has not existed before. Because if you copy something or you build something in a similar category to somebody else, you essentially create a glass ceiling for it to break through, because then it gets compared to other things. So Titanx and build on Titanx essentially was created as a category of one, where it's impossible to compare it to anything else because it hasn't existed before. And almost everything built on top of Titanx is a third of its kind. It's never done before. It's not based on something else. It's completely new code built from the ground up with innovating on DeFi and token economics. We're calling it Titanomics now. I like that name a lot. So I think we need to keep the spirit of innovation and not try to stifle anyone. Just this is a general ethos. Do whatever the hell you want within the ethos. You're going to get full community support as long as it is within the ethos, but not rules. And you don't need to ask anybody for permission for anything. This is DeFi. You do whatever the hell you want. DeFi was created for individual freedom. So embracing that innovation spirit, embracing that idea of experiment. When we look at Steve, he looks like an experiment right now. His beard, his hair, he just looks like one big experiment. Vault is one big experiment.
Crazy scientist.
Yep. It's just embracing that spirit of innovation, is embracing that spirit of experimentation, trying to do new things on chain in a category of one product, essentially, which is Titanx and build on Titanx. If we continue that spirit, everything flows from there, because that's the creator spirit.
Absolutely.
Renaissance mindset.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Jake, I want to give you also props for something. The temptation of the one vibration, the shadow side, is my thing only.
Yeah, if I was
right, it's me alone, me only at the top. And you have actually not done that. And I want to thank you for that and really acknowledge it, because the temptation of the one is only one thing, only one protocol, right? Or mine needs to be first. And actually what you've done is actually gone very large on that one and said, you know what? Everyone is number one here. Everyone can be number one. Everyone can start their own thing. Everyone can build, right? I don't know everyone's protocol, but I'm looking at Dude, right? Element 280. I'm looking at Steve. I mean, these are brand new, fascinating, incredible things that are being pulled, into the market. And Jake, I think we definitely need to keep the spirit of that vibration, because that is at the heart of the birthday of Titan 28. It's one, right? Which is about being authentic, being your own leader, being self-reliant, and being mature about that. Everyone can be number one.
Yep.
Well, as they say in Talladega Nights, if you're not first, you're last. Just joking.
Yeah, I love it. I'm new to the numerology stuff, but I'm definitely interested in it. I mean, Element 280 was an easy pick because 28 is what represents Titanx, and I was trying to represent what is everything, all of the tokens in the ecosystem all combined into one. What would you call that element? So 280 just seemed right to me. But yeah, it's very interesting with the numerology. It's something same with biohacking. It needs explored more.
Awesome.
Numerology is a code to the matrix.
Yeah.
Once you understand numerology, a lot more things make sense.
Let's talk about the number 8, which you have cemented and is going to be an organizing principle. It is an organizing principle. So we can look at those primary colors that we said. 1 through 9. 0 is not a number. 0 is an amplifier. 1 through 9. And as we said, basically some numbers are pattern creating. 1, 3, 5, and 7. By the way, speaking to the ones and the one vibrations in the community, I think he's going to be fine. Do you know Eric's birthday? I know Eric's birthday. Anyone know Eric's birthday?
I know he's a 28.
He is a 28, but you know his day and month?
No.
10-10.
I think he sent it, but I forgot it. Lol. That makes sense.
Right? Look what he did. Right? There was Titanx and suddenly Dragon comes out. Boom. That's that one vibration sort of emerging. And by the way, that 28, don't believe, sort of explore, look at it. Elon Musk, born 28th of June. Bill Gates, born 28th of October. Let's look when companies are incorporated. It's no surprise that you have Tesla incorporated on a 28th of July. You have Facebook incorporated 28th of July also. You have Nike incorporated 28th of September. That 28 is everywhere. It's a code.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
go to Rolex's website. Check out their watches. The time, the day is always 28.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Vanguard,
So-
Vanguard, one of the biggest companies in the world, like the biggest investment companies in the world. Vanguard is also founded on the 28th day. Biggest
is it
casinos
all
in Vegas, 28.
just the day, or do you take like the day, month, and year and
You can
add it all
choose.
up and then combine them? Or
Yeah, that's there's date numerology, which is adding up all the days, and then there's day numerology, and there's 28.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of ways you can do it.
Bunch
But
of
the
ways.
28 energy, the biggest shit in the world is 28, man.
Yeah. And you will see it over and over again. That is a seed syllable. It's like an organizing principle. And if you work with the one vibration, meaning being authentic, continue to innovate, continue to rely on yourself, trust your intuition, trust your creativity. It may or may not work. Guys, I have a story. I work with Steve very, very closely. And when Vault was being created, I asked Steve, what do you think this can do? You know what Steve's response is? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see what happens. I mean, that takes courage. That's the spirit of the one. One is all about courage. You're going out there, you're putting something out in the world, and it takes courage to do that. And I love that people are getting infused with the spirit of courage here in Titanx. Right? It's not Big Daddy is the one and we're sort of, kids. And thank you, Jake, for doing that. You're not infantilizing the community. You're saying, no, step up and bring your gold to the table.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, and this is, I don't know. I just have a general heavy belief in people. I just believe in people way more than they ever could. So I trust in everybody's intuition. God damn, my nicotine is in my throat. I'm gonna die from nicotine.
There's different kinds of numerology, right? Is there a specific numerology that you're following, or that, like, as somebody that's new to it, like where should they start?
Dude, I was talking about life path. Like, how do you determine the life path? I mean, like the number, how does that determine?
Okay. I would say probably one of the easiest ways of starting a numerology is Pythagorean numerology. There's also Chaldean numerology, right? That there's different systems. Pythagorean is pretty straightforward. It's very well known. And dude, I think that if you look at Pythagorean numerology, right, you'll probably always start with just get the primary colors 1 through 9, and then start looking for it. Interesting that maybe some of you are into sports. Look at the jerseys that certain people wear and kind of compare the player to the number that they're wearing. Just kind of start doing these kind of interesting weavings. Dave, the life path is the summation of all the energies in the birth date, day, month, and year. That summation is very powerful. It indicates, let's call it a certain highway. If you stick to the highway, there's going to be a lot of growth, opportunity, success, evolution for you. But you can get derailed from the highway, right?
Do you add them all up and then you take it down to a single digit again? Like, you do add them all up and then you keep adding like the answers until you get to a single digit, or can you use a double digit?
You can do it multiple ways, Dave. You can actually add all the digits one way. Another way is you actually segment it and you add the day, the month, and the year, and then add those, right? And different ways are going to give you different perspectives. But if you add them up, you'll get the life path.
So I added all mine up October 25th, 1979, and it's like 34. Like, what would that be?
7.
So you would take it back to the single digit.
Yes, but here's something very interesting. You said October 25th? October 25th, right?
Yeah, yesterday. That was my birthday.
Amazing. Notice something interesting, Dave. Your day is a 7 and your life path is a 7. That doesn't happen very often. And I've done this for over 10,000 people. You know who else has that? Eric. You know who else has that, Jake? Your brother, Richard Hart. He's the 99.
Nice.
Born October 9th, his full birthday digits to a 9. By the way, we're going into a universal 9 next year. Jake, we should do numerology of PulseChain on another stream. It's a different set of vibrations. It's not 28 and 8.
Well, I know something cool as well is I'm a very big believer in gematria. So the name Titanx was picked because it's a double 8. It's 8-8 in gematria, which stands for 2 8s. So 28. And the other cool thing is, Volt, people call Steve the master builder for no reason. That's because the first letter V is the 22nd letter in the alphabet. 22 is the master builder number. So a lot of these things just flow naturally when you follow your intuition. You naturally gravitate towards the numerology that fits you best. That's why you have natural inclinations to like things for no reason at all, because it fits the numerology. And once you're able to decipher that, you're like, fuck, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So, Dave, as I said, 1, 3, 5, and 7 are pattern creating vibrations. Let's talk about the 8. 2, 4, 6, and 8. Right? 2, 4, 6, 8 is a very different vibration. You're now preserving a pattern. You're optimizing a pattern. The 8 is the efficiency builder. It's a builder, but it builds efficiency. It builds organizations. It builds businesses. It builds systems. It systematizes things. That 8 can be very powerful CEO. It can be a very powerful COO. It can be a very powerful organizer of teams and companies. That's why you'll see that 8 vibration in so many, let's say, people that work within corporate structures, because the 8 likes the structure, the megalith. Now, Jake, interesting, you've set up the 8 side by side with the 1. So the innovator is not enough. You need a system too. So here's a question for you. What systems do we need going forward for the success of Titanx in 2025? Because now we're talking about system, not just innovation. What do we need to preserve?
The ethos.
And I'll ask that to everyone.
I would say the ethos. As long as people build within the ethos, it is a self-reinforcing loop. That's why I like harping on the ethos so much. I think the ethos is probably the biggest. You could call it a system. Yeah, the ethos, I would say. Because within the ethos, anybody can build anything.
Is, the system that displays the ethos is Titanx Hub, which, when you're really looking at the hub, we need to somehow provide some support for Mike Dean in some way, because that hub is going to get full, really full. And that system needs to be totally protected, because that system displays the ethos, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I just add on the Gematria numerology, because it comes from an ancient tradition that sort of bridges different cultures, right? It's Kabbalistic, right? But it's also from the Eastern traditions. And so as it relates to Titanx and Gematria and what system is needed, I would say it's in Hebrew, it's called Achad. Achad. And it's Aleph Het Dalet. And it basically means one. It's one. It's Achad. And that's why, like when Steve asked me to join way back, I had never been on a stream, and he said, let's do Unity and DeFi, right? And I was like, cool, that sounds good. But that's the system that's needed. And it's not like a fantasy of like, let's all get along. No, that's not what it is. Being Achad means unified internally, each individual. And so that's why, and so actually the ethos that Jake has started, but it's not about him actually. The ethos says each individual has value, right? And that's Echad, and each perspective. And so that's why this community is not a maximalist place. Like, it's a place that actually is open, and that is required for true, even beyond innovation, but like revolution, like this idea that, like, when people say, oh, we're fixing DeFi, it's actually weak. Fixing something is weak. What's way stronger is creating something to replace like the legacy system. And I think that's what we're doing. So numerology, at least for me, what's needed is a chad. Okay, and anybody else speak Hebrew here, you can help me with the numerology because it follows all the letters.
Yeah, that's ahad in Arabic. It's similar, very similar.
Exactly. And so all the Semitic languages are the same, which is why all the divisions in the warfare, are absurd, right? And so we are all one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, just a quick one. We're talking about numbers. I just made a tweet about this. Check the hyper price right now. I just checked it. It was 2888. Not a coincidence.
Nice.
I just tweeted
Yeah, it's
about
2888. That's cool.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
Yep. I love it.
And Hyper is 2888 right now.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. But like gematria, you can do in a lot of things. Like for example, hyper, the first letter H is the 8th letter in the alphabet, so it's 8 hyper. Like you can do a lot of things with this. Helios also has the 8 in it.
Don't be breaking the matrix, guys.
Also has. Yeah.
You're breaking the matrix now, Jake.
Yep.
Lotus. Lotus is. Let's not forget Lotus launched about 5 hours ago. Really, it's a stunning launch. Look at this.
Yes.
Wow.
And Chiz, here's something interesting.
Yeah.
Every year there's a month I like to call it the mirror, meaning that it's a special month because the vibrations double. And October this year happens to be the mirror year. What does that mean? Let's take a look at today's date, 26th of October, 2024, right? Add that up, guys. Single digits. What do you get? 2 plus 6? Yep.
Yeah. No, it's 17 is 8.
8. And we're also on a 26, which is an 8. You get a double 8. Every day this month has been a doubled vibration. So Lotus is launching on a double 8. It's a very powerful day to launch, my friends. Very powerful day to launch. October 28th will also be a very powerful day. It's a double 1, right? So October is a mirror month this year. It's a these days are quite interesting. Element. Dude, when did you launch? What day?
It was the 12th.
12th? October?
Yeah.
Double 3, man. By the way, that's a powerful wealth number. It's just a different wealth number.
That's so I added up my birth date, year, all that, whatever, and that was I got 33 on that. So
oh my man. Another master number. We'll talk about that, dude. That's a master number. 11, 22, 33. Not very few 33s around, by the way. A lot of 11s, a lot of 22s. 33 is rare. Good.
Yes.
No financial advice, but I'm a big believer in Element 280. I'm in good hands. Thank you.
I just want to say that Element. Oh, go ahead.
We should be shouting happy birthday to Dave because he mentioned it quickly. Happy birthday, man.
Thanks, guys.
Happy birthday, Dave.
Right. Dave, 7, man. 7 this month. 7. Very powerful.
Nice. Thank you so much, guys.
Because 7's a lucky, right? 7's a lucky 7.
7 is, my God, we could spend so much time on the 7, but 7 is prime, right? 7 is prime. 7 sometimes is known as the priestly number. 7 is known as the number of the scientist, the investigator. 7 is known as the mind that seeks through science, the mind that seeks through spirituality, the mind that decodes. 7s can be master spies. 7s can be breakthrough scientists. 7 is, you'll find it in tech, you'll find it in finance. 7, Dave, your birthday is a 7. Very special, brother.
Wow, cool, man. Thank you.
Dave, are you a spy?
Nope. I'm just a dude that loves crypto.
But they love the 7s, man. They attract secrets. they attract.
People do confide in me. I mean,
Yes,
like
they do.
with a lot of things that I didn't ask for, and it's good. You know?
That's so funny. So
Okay,
good.
go back to 33. I want to hear about dude.
33? Master 33? So there are certain numbers that are doubled, 11, 22, 33, right? Now, if we take 11, 1 plus 1 is a 2, 22, that's a 4, and 33 is a 6. So you always have that core vibration, 2, 4, 6, right? However, let's just talk a little, and Jake, add in, man, because I know this is your jam. Master numbers are given like an extra octave of potential. However, there are 2 requirements. Number 1, it can't be for you. You can't use 11 for yourself. That's a universal vibration. It's a vibration that's used to serve others, community, culture, humanity. If you use it for yourself, it's going to crash and backfire. 11, 22, 33. The other thing is you need to master the master number, Jake. A lot of people forget that. There's homework to do.
Yep.
There's personal development.
I'm a 22.
Now we're talking. So you'll see 11s, 22s, and 33s are naturally oriented to personal development. It's almost like that becomes central to them, right? How to optimize their life, how to optimize their personal life, their profession. They need to learn and study to be able to access that higher octave. 33, dude, I want you to look at the number 6, dude. Can you see how it's a pregnant number?
Sure.
Yeah. It's a number that's here. It's sometimes people call it the number that's associated to great parenting, to the guide, to the helper, to the rock of the community, to the people that are here to serve others. It's not about them. It's not about ego. It's about how can I help others? How can I help others grow? How can I help the community? How can I help the team? And 33 is just an octave of that. How do I help, the world? How do I help, So, you have a big assignment there, dude.
I was already on that path, so I appreciate you giving me the extra confidence. Yeah, I'm up for the challenge.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Jay,
and 6 is always going to attract. They're so friendly, easy personality, right? 6 blends, right? The prime numbers don't blend so easily, but 2, 4, 6, they blend, and they're very heartful energy. The 3 is the creative heart. Yes.
Yeah, because I'm bored on the 24.
Yeah. Oh, they're friendly, easy. The master coaches, master counselors, master, healers, by the way, phenomenal healers on the 6. They can be great parents, great managers. And so the 6 is the heart of service. And Jake, by the way, here's what's interesting. Not even though you do start Titan on a 28, which is that 1 vibration, but your 6 says, hey guys, this is ours. That's your 6 right there. This is for all of us. Not just me.
Man. It's my favorite part of the stream. Bring it.
All right. In another chat, people are a bit worried, so I'm glad you guys are liking it.
Yeah, I like it. Is there any numerology behind 369, considering it's coming up payment and
Jay, go for it.
So 369, there's a lot of meaning behind 369. So 369 is also, there's some Vortex mat numbers behind it, but 369 is also the number of the matrix. There's a lot behind 369.
Yeah, I know Nikola Tesla was big on it.
Yeah.
Hold on, my lights.
He was big on it. It's part of Vortex mat, and 369. I liked it because it's the number of the matrix, it's the number of breaking reality. So like the 369 has a lot of meaning behind it. I haven't actually added up the numbers, so if you add up the numbers, it's 18, 9 number of completion.
Yeah. Is 9 one of those numbers that when you add together, like it can never escape? It's just 9 plus 9 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a mirror number. Now, here's something about the 369 that I think could be very interesting. When you're dealing with 2, 4, 6, or 8 pattern preservers, Jake, I think you know this. You have to work for your money when you have an 8. Guys, it's not Santa Claus. You got to mine and do your time. Can you see that? It's very interesting. With the 8, you have to work for it and you have to put the effort. Now, the 8 vibration, H, right? They're given strength. They're given strength, but you got to work. You have to work. 8 is 2 times 4. It's the number of work. Now, this is going to be interesting for you, dude. 369 also attract money, but it attracts money through gifts. It's much easier road on the 369. It's a much easier way of attracting money. They attract money through gifts. What's going to happen on 369? Payouts. Everyone gets an ETH gift and a Titan gift. There it is, man. Right? Element 280. What happens every week? Everyone gets a gift. Who's got the NFTs? There you go. So 369 is the gift giver. But 248, you got to work for it. If you put the work, you gain. And it's powerful, the amount of gain that you could do with the 8. But I have to tell you, there is no way around ethics. You've stressed this. Ethics and the law. The number 4 and the number 8 will always attract the law. If your license plate has 4s and 8s and you're speeding, change the license plate, guys. 4 and 8 attract the law. You have to be in the law with 4 and 8. 369 can get away with a little more stuff, but it's a way of attracting wealth through gifts and creativity and creation. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah. Also, the number 8. I like listening to this guy, GG33, and he talks about 8 a lot. And what he says about 8 is 8 is also the number of karma. What goes around comes around. So if you're an 8 or have 8 energy, you have to be good. Because if you do something bad, the universe gets you back 10 times as hard. What goes around comes around, baby. 8.
Yes.
So if you have 8 energy, you need to be really, really good. Because karma.
Yes.
Karma is a massive bitch on 8.
And guys, draw the number 8 in your mind. Why is Jake talking about the number of karma? Draw the number 8 in your mind. Pick any point in the number 8. Now, just draw the number. Guess what happens? It's going to come back to you. You're going to come back to the start again. So whatever you put into the system of 8, you better know what you're putting into. Because it's going to grow and it's going to come back. But dude, you got a double 3 and a 6. Element 280, baby. Payouts. That's all I got to say.
Oh man, you got me so bullish. Just talking like we're not even talking charts. We're just talking numbers. Nothing has to do with the chart. And you got me so bullish. It's awesome.
Jago, can you tell me about 5s?
Yes. Let's draw the number 5. Let's draw the number 5. Can you notice something about the number 5? First of all, it's got no stable base. It's got no stable base like the 2. Right? So it moves very quickly. Notice something. The belly is open and the head is open in the number 5. Anything can come in and into the belly. So the number 5 is the number of exploration, the number of experimentation. It's the traveler. It's the gambler. It's the person that likes new cultures. It's the person that goes and lives in new places, right? If you have a 5, man, and you're at home, get out. Get out. The world is waiting for you.
So I literally sold all my businesses last year and I went all in on crypto. So I'm definitely the gambler there. Man, that's
5 and crypto are very attached. So the number 5 is really about experimenting, creating, trying. Jake's name ends in a 5, which is E. So experimentation, creation, adventure. If you are born in a 5, 14, 23, get out there. Learn new cultures, right? Get into social media, get into tech, get into really travel the world. You really need to experiment and take chances with a Vive.
Yeah, it's so funny that you talk about number plates, because I just pulled out my number plate numbers, and my favorite car, because I have 2 cars. My favorite car is a 22 number, and my number plate adds up to 22.
You go.
That makes a lot of sense. And yes, I have gotten some speeding tickets, so the 4 also makes sense.
Yeah. 22, built to last. Built to last. 33, build to serve the world. 22, build to last. 11, you're here to guide, to bring the magic. Look at the number 11. It's a channel. You're going to get all the information. So I hope this is okay, guys.
More. Squeeze everything out of him. Get him on more streams. I love this shit.
What number we missed? We missed.
So 369. So 369. Expect great payouts. Expect a lot of outflow in 369. Expect that it's going. A lot of people are going to get that Santa Claus moment, right? That's the 369 right there. It's going to be tremendously abundant for the community. And here's what happens: 369. They like to spend, so I think there's going to be a lot of spending on the 369 day.
Jay Gold, Mr. Biggs asked, "Are you on mushrooms?"
No, not mushroom, guys.
No, just joking. You missed number 4. Can we do number 4?
Yes, number 4, which we talked a little bit about it with Jake with the 22. Jordan, visualize the number 4 in your head. Community, visualize the number 4 in your head. Okay? Up, side, cross. Can you see how it's the pillars of a home?
Yep.
Right? It's the foundation. The 4 is the architect. The 4 is the organizer. The 4 is the builder. You're building foundation, right? So you're going to be attracted to things that have foundation, right? 5 likes to move and dance. 4 says, no. I need to know, what are we doing? What's the time? I need to have the organization. I need to have the order. Jake, where are we going here? Right? Give me a framework. The 4 needs that. The 4 can also build that. Now the 4 is the 4. Let me just take you through 1 through 4, which is a very important code. 1 starts is the seed syllable. It's the beginning. 2, look at it. It's the swan. It develops. It gestates. 3, births, creativity, expression. 4, creates the system, creates the house, creates the order, creates the structure. So 4 is going to be very important. If you have a 4, born on a 4, 13, 22, right? You need to really work with becoming very organized, becoming timely, working on your finance, structuring your life, creating a lot of efficiency. Your life will start to blossom. If you're all over the place, your life may not blossom. You need to work with that 4 vibration. You need to, as Jake said, be honest, be straightforward, right? There are no curved lines in the number 4, straight lines. You got me, community? It's very important, guys.
That's exciting.
Yeah. Jay Gold, dude. Thanks for the art, brother, and all this alpha about the numerology.
It's a masterclass.
Yeah. And Rain Man, congratulations. The birthday of your protocol on the 88, man. On the 88.
The crazy thing is my real birthday is the start of the year of the dragon, February 10th. How crazy is that shit? And yeah, so that was really weird to see that. And the sign is a dragon, just by coincidence, just flowed right into Jake's, energy with that. And guys, we got like 6 minutes left, so I got to do something. All right, it's amazing conversation. I gotta share my devs, and because they've done such a good job, and I'm gonna put their screen up. Okay, so if y'all can just bear with me for just a second on that, because we have like 5 minutes left. Chiz dropped out, so I could do it. So I appreciate that, Chiz. Let me bear with me for 1 second, guys. All right, so let's present it. It didn't come up, did it? Do you guys see it? Okay, let me try again.
I vote to stay on longer. I want to continue the numerology masterclass.
I think someone might have to drop off for me to share it. I can't seem to share it. Steve, can you share it? I can. Okay. All right, guys. So Danny's team is amazing. All right, and this is their website. All right, just reach out to them. I'm going to post their stuff on Twitter, and what they've done for me has been just absolutely ethical from the start to the finish to right now, and what we're going to be doing afterwards as well. And they helped me get to where I'm at, and I'm very grateful for that as well. And they have a Twitter page, and I'm going to post it in my on my official Lotus Twitter as well. All right, so these guys can help you get to where you want to go. All right, as long as, because it's just legitimate, and audits by Danny and some other, his company, absolutely solid as fuck. Okay, so I just, sorry for the F-bomb, but we've been telling them the whole day that I'll really support them, and I appreciate their efforts. I wouldn't be where I'm at right now if it weren't for them and a lot of other people. So take that for what it's worth, and I'm going to share it in maybe the comments and also in my feeds in the days to come. So yeah, Steve, you can remove that, my friend. All good. Yeah, I hope you guys don't mind. Just so important, they helped me put together a masterpiece, and we're still #1 on Ethereum after like 5 hours, 7 hours now. So, yeah, I just, you got to give back, and these guys deserve every bit of credit. So, yeah.
Hell yeah.
So consider them. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry to interrupt. I freaking love the numerology talk. It's freaking badass. And I just had to, I gave Danny my word, and I wanted to do that for him. And he's got a presentation. I'm going to throw it up on my Lotus, and just for people to learn about them and who they are and their ethics. And like we said, it's unity and DeFi with also unity with builders, right? With these devs. These guys are, it's hard to find ethical people in this world as every day passes, right? But here we are doing ethical things, so they should be supported. And I'm going to stand by that. And yeah, we got 5 minutes left. I'll shut the hell up. All right. So
I boycott for longer.
What's up, brother?
Longer. I want more numerology masterclass.
Yeah, you got it, dude.
I'm starting a riot.
Yeah, I was looking up all these numbers. So 4 + 4, 8. I was actually doing research because I was like, Jake's gonna hate 4. I was like, I gotta research all this numerology if he comes at me with it, and I have it written down, but Jay Gold just threw it out there, So yeah, so somebody's trying to enter. So guys,
I'm sorry,
love.
Jake.
You muted, bro. Dave.
I'm sorry, Jake. I know you're the mastermind dog.
I could bounce if someone else needs to come on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna drop off. I'm actually gonna pull everyone off. There's a whole new crowd coming on. I keep Jay Gold on, I keep Jake on, and we're all bouncing off, and I'm gonna pull them all on. And
well, guys, I think there's another topic, and we can take this on more, Jake. Some of the
tomorrow?
Up to you. You're the boss.
Oh, come on tomorrow.
Okay, we'll come on tomorrow. Yeah. We'll do it tomorrow.
Do it tomorrow.
Guys,
that was fun. Thanks, Jay Gold.
Epic shit.
Man, it's an honor. It's truly an honor, a pleasure to be among Titans. And we're, thank you. Thank you, Jake. Happy birthday, Titanx.
No doubt.
You guys are amazing. Love you guys.
Yeah. Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
so
on.
are we going to? Is there another topic coming up in the stream?
There's another one. We're gonna.
Yeah, it's
We're by a new group. There's Smoothing Crypto. There's Trey. There's K-Flow. They're all coming
Utah.
on.
So I might.
Yeah.
Should I bounce as well then?
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having
Once
me.
upon a
I guess
time in the
we'll-
bustling world of cryptocurrency, Titanx was born from a vision of a decentralized future where innovation meets sustainability. As the community rallied together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Criticism about mining being unprofitable, chitter-chatter of forever downchart, fear, doubt, and uncertainty about the project being dead. Then came the Dragon, the Bull, Helios, and the Vaulted One, to name just a few of the defending protocols that put the bears to flight. Additionally, with groundbreaking features like Proof of Burn 2.0, Titanx transformed obstacles into opportunities. Today, as we celebrate our first anniversary, we reflect on our journey and invite you to join us. Together, we're not just building a platform, we're shaping the future of freedom. Let's ignite this revolution.
What up? How you guys doing?
What's going on?
Oh,
I am
still here. Cool.
We're getting
what up, Trey?
smooth
What up,
now.
dude? How's everybody going? How's
What's
everybody
going
doing?
on,
This is
everyone?
an amazing first
Oh.
anniversary. I mean, this is going to be awesome. I cannot wait to get into this.
Absolutely, sir. It's good to see you. I think it's the first time we've done together, Smooth.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm definitely going to be making the rounds in this next few weeks, next coming month. I mean, I'm just using this anniversary / conference as momentum just to get back on my grind. And hopefully, you know, with the new studio coming in, we just keep locking it in.
Definitely.
My bad.
All good.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, I think I don't know if we want to change topics or whatever, but if Jay Gold wants to come on and do numerology to continue the topic, because that was part of my sections as well. So totally up to everybody else.
Yeah,
If
it's
that's
kind
the
of
case,
funny.
If Jay Gold wants to come
Because
back on, I'll drop back down. I'll do some work on the work computer, and then I think Titanx Jay wants to pop back in. So I'll be on standby. Doing
No,
some
I think there's space. There's space for one more.
All right, sure.
Yes, it's kind of funny because we went from like very harmonious numerology, and now we're going into autistic numerology. Bring it on, baby.
Well, I think that's what's interesting is if you look at like Hermeticism or anything like that, mathematics is the language of the mage. And then everything folds back into that system between Amen and Amen Ra. I'm not sure. I did run an errand in between this stream and the last. The infighting in between the original religions is just we or me versus we, instead of looking at like how everything comes together. But there is a load balance in between mantras and energy vibrations, numerology, ethoses and how you work together, and then finding what your counterbalance is based on what your archetype is on who you were and where you were born, and then where you need support mechanisms from other counterbalances, right?
Yes.
I have to do a whole dive into numerology now after the last hour because I was born on 4/24. I live at 7/27, and my son was born on 8/28. So I'm like, there's got to be something written in the stars on this one.
Well, I mean, it works too. I'm 9/22/81, which is a 2 and a 3, which again, and I'm a competitive dancer on my off time. So like all of these things really do blend and bind into each other because they're interoperable systems that are just underneath the surface, but actually work to drive everything that we do.
Did you pull out the jersey after the numerology talk, Smooth?
Yes.
I see that in the
Hey
background.
guys,
there.
I'm really curious to talk about some alpha.
Another
Hey
really
guys,
good
I'm
one
really
to
curious
talk
to talk
about.
about some alpha, some macros and stuff like that.
You want to talk about alpha? You're lagging a bit. You're lagging a little
Yeah,
bit.
because in this stream here, we're supposed to talk a bit about Titanx macro alpha, but my video is really choppy, so I don't know why. It has nothing to do with the stream. It's just my video. Are you guys choppy a bit? Do you find, or is it just my?
I think it's just you, Jay.
You find the stream a bit choppy at all, or?
No, everyone else
Nah,
is
I
smooth.
think it's on your end. I think your internet is a little bit choppy. Try switching to hotspot, maybe. Yeah, I think he's lagging a little bit. Smooth. What did you want to talk about?
Sorry,
Yeah,
can you say that again?
just to answer dude's question, yes, after hearing all that, I absolutely did bring the 11 jersey out. That's always been my number, and my life path number is number 1. So just kind of had to throw it out there. I had to go get it out of the closet. But yeah, I think talking macro alpha, that's kind of, I really like talking about that. And we have a very, very big impact on the market at this point. I mean, everything's kind of coming to fruition with our ecosystem and what we're building and what we're accumulating towards, late November, mid-November to late December. And I'm really just bullish on how we fit in this market, because we've seen so many scummy moves and backdoor deals and ICO scum, and it's just been a bloodbath out there. And the fact that we have such a great ethos here, I just want to hear everybody's opinion on how we can further this ethos and continue this kind of overall culture that we're continuously building through new incoming people, because it could get kind of watered down if we don't kind of all come together and really work towards that.
It's definitely a lead by example type of situation. If you ask me, we everybody that comes in, and if they continue building with that ethos, then the next person is much more likely to follow that.
I think also to experiment as well. Like you want to stay within the beaten path and the narrows that that work within that sludge, but being able to experiment and take your head out of the proverbial blinder system gives you so much more dynamism when you come back in after you've had a little bit of time to experiment.
Yeah, I love that.
If you guys,
anybody else want to add to that?
Inferno price, Inferno's starting to pop off. It's looking really, really nice, really juicy. You can see in the background a little bit of Inferno bull.
100%. People have been sleeping on Inferno, dude.
Sorry,
I've been
guys,
saying it for a while.
I've been hearing you, Jake. I've been loading my bags.
Excuse me, guys. Is there anybody that's supposed?
Wait, Jake, you're lagging. Can
you guys hear me?
I was switch to yeah, but I don't think you can hear us. It's a little bit choppy.
I know. I'm gonna have to come out. Yeah.
If you have a VPN, actually disconnect your VPN.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate you having
I have
me.
on my other computer. Son of a bitch. Okay.
So Jake, you like the infographics behind me? I made that one a couple days ago.
What's that? Inferno, Firestorm, Flux, Alienx, Phoenix, Element 280, Bull, Godex, E369. That's a good one.
Yeah,
holy crap! Yeah, that's all built on Inferno.
Yeah, just because there's not really any good infographics that shows all of what is working for Inferno and going to be working for it. So I thought I'd throw something together. Ad Sports are super happy about it. So.
Yep, I remember you came in through Inferno, right? Because I remember your first stream with Bad Sport.
Yes, yep. But it was Inferno and Flux, and I did a few streams, and I did Dave as well. Awesome X. That was really fun. Yeah, do you know Track Boy?
Cool thing, man. Yeah, this is the cool thing about these different protocols attract different people. Jordan is a perfect example. Inferno memes. He was a meme type of guy. Inferno was just right up his alley, and now he's in our ecosystem. It's so good. It's perfect. Everything's working.
Yeah, and I brought a bunch of people in as well. I can't take all the credit. I'm in a big crypto group, and there was already one guy talking about Titanx in there. He's been talking about it since the start of the year. So I'm super bummed I didn't pay attention till like a couple months ago. So I could have got way better entries on everything. But I'm in now, and that group, that room, because we've got a whole bunch of rooms in that crypto group, it's just blown up now, man. We got overnight we get like 200 messages in the Titanx group. We've got and there's a lot of money in there. Like we've probably, I know the market cap has jumped up maybe 150 million since I found out about it. And I'd say a percentage of that is our group for sure. Got a lot of big whales in there. So
hell yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop down real quick so the other Chris can drop in. I'll be on the back burner if anyone needs. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
That's it.
See Crypto Kool-Aid.
Yeah, how we doing? The verse, Trey, Chris, how you doing, man? I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
What's going on, guys? How you doing? Good stuff. Thanks for having us on. Excited to talk about Titanx.
Yeah, man, definitely same. Shoot, man, I have been running and gunning all week, and just glad to get to actually sit down and talk about crypto for a minute. I just looked at the charts for the first time in the past couple days. Honestly, it's been crazy. But yeah, Titanx chart looking solid, baby. Let's go. I'm really liking where we're sitting. It's coming up with a support line in the Daunton channel, and last time it did that, it freaking mooned. So hey, I'm excited to talk about it. And I'm curious, what was the question you had again, Smoothing Crypto, about macro? Because I kind of think I have an answer for the question you had, but I want to make sure I'm answering your question right.
Yeah, I was just trying to see how we can continue this ethos from this community and everything that we're kind of building throughout new people coming in, especially if we're going to be going against the broader market of crypto.
Yeah, man. So I think this is my opinion on it. So what you said kind of made me think about the most recent B-Roots FUD, and in there calling Titanx a Ponzi. Well, we already all know that money is a Ponzi all across the board. So if we have the Richard Hart mentality of our money is better than your money, how do we present that in a professional way? Because we are degens, we're the ones out here in the trenches. So how do we present that in a professional way? So like some of my personal work is like my goal is to cross DeFi concepts into the world of academia. So I'm working on like going to conferences and talking to professors that care about blockchain technology. These are the types of people that are interested in scarcity being built upon scarcity and buy and burns, but they don't know about it. So if you have a chance to cross into some of those types of realms, I think that's one really good way to try to expand this ecosystem, because it is extremely professional. But if you can't get past those preconceived notions of what DeFi is like, then it's hard to get into it. So seeing things built like a GPT for Titanx Hub, that is so sick. Like props to whoever did that. I just saw that. That's like an amazing tool that can help us bridge the gap with people like that. So you can come in and say, here we have professional tools that you can use that help you understand more about this DeFi. Tour guiding people into the ecosystem is crucial.
I'm gonna piggyback right off that, because about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was sitting down, and it was also around the time that Eric was like, just build, guys, go build, go do something. And I was like, yeah, I need to contribute. And things were just being built left, right, and center. And I was like, okay, I need to build something. And I was like, there's no landing page. There's not like a Titanx 101. And I'd look at, ETH, I'd look at Apple, Google, anything. They have kind of like a welcome, here's a distilled version of what we are, what we're about. And so in about 5-6 days, I built out Titanx.info just to have a easy onboard way. And it goes straight to stats, straight to Mike Dean's analytics dashboard. There was a hexagon, I think it was checks, blanking on his entire handle, but he kind of did a Titanx explain video. So it shows that, and it just breaks it down. Then there's a link to the ecosystem. And right now I'm working on a page that explains the ethos about what we're all about. And I think that just has to be pushed further and further. And I've just contributed to, like the other day when we just saw, there was just a butting of heads with Warp and Volt, but those guys 24 hours solved it. They're all happy. Everyone's moved on, and now it's pretty much gone by now. And so just pushing that ethos out there, I mean, it's just going to draw people, because when people come in, it's not I'm fighting with egos. I'm fighting with, sorry, one guy's hailed as king, and so appease the king before I go appease everybody else. So that's my piece.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's a really great thing to have that on a whole website, because like you said, right, just an easy way to just say, hey, this is what we're all about. This is a great website to just push out to new people, put into new telegrams and stuff. I know they don't really like links in telegrams, but for the most part, just having that on paper, just so we don't have to have people watching 2-hour long streams just to kind of get what we're doing. And just having it all on a live stream is very, very hard to comprehend for some people. They don't have the attention span for that. So just reading it in a short couple, paragraphs is really bullish.
Yeah, I'm working on that as well. I'm gonna add a landing page to Titanx.win that is gonna explain Titanx, build on Titanx.
So
it's gonna look nice.
So Jake, K4, I just checked out that website, Titanx.info. really awesome website. We really definitely need something like that in the Titanx ecosystem. As Jake said, he's working something like that as well. Just a little bit of quick feedback. The video you've got looks amazing. The whiteboard video, it's just in a really small resolution, and you can't make it bigger on your website. I'm using Chrome.
Make it bigger.
Desktop. So it just needs to be either a little bit bigger or able to make it full screen from the
I
embed
appreciate
code.
that.
But yeah, that's awesome, man. We need something like that. So really cool that you stepped up. And I've been saying this a lot on live streams. I think, Jake, you might have seen it when I was with Bad Sports. I was just saying that when I was trying to explain Titanx and even just learning about it, it's so overwhelming. There's so much to learn that we don't remember what it was like when we first learned about it, right? Because we learned bit by bit. But it's really difficult to get people in that are more on the like normie side. So having these awesome, easy to explain videos and websites is just really, really good. It's going to we seriously need to be able to onboard a lot more people, right? We've got what, almost 18,000 users. We need 180,000 users, right? That's going to be where we're headed. So we need people to be able to understand what the whole thing is pretty quickly. So yeah, really awesome that you stepped up with that.
Man, we've gained a lot of holders since we started the stream. There's 100 new holders.
Since I had the background change with Inferno, it's gone up about 2 million market cap. It was at like
that was
5 million. It's now almost 7.5 million market cap. Some people are listening. And they're buying Inferno. So it's good.
Yeah, but that's important. I think these little infographics do a lot. Like Volt is doing it really good with the infographics. I think every protocol needs to do these like very simple infographics with like arrows and keep it at like 3 main. Like for example, when you do app.titanx.win on Twitter, it shows up a social preview. It's just 3 bullet points. 3 bullet points is like the sweet spot. You don't need to explain the whole protocol, just 3 bullet points. Like Element 280, for example, is NFT holder rewards, earn off arbitrage bots, and 100% buy and burn. Those are 3 bullet points for Element 280, and that way you explain a protocol. Always boil everything down to 3 bullet points. That makes it very easy to understand. If it goes above 3, because like a lot of the stuff you can leave out, there's like 3 main USPs per protocol. Hydra also has 80% plus 80% buy and burn built on Dragon X, and then the third one is, you see it in the social previews when you use the link. So Hydra is 80 plus 80% buy and burn built on Dragon X, double buy effect. That's like, oh, what is that? And then they go dig deeper.
Yeah, I think we need to explain the double buy effect because that's happening across the ecosystem in several different ways at this point. Even triple buys with Element 280. I think Lotus might be in that category as well because you got Volt in there. Yeah, so.
Mo said, sorry, go for it, dude. I was just saying, Mo said it's over 700K now in Lotus. It keeps growing.
Yeah,
what do you guys, Kevin Vetz, what do you guys think about the ethos and how we're going to continuously, push this narrative to other new people?
Yeah. How you guys doing? Hey, sorry. Bang, bang. It's your boy Vetz. How you guys doing? Thanks for the honor and privilege to jump on the panel with you rock stars, man. So first, congratulations, everybody, on the continued success of Titanx and everything and all your respective projects and whatnot. As far as, paid private groups and whatnot, like Titanx Hub, if you want the premium side, right, that's a paid portion, right? If you want the good data, Mike Dean information, etc. So to somebody's point earlier, like you can spend, countless hours scouring the internet, watching YouTube videos just to glean like 1 or 2 nuggets. But in the end, like who has the time? Like that's one thing that I learned over the years is like, and what's led me to join, a handful of different private paid groups because you're with like-minded individuals. It's trusted that those people inside, usually people are verifying the information and links before you're posting and putting them up there and everything. So it's more of a good community effort. And not, you avoid the scams and everything of that nature. I think you guys are working on is there an in real life meetup, Titanx quasi, like Vibra is talking about and whatnot, doing arranging and whatnot. So in real life meetups, you cannot, they're they're so important because they're great to meet the people behind and great to meet the founders. So that helps with your investors and holders, etc. To just, you know, shake hands, kiss babies, do all that good stuff in real life as well. Hopefully, you know, I'm a PulseChain guy, but, you know, it's my money. I've diversified. I got, you know, shit everywhere like everybody else, right? Like, it's your money. Do what you want to do. Do we hope that we got Pulsar obviously is making that bridge over to PulseChain, which is great, and hopefully in the future we'll see more coming over as well. And then the positivity, man, lead, follow, or get out of the way. You know, Titanx has been really amazing in that regard, as far as uniting people from cross chains from everywhere, all landscapes. And that's what it's about, and that's what's needed. So kudos to that. To your marketing, the KISS, always apply the KISS method, right? Keep it simple, stupid. You know, it can be complex, but it can also be very simple as well. So you guys are very in tune and in touch with that, and that's huge. So congratulations on that. Obviously with Joe Perry and everything coming out on the socials, like, that's huge, right? You want to add more holders and whatnot. Keep grinding. That's a great avenue. You know, he's just a good, solid person. You know, I like him a lot too. So keep on doing what you're doing. Keep uniting. Love the positivity, and the rest will take care of itself as everything shows. So right on, guys. Appreciate you.
Awesome. What about you, Kevin?
Hey guys, nice to see y'all. I feel like, first of all, I feel like I'm best friends with all you guys, even though most of you don't know me, because I spend so much time watching all your streams, rewatching them, reading the work that you do, interacting with your dApps. So yeah, props to all you guys. Thanks for all your great work. Thanks. It's been such a super exciting year. It really, really has. Yeah. So and on this topic about you know, getting more people into the ecosystem, I was fortunate enough to join Jake's mastermind probably about 4 or 5 months before this all really started to take off. And I remember a bunch of people at the time, you know, it was at the end of this long bear run. RH just, you know, that SEC thing just hit him and stuff like that. And you know, there's a lot of frustration. And people were asking, they're like, how this Titan thing's going to work, right? Like, no one's ready for it. No one wants it. Everyone's pissed off right now. And Jake's just like, green candles, baby, green candles, right? And yeah, look at May, look at November, December, and that's what it was. Green candles. People came flooding in, and you know, and that's what we're seeing again. So we keep the momentum in that direction, and I think things are going to do really well. Something else I was thinking about in the shower today, it's like, you know, we're looking at these buy and burn contracts, everything they're doing, and how, you know, there's these liquidity webs and all these projects are integrated in such unique ways. And we're kind of pulling an Uber on the whole taxi system, or like a Airbnb on the whole hotel system, right? We're disrupting crypto, because we're really, you know, we're changing the way that people interact with this. We're changing the way that these charts perform. You know, it's like TA on these Titanx coins. It's a different game, because you need to be going to the hub premium. You need to be seeing the stats, what's happening, to actually understand what's going on. So we're having, you know, literally we're having the math, you know, push power onto these charts. And, you know, that narrative of disrupting, you know, the crypto perspective, or disrupting the predictable cycles that we're seeing, I think that's really strong. Something that people can hold on to and understand, or at least, you know, something curious that they can latch onto and want to dive deeper into it.
Something like that.
Sorry, guys, I've just got to jump back because Bad Sports needs to bring somebody up. So I might be back later. Thanks for having me on,
See you,
guys.
Jordan.
Bye-bye.
What about you, Chris? What are you thinking about
for onboarding people?
Yeah, onboarding people, ethos. Yeah.
Okay, so onboarding people. All right, I might get some hate for this, but screw it.
That's why I asked
one
you.
thing. There's only one thing that this market matters about, It's not these utility coins. It's not these complex white papers. You know, most people barely have attention span longer than a fruit fly. The only thing that matters is meme coins and green candles. The best way to onboard people in the Titanx ecosystem is going to be meme coins. All the other stuff, yes, it does help. It's great to have the educational material. It's great to have these things to, you know, help people that want to learn more about the ecosystem. But when it comes to mass onboarding, mass marketing, meme coins are marketing. That's why they both start with the letter M. So main point I'm trying to get across is, in my opinion, there's got to be some sort of meme coin run, pump, or one of these projects to absolutely explode on top of Titanx. So
yeah, I like that. And I know you, in the verse especially, you guys both really come from, you know, the depths of memes and different types of you know, ecosystems like that. And you know, the way you navigate it, it really does really captivate attention. And when you get attention of a lot of people, the herds just flood back into it. And I think you're right. I mean, you know, I think we're starting to build our memes on this thing, on our community, especially with Morpheus coming up, Alien X, right? Inferno, right? We got some memes building, which is really nice. And I think the visuals have been going pretty crazy.
And just to add to that, Smoothing Crypto. So me and Trent, it's called being the trenches, trench warriors. And that's what gets into, like, you know, the pump fund stuff, the meme coins. Like, we're in 20,000 alpha groups. I can't even keep track of the amount of groups we've been added to. But the reason why I bring this up is, when it comes to anything in life, whether it's company, politics, or just anything in general, the main thing that a lot of these higher indies go for is the younger generation. What is the younger generation doing? And that's why you have to pay special attention to. And that's why you hear about these in political debates. And the one thing I see with the younger generation is they're going absolutely bananas on Radium and Solana with these meme coins. They're getting in a pump fund. They're buying meme coins with oranges and all that stuff. They don't care about these crazy utility VC funded projects that most people can barely even spell nor even pronounce by name. So I think that's the biggest message I want to get across. And then also, you know, shout out to my boy Goo God. I saw a super chat. I don't know if we can bring it up or if we have a host, but I just want to read the super chat out they just put in. Been watching the stream all day, and I'm surprised I haven't seen any super chats. I'll take the advantage of the opportunity. This message is brought to you by Alien X Nation and the Inferno Kingdom. So as you guys know, MemeFi coming over to Titanx. You know, the stuff I say isn't just get outraged or whatever. You know, I back up the things I say, and I firmly believe that one of the biggest marketing tools for the Titanx ecosystem is going to be MemeFi. Check.
Shout out to the Goo God. I mean, you know, he is the only person that has super chatted so far, and rightfully so. And you know, Alien X is building something really amazing on Inferno, in my opinion. With the amount of Titanx you guys are burning is really actually insane for, you know, a project to step up like that. And you know, I think it's really going to be a trendsetter with that.
And the one thing I want to say, so Titanx Hub and then also the stats on Titanx.win is not reporting the accurate amount of Titanx that's being burned on the protocol. So I want to make sure you guys know, if you guys want to see it, it's on alientech.win. I believe I'm not sure if you saw the number, Trent. What was it, like 198 billion or something, Titanx or something? I need to double check, but it was a lot last time I checked. So yeah,
133 billion.
133 billion. There you go. 33. So it's a sign. It's a sign.
Bang. That's awesome. Yeah. And do you guys think, you know, do you think we need a centralized exchange or decentralized exchange to really get us even more eyes on us at this point?
No. I think when it comes to the exchange listings, what they'll probably do is they'll come on and buy off market and list it. That's what they did with Nero's, the CTO ETH, and then they had the Nero and the American. I don't know if you guys pay attention to the Nero narrative, but they basically just market bought that from a decentralized exchange and then listed it. The thing that's going to really, you know, get people interested, in my opinion, when it comes to getting into Titanx ecosystem, it's going to be around these pump fund platforms. Now, if you guys are seeing right now, pump funds started on Solana, went absolutely crazy. Now there's also Ether Vista, who's launching Ether Pump, which is a new alternative to the pump fund on Solana. And then the Boryat Ape Chain is now launching their own version of a pump fund. So what I'm seeing is these chains, they're launching these pump funds so that kids can come on, speculate, go crazy, go absolutely bananas. And in my opinion, I think that would be an extremely valuable use case for the Titanx ecosystem.
Yeah, I would love to see something like that. It sounds very interesting. I need to look more into it.
Yeah, and just to get into the nuts and the bolt, everybody's going around chasing shiny objects, and with this type of market, we're getting into the blue chip meme coins where it's about branding. That's the main thing that we're seeing with Andy, Brett, all these types of different meme coins. In my opinion, they're like decentralized companies. They're starting off as a meme coin to build a community, and then as they continue to build a community, they bring on developers, and then they build like layer 2s, decentralized exchanges, just like all that stuff. You got a lot of these guys go crazy about utility. Well, these meme coins are coming along and doing it with a massive community. And the key to understanding this is it starts with the community, expands out, and then they add everything. A lot of these VC funded tokens, Scroll, Starknet. Another one was like Arbitrum and Optimism. They don't have communities because they have massive VC valuations dumping tokens on to retail. So that's the meme coin approach, and then some sort of replication of that could be a potential pathway for success, in my opinion.
Mic drop.
Enough said. All right, Chris.
Nice. Can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
You can hear me? Oh my goodness, I'm having so much issues with my camera. It's unreal. I'm frozen solid right now.
Yay, go Titanx, go Titanx community.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Thanks for all your work.
Nice.
Finally, some female energy instead of this high testosterone.
Yeah.
Right. I was telling her that she should get in her office and stream with us too. Maybe next time we'll get there on there for sure. Yeah, she's always cheering us on from the background. She's part of the crew for sure.
I was wondering what you guys think. I was wondering what you guys think about. Eric made a comment the other day. He said that he had a where was he talking? But anyways, he said that if you guys wanted a link, he had kind of a way of getting referrals from KOLs, but it was like a referral link. So technically they would only get rewarded based on what they bring in, which I found to be like really, really cool, because if that's the case, that would be a really, really good solution. Because I think, and I may be mistaken, but the whole idea with KOLs is that you give them a shitload of money and you don't even know if 90% of their followers are actually real followers. But so, I think that's the issue with KOL. It's not that they can't bring us a shitload of views and help us, to help people see us. So if Eric's got a solution where, it's referral links and they only get paid on what they're referring and users that they're sending, I think that would be very, very interesting. And he said that if there was any founders that wanted, access to information or to reach out to him, because I think I really think we need to do something else as well. Like, I know we have a strong community and I know we got everything that we need, but the other guys, they still have like millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, and there's still competition. Well, the product, nobody can compete. Nobody comes even close to what we have, but making noise and shit like that. I mean, the other communities have a lot of noise, a lot of money to make a lot of noise, because they've, a lot of them have ripped off so much people. They've got VCs, they've got unlimited fundings and stuff like that. So I personally think that we need to do something else really big. And I wish there was a solution for a community wallet that would actually be very, very cost effective. And I know Jake doesn't believe in a community wallet, and I agree 100%. I understand. It's just because usually community wallets, I think, and Jake can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the issue with community wallets usually is just the money's wasted and it's all over the map. And nobody's got control. You know, it's not efficient whatsoever. But I wish there was a way for something that was really, really cost effective that we could, you know, that we could get behind as well. Because like Twitter's
Yeah.
great, and I've been screaming
The
on
main-
top of the hills too to, you know, to hashtag. And I know I've said it. Some people have seen my video where I'm, you know, really passionately saying hashtag. But we gotta hashtag other communities. And I understand if the founder's not hashtagging, that's completely normal because, you know, his post should be clean. But when we're retweeting, we should definitely hashtag the other communities, because if we're not hashtagging our communities, they're not seeing our post, guys. The only people seeing our post is our tweets, is the people that are following us or the Titanx community, because we're not hashtagging our communities. But if you guys have seen my video, if you see it floating around, feel free to watch it. It's very, very important. But yeah, no, I think, and also I just want to drop one more thing real quick. I wish I had the name of the website here. I was looking today. I think it's level.io or levelup.io. But anyways, it's let me see if I can find it actually. I'll give it to you guys later on in a few minutes. I'll have to find it because I forgot the name of it. But basically, it's a website where you pay for shout outs, but you can specifically really target what kind of community that you want the shout out from. So you can really target your YouTuber. You can see the cost, approximately how many views you would get. You know, so you're not paying for garbage. You're not like it was really, really, you could really target and you know, I wish I had the site. I'll have to find it and give it to you guys, because I asked Perplexity AI. I said, listen, I am not big on KOLs, but is there a platform where we could actually get like, you get the KOLs only get paid as per their performance, like as per their results? Is there any way to get like legit results from KOLs where we're not paying for, you know, 100,000 fake users stuff? And it gave me 2 different platforms. And I'll find it there because I don't want to take over the whole chat, but I'll find it and I'll tell it to you guys after. But because I thought that was really cool, you could actually narrow the community, you could say exactly what you're looking for, and you could see how much you would pay for a YouTube from those KOLs. So, and you could see approximate views as well. So, okay, I'm going to get approximately 6,000 views, and it's going to cost $1,000 or whatever. So I didn't log into the platform because it was asking me for a specific name of my company and so on. So I didn't want to go too far with Titanx. But so I wasn't able to go and see the actual, like, narrow down how cheap you can get it for DeFi and stuff like that. But anyways, I just wanted to add that. I'll cut myself off here. So
yeah,
I know X. Like you can pay like various amounts and like amplify is one of the ways. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think my view on marketing is pretty simple. We just need to do more of what we're doing, do it more often, do it more consistently, and do it louder. Because what we're doing is working. We just need to do more of it. Because a lot of this stuff, like for example, if you have a 10,000 person audience, if you speak to 10,000 people, then they share it out. Like these networks are exponential. It's Metcalfe's law in a nutshell. So the more users you get, the more users you end up getting because the message spreads farther. So as we keep doing what we're doing, it'll just spread farther and farther as the user base grows, because then you have more amplification to the reach. So I think it's very simple, because I am not paying KOLs. 1, it's legal gray area, and 2, fuck KOLs. I'm tired of all that scammy bullshit. I don't want Titanx anywhere near it.
Yes, sir. But there's got to be something that we can do to leverage it even more, you know?
Yeah, keep growing. More tweeting, more streaming, more sharing, rule of 100. Just educating the community to market more, retweet more, like more, comment more. Because we have 18,000 users. A larger percentage of those people do it, then we automatically have exponential results on the marketing.
Yeah, but you have to agree, Jake. Like, we have to hashtag other communities, right? Like, if we're not hashtagging our communities, they're not seeing our tweets. Would you agree?
Well, they are. If people share it, if the community is retweeting, then yes, we're reaching into other communities. It definitely helps. So yeah, I've seen a lot more people do the hashtags after you've mentioned it. So it's definitely working.
Yeah, because when, like I said in my video, is like every community goes on Twitter and they search for their keywords. That's the bottom line. If regardless of the protocol you're in, you go, the first thing you do, you search for your keyword. So if you're a big I don't know, chain link guy, first thing you do, you go and you search link, and it's going to show you everybody that hashtag links in their tweets. And we do the same. Like, we go and we type in Titanx. So when we're only hashtagging Titanx, the only people seeing us for the most part is Titanx. people. That's
Yeah,
we
but
really
that's primarily search. Like a lot of the reach on Twitter comes from people retweeting and going into different pockets of the audience. Because like on Twitter, for example, even people that use no hashtags have posts that go viral and get hundreds of thousands of views with like a 100-follower account. It's just people retweeting, reaching into their audience, then it retweets, they retweet, and then it reaches into that audience. So it's like, yeah, we just need to get the community to retweet more. So we need to reach new pockets of the audience. And as we get more users, more people will do that.
No, but if you look at our
hashtags are
retweets-
mainly just for search.
Yeah, but everybody's searching though. Like everybody's searching.
True. I mean, it works. But I think we just need to do more of what works.
Yeah, but
'Cause what we're
yeah,
doing now
I
works.
agree. We need to do more, but we need to hashtag, because for me, my idea is like when I go and I hashtag, chain link, and I go into searches for the past 14 days, everything that shows up is everything that basically the Titanx community has used a hashtag. If I search in any of the keywords with the other communities, like hashtag Sharpe, hashtag whatever, name them, like I don't know, any of them, right? Pepe, name them. If I hashtag any of those, the only thing that shows up within about the Titanx ecosystem is people that have hashtagged those communities.
Yeah,
like,
I will say,
yeah, we should definitely do it.
because it's a search engine. Like for me, because I don't know, like I'm like, yes, we got to get 100 tweets, but I'm thinking like if we would only make effort to hashtag, right there, we get like 100 times more results or 10 times more results. Like it's a search engine. Like,
So
and even for
I
me,
don't
like
even use search.
Was that?
I don't use search at all on X. I don't even use search. I just stick on the For You tab, and I just interact with whatever populates. And because the algorithm is so smart, it knows that so many of the people that pop up are all Bitcoin, meme coins, and so like, all those people.
but that's
pop
my
up.
point.
And I still add the hashtag to your point of like people still doing their little search box. But like for me, whenever I tag and I respond to people, I don't even search Titanx. I just go, all right, what's my For You? What's X going to provide for me today? And I'm just going to respond to people that way.
No, I agree, but that's to my point right there, K-Flow, because what Twitter is showing you is if you look at the hashtags, if you look at the tweets that it's showing you, that basically Twitter is showing you, is all tweets that have the hashtags that you're interested in. It's all the tweets that have hashtags that you have showed interest in, or it's people you're following. That's what it's showing you. Like if they know you're in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and you love basically Titanx and Flux and Inferno because you've liked and followed them. That's what you look at your basically like what you just said. When you look at that page, it's showing you everything that has those hashtags. So it's doing the same thing for the other communities. It's showing them tweets. It will have a tendency to show them tweets with the For You tab. It will show them tweets with the hashtags that they are into. So if we're not hashtagging, if we're not using those hashtags, they won't see us as much. Not even close. I don't care what anybody says.
All right, sweet. So everybody hashtag. Let's go on to another topic.
Yeah,
but I agree. Hashtags are good, but it's also just a rule of 100. Everybody needs to engage.
Rule of 100, rule of 28. We're going to continuously grow and everything. And I think a big part of this could be Titanx Hub and what Mike is doing. So, Mike, if you got any additional things you want to say about Titanx Hub and what you're doing over there, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, in the beginning, when I started with Titanx, essentially I got it started and I created the Dune. So I'm not sure who actually did say that, but somebody misspoke my name and he said Mike Dune. So I don't exactly remember who that was, but I thought that was pretty funny. I thought maybe I have to change my name now. But nevertheless, I believe when the projects in the beginning, like Build on Titanx project started, right, there was so many things going on and I wasn't sure how I'm going to keep track of it. So the same way as I started creating the Dune dashboard privately for me, I created the Google Sheet privately for me, so just keep up like what projects are building, and I started sharing that. And then from there on, I was like, okay, well, let me create the website for it as well, So it was like a more it was a personal thing first to just keep track of what things are going on, and then later on it just became more and more the thing which has been there now. And obviously I have also I guess you can call it the private Dune dashboard, and that also works, and especially with Ted. I'm doing that with Ted, by the way, and he's supposed to be here, by the way, but I think he joined and he had to drop off. So very unfortunate, because I think Ted, he came last week or a few days ago on Spaces for the first time. I'm not sure if you guys heard him, but I was very happy that he started. He voice doxed. So I don't know, Jake, did you hear TEDx?
Yes, but let's talk about the important point. There's 2 women in crypto.
Yes.
Well, there's 3 because there's now Lotus.
Zara, yes, yeah.
That's awesome.
Nice.
This is the 4% on Twitter. They're seeing my tweets.
This is my 0.5% on YouTube.
I got 0 on YouTube.
Hey, Mike, I gotta say, you releasing your Dune dashboard into the wild was brilliant and brave, man. Like, that must have been a tool that you had and you thought, okay, I got the edge, right? But by giving that away, by releasing it out, you absolutely blew up Titanx by doing that. You know, that's a perfect example of cooperation versus competition. You know, it's like you had that advantage, but once you shared it, once you opened it up, you know, you're getting so much back because of it, and we're all benefiting. So that was a killer move.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that, man.
That's what brings the women in.
Mark Dean.
Mike Dean.
Yeah. They're like, Dune analytics? Hell yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
What's the
No, just the fact that all of you, you know, you're all operating from your hearts, and I would say like feminine leadership principles, which is actually what is being activated in the world right now in a big way. People are asking for fairness and for people to do things in a way that is right for people. And that's, you know, those are like more like feminine qualities. And you guys bring all of that through your projects. And, you know, it obviously that's why it's all working so well.
Yeah, and that's amazing. I love to hear it. And you know, we're going to continuously grow that aspect of Titanx throughout this whole entire experience that we really are growing. So I think it's only the start for that, truly. And everybody that grows with this is going to continuously do that. So to your point, that is very correct.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
and just thank you all so much. I just think you guys are all geniuses, and Kevin is on it every day. And to all the wives and girlfriends out there, I give Kevin as much space as he needs to really make the most of this opportunity. I don't ever interrupt him, or like if he's got his headphones on while we're like eating lunch or something, it doesn't bother me. I'm like, you go for it, babe. I know that you're building our future. And so, yeah, we're all in over here.
She's a good one, Kevin. She's a good one.
Do you just ask him?
I know our girlfriends definitely hate it, because my girlfriend's like, what the fuck are you doing on that stream for 9 hours? I'm like, you don't understand. Leave me alone. Because she's like watching the stream and she's like, yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Well, you got it, because you know you'll be watching the Mo and Jake, and they're just talking about a bunch of shit, right? You know, you're like, what the hell's going on here? Then all of a sudden, boom, alpha, and I'm just like, I'm gonna make $1 million from what I just heard. You know what I mean? Like,
nice.
It's in there. Yeah. It's in there, and you got to put in the work. You got to. Not only do you need to educate yourself, but you have to stay current with what's happening, because that's where the edge is, right? And you stay on the edge of what's happening, and you know you're gonna win. You're gonna make those smart decisions. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So watch all the streams. Rewatch them.
But you know, so many of us came in here at the beginning and like kind of took it lightly a little bit, and then before you know it, you're just getting pulled deeper and deeper into this, and you can't stop it, you know, and you want to do it. It's like, you know, I said I'm not going to stream. I said that 2 months ago. I'm never going to stream, and here I am now streaming.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, and Chris, you were one of the OG mods.
Yeah, I'm a mod. I tell you, I've got to, you know, my heart goes out to those mods. They work hard, and they, you know, sometimes it's not an easy job, but yeah, they're absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because you were in the mastermind. You were in the mastermind, and then I was like, "Hey, can you help me mod the chat?" And you were like, "Hell yeah, sign me up." Yeah, that was cool.
I was like, I can just kick people in the balls now and again. That's easy, yeah. And then before you know it, you know, you're on X and you're posting 30 times a day, 50 times a day, and then yeah, you just get pulled further and further in, and I love it.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, K-Flow, you were in the mastermind too, right?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
Year and a half.
How's your experience from that point to this point?
Oh man, it's been a rocket ship. Like, I wanted to join because I wanted to be around like-minded, like who's going to set me up and accelerate my knowledge and development in crypto. And never thought I'd be at a point like a year later where I'm like, you know, let me design a website for crypto I wholeheartedly believe in. I think it's absolutely brilliant what it all stands for. Okay, well, here I am a year and a half later, and I've done it. And then I'm like Chris, first stream. So it's been absolutely amazing. Incredibly thankful too. So
yeah,
I think Kevin, you are as well, right? You're in the mastermind.
Kevin.
Yep. Yeah. I about 18 months ago, I didn't know anything about crypto, like nothing. I didn't know what DeFi was, any of that stuff. We had a little Bitcoin kind of thing, but nothing. And then I didn't even have an X account. I'd never even been on Twitter before, right? And then I saw this ad on YouTube one day, and it was for like LPs and farming and that kind of thing and passive income. And so I was like, what is this, right? What is this? So I went down this rabbit hole and I started learning a little bit about DeFi and that kind of thing. And I'm like, we run an online coaching business, so we're all about like, you know, seeking out the best people in the field to support you, right? You know, that's how you're gonna, you know, grow in leaps and bounds. And so I was looking for a teacher in this DeFi kind of stuff, and I was like, couldn't find anyone who really aligned with me. And I was like deep in some Facebook group, like scrolling down looking for something, and I came across this link to what was it, Cash Flow for Life, I think, something like that. And it was this page for Jake Sharpe, and he had a calendar on there, something about, you know, altcoins and 100Xs. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. You know, it's interesting. I'll check this out. And I booked a call with Jake. I had a couple chats with him. He didn't seem to care if I joined or not. You know, he just kind of answered my questions, shared with me what was going on, and I thought, yeah, like this feels good. This feels good. So we signed up, and then I'm one of those people where it's like, I know I'm in flow in my life because just crazy synchronicities start to happen. And it was like, at that time, it was like these things like were just popping off all over in my life. And I was like, okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. And so I joined this mastermind, and everything was like Chinese to me at the beginning. I had no idea like what's this PulseChain and this Zen and all this kind of stuff. And then I was a fly on the wall as you know, Jake started asking the mastermind for ideas on Titan and get feedback loops going on there. And I'm starting to pick it up. And then, you know, those 2 weeks before Titan launched, we were ready. We were like locked in there. Once again, I was listening to all the streams over and over and over. First time I ever used a Trezor was mining Titan, you know, like I was like brand new. Wow. And then from there on out, you know, it's just like, it's just taken over. It's just consumed me. I've been able to help out a lot of people in my inner circle through all this kind of work. I feel like the crypto bar is set pretty damn high now. You know what I mean? Because I never experienced any of that meme coin stuff or getting dumped on or all these things that happen. So this for me, this is the baseline of how things should be. And so now I'm starting to stream. I got my first interview with Callum, the founder of Phoenix, on Tuesday. So we're gonna get that on there.
We like Callum.
Yeah, Callum's awesome. He's good. He's good because I feel like so many of us we're spending so much time doing this that we have a lot to share and we can connect with people in different ways because we're all unique, right? So me jumping on streaming is just another effect of how this community grows and builds in different ways, right? Like the more the numbers go up, the more builders come in, the more streamers come in, the more people bring their family in, their friends in, that kind of thing. And it just kind of goes from there. Yeah.
Try to get Callum to wear a suit.
Yeah. I remember with Kevin, because you came out of nowhere. You never watched my YouTube. You never watched my Twitter. You hopped on the call. You were like half disinterested in a park on your phone having the call. Yeah. Like, this guy's not serious. And now here you are. It's so funny how stuff happens. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was actually after a meditation one day, I came up to Kevin and I was like, we got to get into crypto. Like now is the time. And then it was shortly after that, Kevin just is such a great researcher. So he just went down all the rabbit holes and we found you, Jake. And so I know you were like getting into lots of people's DMs, I hear, like that some people talk about that. Well, we seeked you, like we just found, it just feels divine, it just feels so synchronistic and amazing and magical.
I love the female energy because I remember on the mastermind, we were like, all the dudes were like, fuck you, you need to market harder, work harder, put more work time. And you're like, just lead from the heart, do it energetically. I'm like, finally, a little bit of feminine energy right here. It was so good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The synchronicities, like if you're not noticing them, like just watch for things like repeated words, repeated numbers. It's just when you start to realize that this is a thing, it just hits you in the face and you can't believe it. You're like, this is just so weird that this word has come up so many times today, or this number, or you think, yeah, there's something. Yeah.
Well, Chris, you shared that story one time about someone told you a long time ago that you would get connected.
Yeah, this is a story I'll share. So my mum actually reads fortunes and things. She does that for people. It's not her main job, but she's always felt she had this gift, and she was pretty high up reading it for quite influential people as well. And when we were kids, I was just born into this like quite hippie family. My mum was quite a hippie, very carefree. And once a year, we would have this really little old lady that was probably in her 80s back then. And she would come over to the house and she would do some readings for us. And she'd use tarot cards and regular cards and whatever she kind of laid her hands on. And she was amazing, this woman. And I can tell you, I've seen 20 fortune tellers and 19 have been really bad, honestly. Like, I'm not one of these that believes anything. And I'm trying to find another one that is as good as this little old lady was. And she told me things back then that were like the highlights of my life that are happening now. And really, really specific things about my job, about my travel, just everything really, really specific, where you're like, okay, she must mean this, So one time I was probably about, I want to say 13, 14 years old. And each year I'd see her and she'd tell me the same thing. And she would say, you're going to do really, really, really well. You're going to do really well from a financial point of view. And it'll be because of a man, right? And I used to get so angry because I was 13, 14, and I'd be like, I don't need no man to make me rich. I can get rich myself. And it used to really make me angry. I hated her telling me this. And she used to say, yeah, it's gonna be because of a man. And you're gonna get to a point where you won't have to worry about material things. And so as I got older, I kept waiting for this man to come in my life. And I'm thinking, You know, it's not a relationship. Maybe it's somebody at work, a promotion, whatever, you know, nothing. I swear, like the first couple of calls I had with Jake, I knew. I was like, that man is Jake. I know it. Wow. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, so some things are fated.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, so I want to remind everyone kind of on this topic. So, you know, there's a lot of excitement, how things are going, right? We can all vision, you know, what's happening, where we're going to be next year, and that kind of thing. I challenge you all to really sit down and figure out what your why for all of this is. Like, why are you doing all this? What are you going to do a year from now? You know, how are you going to use this creativity, this wealth that you're building? How are you going to put that out in the world? What are you going to do with that? Because if you can envision that, if you hold on to that why now, you're going to make such better decisions throughout the next year, and it's just going to absolutely supercharge this whole thing for you. So do that. So sit down, find out, you know, dig into what's important to you, and then lock that in your vision and use this time now to make that happen.
Yeah, and things can go quickly, man. Because even my girlfriend, like, she works as a sales rep, like remote closer. She makes more money off of farms alone than she does in a normal job. Like, DeFi is truly like changing lives, and she feels super good now. She goes to tennis, stretching, etc. She feels good just because of farms, just one protocol. So like DeFi can do a lot for people, man, because it finally feels like your money is actually working for you and is doing something instead of just your hours generating revenue. Now you can actually put your money to work in DeFi, and this is why DeFi was created, to give the money back to the people. Yes. I give the power back to the people. So DeFi is changing the world, man. Like, meme coins, isn't it? DeFi is it.
Yeah. Farms is blowing my mind. Love farms. Absolutely love farms, you know. It's great. It's great. Yeah.
I've turned my family on to farms. I turned my brother-in-law, he started farming. I was like, congratulations, you're a farmer, welcome to the family. And then he was like, that was like his first foray. And then I was like, okay, if you're, well, like, let me also show you liquidity providing, but like farms is the easy button, so just stick with this. And he and I will text you like, dude, I can't believe what I've done. I can't believe I'm getting what I'm getting. Like, are you dead serious? I'm like, welcome. Come on.
Too good to, you're like, you've been brought up to think when something's too good to be true, it is, you know, like you've been taught that through your life, but I'm finding out, no, you know, things can be so good. Yeah.
100%.
Yes, totally. I always knew something like this was possible. I just didn't know exactly what it was or how it would come about. And I just have these like big numbers in my mind, and why not? And when people are getting frustrated about housing prices going up or this or that, I'm like, it's nothing. You know, just keep this mindset of abundance, and like here we are. So it's amazing. And thank you for sharing that story, Chris. It's beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I feel as well that the longer you're in the Titanx ecosystem, the more just natural faith that you have in it, right? So right at the beginning, you know, maybe 9 months ago, when the charts are coming down and people were panicking in the Telegram, you know, and the mods were like kicking people out left, right, and center. Now, you know, you have a red chart day and everyone's like, yes, that buy and burn's eating up all those tokens, and you know, it's going to get bought right back up. And it is just a completely different culture in there, because people trust now. They trust the protocols and they're starting to understand it. And I think that educating people in the community is a big thing to be able to maintain that as you grow new users.
I made the tweet a couple weeks ago. It was hyperdeflationary tokens have similar chart patterns, just different time horizons.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That got everybody thinking.
Yeah,
Well, and to that point too, during those challenging months, I always trusted. You know, as our friends and family were maybe questioning things and wondering why Jake was going dark and all this stuff, I'm like, it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the strategy. Just have diamond hands, just hold it, have faith. I would often say, like, in Jake we trust.
I mean, that's kind of the cool thing. Yes, having a public founder definitely helps because you can see the DNA, the thought process, etc. But the cool thing that I like so much about the Titanx ecosystem is I can trust code. Like, it's all code, it's all immutable. You can see everything. Everything's fully transparent. There's not relying on one dude. It's a community of people working together to achieve a vision. So this is also like, because I'm a user in the Titanx ecosystem. I feel so damn comfortable here because it just feels good. It's code. Everybody has the same mission, the same ethos. It's immutable. It's transparent. It's honest. You can see the map. You know exactly what you're getting into. The rules are laid out before something starts. Like, this ecosystem it's never seen before, man. Because like sometimes I look out at the rest of crypto and it's just so scammy. I can just imagine a new user coming in and getting all of his money stolen within 48 hours and never coming back to crypto ever again. Like, the rest of the crypto market is so fucked. So fucked. I like comparing us to like a bright light in a sea of darkness. Because look at this stream. You see this in no other community. The founders, the people, the community member, all just talking to each other, open, transparent, discussing things, talking about game plans, etc. Yeah, this community is truly like a light in a sea of darkness.
I totally agree. I mean, this is, so far, this has been really amazing. I mean, especially like for people probably who don't have a very technical background per se, especially like with smart contracts, something like that, right? In the beginning, when Dragon X launched also, it's like, I didn't need to talk to Eric. Like, I could just go and just check the code straight. And the audits and everything were there as well. So, I mean, it's actually pretty amazing how things have gone. Definitely, there was definitely a challenging time, especially me and Plan A doing the Sundays streams, spaces. There were definitely some days where, like, oh man, we were thinking at a certain time to just do it every 2 weeks because like things were not happening, red candles. And but we just kept on going, and we started saying, green candles or red candles. We're here every Sunday, and we're gonna be there tomorrow too.
My world stopped every Sunday when you guys went on. I mean, driving, cutting grass, whatever, headphones on. I listened every Sunday, man. He's a great motivator.
And what's awesome about the code too, like what's different here, we can trust the code because Jake did a bunch of audits and he set that ethos. So we've got the audits and the admin keys are removed. They can't access that pool. And there's a reason why the other projects don't have audits. Okay. There's a reason for so we can trust the code because of the audits. And
100%. Because like, for example, in a lot of projects, so with Titanx, I wanted to solve a bunch of things. One was no withdrawal functions. Because even with normal protocols, you never know when the liquidity pool is going to get rugged from below your feet. Because it's owned by a human. So I was like, okay, the liquidity pool, I want no access to it. It's owned by the smart contract with no withdrawal functions. The buy and burns, I don't want access to it. Because I'm a human, I have emotions. Maybe I'll go on whatever the hell. I want like zero risk. Put it in a smart contract, no withdrawal functions. Let people see it. And I think that's the reason why this community formed around it.
Absolutely.
Because it was just built around transparency.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
transparency, you show the bad shit, but because you show the bad shit, people trust it because they're like, damn, this is real. Because even the bad stuff is getting shown. That's like real. That's how you build trust.
Yep.
And there's not much bad shit, but like even the bad shit, it's like it's all in public. People can look at it. They can make their own decisions.
Well, for me, I listened to your interviews. That's where I got hooked. My friend introduced me, and I listened to all your interviews. I'm self-employed, so I make my own schedule. So I'm like pretty much almost off completely the last 7 years. I'm so heads deep into crypto, but I listened to all your interviews like 5-6 times. Some parts I probably listened 25 times. I looked at your facial, I looked at how you're saying it. I could tell like this guy is legit, this guy is honest. Like that's why I wanted to get all the alpha and get it all into one. I did the clips, all the alpha, because people need to see you. They need to see why you built it, and like they need to see like, man, I was hooked right away. I knew like this guy is solid. This project is solid. This is the real effing deal. And even like I said the other day, like the hyperinflationary period, I wasn't worried at all because you said it right on stream. Like we have to distribute. Like there's gonna be inflation. That's the first phase. So I was not phased at all, man. And I swapped some tokens that I'm a huge believer in, and I had to. And I swapped for Titanx. There's no choice. But again, it's because everything, man. The audits and everything you said on the stream. But for me, what blows my mind is people don't even take the time to listen to interviews, and then they start accusing and this and that. Not that I want to go into the negative stuff, but like take the time to listen to interviews. Like one interview, you can tell Jake is solid. You can tell he's honest. Like, like what blows me away, and I keep saying it, like he spent his whole life like learning all this knowledge, working like a maniac, gathering all the knowledge in every areas he could. Then he built this thing, spent few years, like the masterminds, everything, then gushed out the money out of his own pocket for the audits, everything. Then he paid himself to mint his own tokens. Like, how can you get any more fair than this? Jeez, and right, give the guy a Nobel Prize. Seriously. Give the guy a Nobel Prize. He's minting his own tokens. Like, how can this not be fair? Jeez, and rice. Like, seriously. Like, no, it's awesome, man. I'm really happy to be here. This is awesome. It's really by God's grace that I'm here, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. It's really God's grace that I found this. And what's crazy is my buddy that introduced me to Titanx, he's blind. Doesn't even, like, he's blind and he understands.
Wow.
He can't
That's
see.
powerful.
Yeah, he introduced me to it, but he didn't do the research, right? Like, he told me, I think this coin is really, really good. Then I did the research for him, and I brought him heavier in. Like, I brought him really deep in, because I probably spent like 20 hours a week telling him, like, no, you need to know this and this and this. But he originally brought me in, so he sowed the seed, but then he's harvesting back because I did all the research to keep him in, but to get him heavier in. You know what I mean? Like, not just.
He said he's blind.
Yeah, 99% of it is he's 99% blind.
Wow.
He's one of my best friends, and he heard about somebody. He listened to you talk and listened to some stuff, and then he told me about it. But he wasn't like, he was really into it, but like, he's the type of guy, like, he'll stay in a few months and see something a bit more flashy, and like, but now he's really in, because I just kept pounding him the past 8 months as I was like doing all the research, like, 3, 4, 5 hours every single day.
This is one of the biggest objection handlers, because even blind people can pay attention. Some people.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
That's wild.
Yeah. Even blind people get it. Like, Jesus.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, and Jake, I love how you respond, when someone's complimenting you, basically, and saying, like I said, like, in Jake we trust. And then your response is like, well, it's the community. So that just shows your leadership. And energy is always going to flow from the top down. So because of the ethos that you have held from the beginning in the original protocol, that's going to continue to filter down. And so, yeah, it's just, you nailed it with like that super solid, like top of the pyramid kind of thing, right?
The
pyramid might be
humility
the wrong
is
word. Yes, I agree.
No, but the humility is huge, Jake. Like, being humble, like, your humility is huge.
Yeah.
Like, people are like, we're here for the protocol, but like, we're here because, we like you, man. Like, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't be here. Like, if I didn't love you, like, people love you, man. Like, you're awesome. And there's a lot of people. No, but like, seriously, man.
You're making me blush.
Yeah, it's fine, man. No, it's fine, man. Like, you don't find all of those qualities with humility all the time. Like, you can find some qualities, but when you have everything plus humility, man, that's amazing. And there's other people in this community too that are amazing. Like, but yeah, I know, Jake, man. That's the other thing I really liked about you is you're humble, man. Like, we tell you something really nice about you, and it goes in 1 year. It almost looks like it goes in 1 year out the year. It's like it doesn't puff you up. Like, I'm sure you take it and you absorb it, but not that you don't appreciate it, but I mean, it doesn't puff you up at all. I like that. I really appreciate that.
Because
I'm not that humble.
I mean, humility is just the ability to learn from other people. So everything in my life, because I grew up in a normal ass family. I had an alcoholic mom. I've seen people stabbed right in front of me. I have a relatively hard childhood. But everything I've learned has come from coaches, has come from mentors, has come from masterminds, has come from watching other people, learning from other people. So I've never had this, like, even the term self-made, I never really say it. Because I'm not self-made, I'm made through other people. I took what other people have taught me, and I put my own little spin on it and tested it out in the real world and then came to my own conclusions. But at the end of the day, we're all just a combination of what we learn from other people. And then we put it in the world in our own unique way. And I learn from the best. So humility is just the ability to learn from other people. So I'm very confident in my abilities. I'm very competent, highly competent. but I'm very humble when it comes to learning from other people, and I think everybody should adopt that. Because like a lot of people think humility comes with not being competent or like not trusting yourself. You can be highly competent, and usually the highly competent people are the most humble, because you become highly competent by learning from other people and realizing you're dumb, you're stupid. You need to listen to people smarter than you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Oh,
it's
yeah.
It's a trickle effect. And Jake, one of the things that led me to want to, I'm going to kind of pump my little deal here, but Titanx Lounge, what it really by design was inspired by giving and gaining exposure to the people behind Titanx, to show that there's more to this than a live stream and a lot of hype. Tapping into and connecting with builders and founders gives exposure to our community to form a connection. And it may be through a screen, but you know what? It's a human there that you're talking to that's sharing, information about who they are, what inspires them. To me, that brings a lot of value to our entire ecosystem because it's a reflection of the people that are a part of it. So
Awesome.
the lounge is really it's a chill place. I've said that to people, and I got Colin coming up next week on Tuesday. I'm really looking forward to having him on, and I got to catch up with Smooth and Crypto yet on getting his schedule. But no, the lounge is really a place to just be you and connect with the audience, and I think that's
Is
bringing
the
some
lounge
value.
is the lounge a physical place?
It's in my house.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not like a virtual stream sort of situation.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I've been streaming. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
Cool.
love to have you guys on. I mean,
We're
because you're
totally
private.
Yeah, I imagined you had like this like play set up, kind of like when you got behind there and you serving green drinks and things like that.
No, I got all types of backgrounds for the lounge, and I create a unique background for every guest, so they have
That's
their
a
own
nice
little piece of the
background.
scrapbook.
That's very cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
Yeah, and the audience is growing. It's really growing. When I first started out, when I doxed myself, my daughter was watching in college, and it was funny because she's texting me and she's like, "What are you doing?" I said, I'm coming out." And she, she's sending me laughing emojis and everything. But over time, it's kind of cool because when this all kicked off today, I told her, "Hey, we're going live," and so we got a college university watching us right now.
Nice.
Wow.
So
That's awesome.
it's like, and it's kind of neat to be able to just feather it out a little bit and give it exposure. And that's what the lounge is kind of designed to do. It's no pressure. It's just, hey, let's talk, let's chat. No expectations, and just be yourself.
Wait, so when a university is watching us right now?
Well, yeah, West Virginia University, Mountaineer.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So actually, I was wearing my Titanx hat last week for Parents Weekend, going out clubbing with the little ones. It was fun. Getting a lot of compliments on the hat too. It's like, "Hey, what's that hat?" "Oh, here, let me tell you." So yeah, hopefully I onboarded a couple.
That's such a good age for them to get into this, and it's not just about trying to make money, but life lessons teach you as well how to manage the money that you make. And I learned that quite late. I started learning that far too late, how to actually get your money working for you, how to not kind of like just blow your money as it comes in and goes out, but really, be stable with it and have it working for you. And I wish we were taught all those things at school when I was at school, but we were not. We were taught things that, that this is like life's lessons, is how to invest and, how to live off what you have. And, even like there's a really good book actually coming back to what we were talking about before. It's called The Sudden Wealth Solution. It's by Robert Pagliarini, and he does some like quiz, like kind of like personality tests on there that teach you what type of personality you are will kind of feed into how you manage your money. So whether you're going to just blow all your money on a shiny new car and then it's gone and you don't have anything left in a month, or whether you're the sort of person that wants to spend money on things that give you memories and or learning, or rather than actual material things. It's a really, really good book, and I would really advise anybody in the Titanx ecosystem to read that book, because it really teaches you not only like how to, you know, manage and think about money, but, you know, to understand who you are as a person. And, you know, if you're very kind and charitable, you risk giving all your money away. Like, you know, they were saying in there that like a really high proportion of lottery winners have blown all their money within 4 years. It's like really high because we're not taught how to manage it once we do have money.
I wish I was taught that way sooner as well. Yeah. And like it's now knowing what we know, thank goodness we got that kind of education before getting into crypto, because now it just feels like the second chance to just really do it right this time. But TEDx, I love that you have, you know, university students watching this. Hello to all of you. This is the future of finance right here, guys. So pay attention. There's just hours and hours of really like financial school that you can be doing here. That's probably going to earn you a lot more than what, you know, a university degree would. So
I figured it out. We need to reach out to business students and we need to tell them that they have to do their class presentation on the Titanx community.
That's a great idea.
Right? They need to make slides and they need to show their whole class and their teacher. And we need that at all the colleges.
Yeah, just a project on what DeFi is. I think that would be amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think they should get Titanx Premium as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That has been a game changer. I love Premium. You know, even this morning I was just on there geeking out hard on Volt and, you know, comparing those charts and seeing it all come together and, you know, making my predictions and that kind of thing. Super good. How many of you are following Utah's advice and getting those E280 NFTs and giving them out to family members and that kind of thing? You know, these little
I love that
revenue generators. Aren't those great? Like, you know, I'm gonna give a couple to my niece and nephews, you know, and they'll have them 4 years from now, and they'll be like, "Uncle Kevin, this is sweet." Like,
I'm generous.
Did it come with gum?
I'm generous, but I'm not that generous. I'll give anything else except my E280.
I actually feel pretty proud that, you know, future generations aren't going to be like, hey, grandpa, why didn't you get into crypto 50 years ago? You know? Right? It's like, tick, okay, we've done that. We're setting up the family here. No one's going to have to question us about why we didn't invest back in the day.
It's so crazy you say that because I'm a new grandfather.
Congrats.
So, and it kind of coincided with E280. So I was like, NFTs, baby, here we come. So,
I've
already started that little pot of goodness. So
that's
amazing.
Fantastic.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say that there's kind of something for everybody in Titanx, and it feels more like it's just more holistic now because you've got the meme coins for people that want to like see something going fast, and then and the branding behind them, and then you've got, you know, the more stable kind of like having the farms, and element 280 is like these kind of extra rewards coming through, and then you've got the bases of like Titanx and Dragon that are like slower, steady growth. I feel like we're filling lots of different needs in different areas, and some people are going to just love a meme coin and not want to get into the farming, and others are going to just want to hold Titan, and others are going to want to play a bit more. And I mean, I've learned that I actually prefer farming to mining, which is amazing, but I feel like it's really filling out now with, you know, lots of different types of ways that you can just be involved in this.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. And, you know, it's going to be a forever growing thing. I think people are building off of new projects and really growing these ideas further and further. So I'm really bullish on, you know, kind of what we already have done and what we're going to do in the future. And just as an FYI, we got 5 more minutes of this section until the kingdoms. But yeah, this has been an amazing discussion. I've just loved the female energy in here, the little bit of a switch up of energy, great conversation. So it's been amazing.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So Kevin, you talk about talk to your family, talk to them about Titanx. And Titanx is my redemption because 3 years ago, back like right when Hex was doing its thing, I tried to get my family in, and I was like, all right, so Christmas present, like who wants? I'll do $50 for worth of Hex, stake it for a year, have fun, let's go. Don't want to talk. I don't. So Titanx is part of my redemption story with my family because every year I get shit from my in-laws because they're like, "Oh, how's that doing?" I go, "I don't want to talk about it. Can we talk about literally anything else?"
Especially at the holidays, man.
Please.
And
so what even makes it even better? So we were doing Secret Santa, and so my father-in-law got the gift, and he looks at this and he goes, "What the hell is this?" I go, "It's crypto." He goes, "What the hell is that?" He just stares at it. All the rest of my brother and sisters are laughing their ass off because he is old school. No, like he drives a 1995 Isuzu. Like if he has a cell phone because it's out of necessity, not because he wants it. Like avoids technology if he can. And so then he gets this crypto, and I start to tell him. He goes, "I don't even want this. Someone please take it from me. Who wants to trade?" Right? And I go, and so my older brother-in-law, ended up being the one to take it. But for the past couple of years, he's kind of been giving me shit every time around Christmas. Like, how's my steak doing? How's just hanging out? I go, we'll put that like off in the closet, put it off somewhere else. I go, I got to redeem myself.
Christmas time's coming right around soon.
You're right.
Like I told you, motherfuckers.
It's okay, Phil. How's Christmas gonna be?
Children, there's children here.
Oh yeah, shit.
Oh, I can relate to that, Kevlo. Like the older generation, like I've got some of my mum's money invested in this, and she calls it Krypton. She's like, "Oh, my Krypton's doing really well." She's got no idea what it is.
But yeah, that's so funny because even my grandma and stuff is like, "How's the Bitcoins going?" It's always Bitcoins. Oh yeah, the Bitcoin's over there. Like, it's actually going pretty well. It's called Titanx.
Once my finally understood LPing and I started, my wife adopted Johnny Papa Vegas's wife's phrase of like, "How's my money printer?" Or like, "Did you turn the money printer on today?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's on."
It's been on for a while.
It's been on.
Damn.
Yeah, but
awesome.
that's the crazy thing. I remember when DeFi really became a thing in the second bull market. So 2017 was very simple. There was only a few coins. There was nothing much to do. But then the DeFi summer is when crypto really it took on another level with like the farms and liquidity providing and Uniswap. Like when the first time I figured out LP, it was like finding the infinite money glitch. It's like I finally hacked the matrix when I figured out like LP and farms and all that stuff. I was like, God damn, this is really the future, because now I can be eating food or doing something with my friends and I'm making money. My money's working for me. That was like a massive like aha moment for me. And then the main thing then was every time I would do my business stuff, get clients, do sales, do marketing, I was like, okay, this money is going to go a way longer way. Because otherwise, if you just make like $10,000, etc., it's like, okay, this is $10,000. That's it. It's just $10,000. But then once you kind of start understanding crypto, LP, farms, how to invest your money, that $10,000, you're like, man, this 10,000 is going to be millions in 12 years from now. So you start getting way more motivated about generating revenue in the real world and investing it into your future, because you feel like your money is going way longer and it's doing way more useful stuff. And it's not just that one-time event. Yeah, that was massive, like a realization. I was like, oh, I finally hacked the matrix. This is it.
Yeah, that's been huge for us. Because we run our business together. And so for the last year, I've been on generating revenue, and then Kevin's been on investing it in crypto. And Kevin just keeps saying, protect the investment, protect the investment. Like when I start to feel a little edgy, like, okay, I'm managing where things are at. We're keeping just enough in the accounts to cover our expenses. And then it's like, okay, what do we want to do next that also feels aligned, right? That doesn't feel like, okay, because I don't want to push too hard. I don't want to feel like I'm doing stuff that I don't want to do. So it's also really inspired me to get creative with how we're building our business and making sure that I'm also not taking on too much and like still generating revenue and investing it. And it's like we're working really well as a team that way. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
You know, one of the best mental models I've used for that is because I was in a lot of like wealth generation masterminds. I was in one called the Elite, and it was from guys making 1 to 3 million a month with their normal business, cash collected, 1.3 million, 1 to 3 million a month. And they had this phrase where cash is useless. You want to keep roughly 6 to 12 months of living expenses in a checking account. Everything else above that number gets invested. I've always adopted that frame. So all the money I have, it's enough for 6 to 12 months. I'm actually like, it's 12, 24 months now. But everything above that number, I'm like, how can I get rid of this cash? This needs to get invested. So that above that is investment amount, but then you need to keep your living expenses in check. And then you live within your means. Just have 6 to 12 months. If you want to go really safe, you do 24 months of living expenses in a checking account that is readily accessible. Anything above that amount needs to get invested because your money is losing value.
Yeah.
Like with fiat and inflation, like it's just going down. Like it's literally useless in a bank account. And then the cool thing about crypto allows you to have access to just-in-time liquidity. So if you do have an emergency event, go to Uniswap, liquidate, boom, you have your money. It's not gone. It's not locked in some 20-year account. It's instant just-in-time liquidity, which is why crypto is so beautiful. So you can put your money to work and it's still there if you need it for an emergency case. Yeah. But like that 6 to 12 to 24 months runway and checking and all the rest invested in just-in-time liquidity assets, that's the best mental model I've adopted.
And then
that's crazy, Jay. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, when you have that 12 to 24 months of savings there, you're supposed to only dip into that when the markets are really low, so that you're not pulling from your investments when everything's down. And then you go back to the investments when everything's up again, and you fill back that 12 to 24 month supply of liquid.
Yeah, and that's crazy because Jake, that was true years ago. Imagine now that statement it's now it's crazy with the inflation now. It's insane because the true inflation past 3 years is probably like 100% for the best. That's the best countries. It's insane. So I would say right now, because of the inflation and because they're only going to ramp it up with CBDCs, I would say probably max 6 months, 9 months maximum. Like keep it liquid in crypto. But guys, I'm gonna log off just because I want to let the other guys get in because I'm gonna be back in the stream in an hour from now. So it was really nice meeting you guys and chatting with you guys and
Cheers,
I'll
Jay.
see you guys a bit later. Okay.
Thanks, Jay.
And to go off the momentum of Jay, we got to move on to the next section. This has been an amazing discussion, guys. It was very nice meeting everybody who was here and discussing. It was, I feel like, an amazing part of this stream, and I think this is going to get clipped up really well.
I just want to can I just jump in and say something? I wanted to say how fun is it to wake up in the morning, make my coffee, harvest my tank, and say, hey, where am I going to invest this today? What is my today opportunity? And there's a few really good ones that I'm looking at. I think personally, if Ouroboros is a home run, if that USDX is like a total home run, slam dunk, those people who are minting Ouroboros now, they're going to be very happy boys and girls. So I have no problem sending my take in that direction. Nice. Not financial advice.
Right.
But yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we are going to be moving on to the next section. Appreciate everybody for coming on this section. Very bullish. Nice to meet everybody.
Once upon a time in the bustling world of cryptocurrency, Titanx was born from a vision of a decentralized future where innovation meets sustainability. As the community rallied together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Criticism about mining being unprofitable, chitter-chatter of forever downchart, fear, doubt, and uncertainty about the project being dead. Then came the Dragon, the Bull, Helios, and the Vaulted One, to name just a few of the defending protocols that put the bears to flight. Additionally, with groundbreaking features like Proof of Burn 2.0, Titanx transformed obstacles into opportunities. Today, as we celebrate our first anniversary, we reflect on our journey and invite you to join us. Together, we're not just building a platform, we're shaping the future of freedom. Let's ignite this revolution.
Woohoo!
Yo, what's good?
All right, what's this panel about?
I think that's also this is the kingdoms.
Yep.
I guess we talk about our favorite kingdoms in the Titanx ecosystem.
Yes, sir.
And so I think mine might be a giveaway. You might be able to tell somehow by my background. I don't know. But I really like all the Titanx ecosystem. I've literally converted about 70% of my portfolio over to Titanx, different ecosystem parts. So really, really like it. I got Vault as well. I got Inferno.
What's wrong with the other 30% coming over? I'm just kidding.
He's shy. He froze. He got so shy. He froze.
He's in shock.
How dare you ask me that?
Hi, Utah.
Hey, what's up, Chris? Things have come full circle, huh?
Yeah.
You and I are on stream together right now for the first anniversary. So I was like, I told Bad Sports, leave Chris up there if you can, because I really like to be on stream with her, because been through some battles with that woman. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's so good to stream with you. Thank you.
Oh man, the stories, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man, what a wild ride. My God.
And we're here now. Amazing.
Yes, we are. And I figured I'll throw in there Infernal Pumping, huh? How about it?
I love that bull. Hi, Laura. Laura's back. I love that bull, baby. Like, I wasn't into meme coins at all. You know, I was like, Steady Eddie, Titan and Dragon, Steady Eddie. Oh my God, I've been getting into everything.
Oh, it's so easy to do. I have to.
Yeah.
If I keep my farms going, then that keeps some Titanx in there, right? Because I got to have some Titan on each side to farm. So that keeps me a little bit disciplined, that I don't just ape all my Titanx into everything that's popping up, you know, because I got to earn on my farm. So it's helping me.
That's a really good strategy. Yeah. I love the farming, as I've said. Yeah, I think waiting for someone to build on Tink as well. That's going to be fun. So I'm like, don't want to spend all my Tink, you know? Yeah.
It's definitely in the pipeline. I know a lot of people have been talking about building stuff on that. So it's going to be interesting to see what people build on Tink because it's such a utility token, if you will. But, you know, it's people's yield, right? So if you build a protocol on people's yield, that is just insanely bullish.
Yeah.
100%. I'm going to go drink a little bit of water because I've been on for 10 hours.
Oh my God.
I'll be back in 3 minutes.
All right. Yeah, so the verses, I say the verses because we got plural here. You know what I mean? What do you guys think about the kingdoms? Which kingdom are you looking at the most?
You want to ride first, Trey, or do you want me to go?
Yeah, you can go first, bro, and then I'll give my overall breakdown after you, bro. See if we have some of the same opinions or not.
Okay, all right, I see what you did there. Here, I'll just share this out real quick. Do a quick screen share. If you guys could approve, that'd be good. Where's my computer? All right, I just shared it out. Someone bring up my screen real quick if we can. That'd be great. All right, let me know when you guys see my screen. I know it's loading.
We were almost 33% female then when Jordan and Jake dropped off.
Yeah, my internet rugged me.
Yeah.
Yeah, rug pull.
I gotta reset the router. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. So,
can you zoom in?
Okay, so looking at the Titanx ecosystem, there's different layers to this, and there's multiple, as we quote unquote, kingdoms. And so when me and Trey first got into Titanx, we were trying to break this down so that it makes sense. And then we did live streams. And so we actually are starting to see an awesome foundation built across Titanx. So the first one I like to highlight is DragonX right here. So DragonX has its own little thing going. It was the first protocol to actually be built on top of Titanx. And then the first meme coin that was actually plugged into DragonX was also Baby DragonX. So what started with DragonX was its little sub ecosystem, and people started building on top of it because of DragonX and its store value property. Then we had Blaze come over here and do its thing and launched Inferno. And a little background story behind Inferno, there's a 2-week period of time where it didn't take off. But then we got into week 3, week 4, Miguga came in and started really talking about this thing. And this thing went absolutely freaking nuclear. So Inferno gets into meme finance. For those guys who don't know what meme finance is, you use Titanx to claim a meme coin, and then you take your Titanx to burn the said meme coin. So this built out the little Inferno sub ecosystem. And on top of that, some major projects. We got Flux, E280, Alien X, Blaze has a connection, and then it's also connected to the Titanx farms. Now, next one, actually one of my favorite ones, Helios. So Helios was, I believe it was the 3rd protocol, if I remember. It was on February 28th, 2023 was its launch date. Now, Helios is designed to be the zombie protocol. The founder, really likes to get into the easy button. And when he says the easy button, he wants a protocol that plugs in, invests in all the products across Titanx so that it makes it easier for new investors to come in. And he named this protocol the zombie protocol because its function to work going out into the future. And then lastly, we have Volt, which I need to change these a little bit, but Volt is building its own sub ecosystem. So there's a couple more sub ecosystems coming up. We just had Lotus come on top. I haven't had the opportunity to really add it to my little diagram, but ultimately you guys see the sub ecosystems is building out and it's looking pretty great. So yeah, guys, that's all I got.
Yeah, so yeah, just to add on to that, MemeFi, man. So if you're asking what my favorite thing is, I'm obsessed with MemeFi because I think it plays a huge role into the future of interoperability, which is another reason why I like Janus in the in the Helios ecosystem, and then also what Pulsar is doing, because there's ways that we're going to be able to use interoperability to capture attention of larger ecosystems that are already currently existing. And so I'm really excited about what MemeFi is going to be able to be capable to do cross-chain when things like X28 come out. So for it to be just such a fresh new concept, it gets me so excited to think about all the possibilities when you add other new technologies and think about different layers and how you can incorporate that. So it's really cool to understand Titanx basically as a layer 1, and then the sky's the limit from there. So yeah, I'm loving MemeFi projects. And yeah, definitely got to shout out Alien X, my boy Gugon in the chat. He said the Alien X crew is here. Definitely all about that Alien X. It's another one of those protocols that's pushing and rolling Titanx out into the future. So it's a leverage play on how you think Titanx is going to do. So really getting into Alien X now is a statement on saying how you think Titanx is going to do in the future. It's not something I can speculate on. Not financial advice, but definitely bullish.
Yeah, and to add on to what Trey says, that also reminds me, Goo God, he's really good at shilling, and he's like one of the old school DJs when it comes to the stuff we do in meme coins. And some of the posts he does and the responses, that's actually one of the best ways to do when it comes to marketing. Not only do it within the Titanx ecosystem, but look for bigger influencers like Kyle Chasse, Rand Nooner, and across the board. That's how the engagement for a lot of these protocols go up, and that's how you bring people in. So yeah, shout out to Guga, man. One of the hardest working dudes I've ever met.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what you guys built is really bullish as well, because if you look at Alien X right now, they've already sent 129 billion Inferno to the core. And I mean, we are barely even live with an Alien X, right? And this is going to be super bullish because not only does Inferno, right, with Jordan with his incredible background right there, this is one of the second projects built on Inferno in the Inferno Kingdom. And you can see just with a couple days, I don't even know how many days it's been live, 10 days, and it's already burnt billions sent billions of tokens to this core. And so I think one thing I'm really excited to see is how these sub projects built on top of these main projects, all using Titanx and everything, really catalysts all of the big tokens. I mean, we've seen it in Baby Dragon X, right? With Dragon X going up, Baby Dragon X just ripped up with it. And so it's going to be really interesting to see these subsections.
Yeah, and to also add to you, man, add to what you just said, just looking at Inferno and the impact from Alien X, I'm looking at the ratio of how much Titanx you need to trade into Inferno. And since the Alien X protocol came in, Inferno is trading close to 1-to-1, went up to like 1.1, 1.2. And for those guys who don't know, that means when you swap Titanx into Inferno, it's 1-to-1 the tokens. Now, since Alien X launched, we actually saw the ratio go up 2.2 for every Titanx. And so it's showing the impact of just one protocol. Now, what we're starting to see is we've got other projects that Jordan has on his background. We have Phoenix coming out. We have the Bull. We have Godex. And we have E369. So the build out of the sub ecosystem is going to flourish, and Inferno's at the center. And it's a major chess piece. And really excited to see what happens. So
there's also one more underneath there you can't see because my name is on top. It's called Flare, and I actually know nothing about Flare, so that's one.
Shout out to Flare.
Ooh,
shout out to Flare.
Let's go Flare.
We don't know what it is, right?
I have no idea, but shout out to Flare. That's a cool name.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what told me to chuck in the list, so it's there. I don't even have a logo for it. It's the only one without a logo now. But yeah, the list is building up, man.
It's going to get really, really deep soon. I mean, this is right. We already have a few projects built on Inferno. It's going to continuously to grow, and whether it's MemeFi or other projects built on top of it, there's such a low supply with Inferno, especially, that there's only one way to go. I mean, this thing is going to get pinched so hard in the future, especially with hyperdeflation coming around the corner for Titanx. I don't even know where it could go. Seriously.
So how do you think people are going to manage this? Because obviously, we all want everything, right? But do you think people are just going to have their favorite pillar that they're having the majority of their bag in, and they're kind of moving around within that pillar? Or like, are people going to be balanced across the four? I mean, I imagine people that don't want to be too hands-on, don't want to be kind of putting too much energy in, or they don't have the time. Maybe they're just kind of going to hold a few of the core tokens, but it's just going to get really interesting as we get deeper and deeper into this.
And the craziest thing, go for Jake. Go for Jake.
It's actually kind of interesting when you think about the kingdoms. I'm kind of at everything, but I've definitely seen people pick favorite kingdoms and just kind of master that and get their edge in that kingdom. So it's interesting, yeah. I'm relatively evenly distributed.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think it really depends on the size of your bags, right? If you've got large bags, you might want to spread it around a bit. I know, I'm in a crypto group where, I said earlier, I was on the stream about an hour ago. We're talking about, there's a bunch of guys there, maybe 50 to 100 that are starting to get into this ecosystem. And they're all in different stuff. So we're always like arguing over which are the best ones. It's actually a lot of fun. And I'm in almost all of them now. Not all, but almost all. And it just really depends. Inferno is my favorite still. I really like Vault as well. I like Dragon X. I really like all of them. And I get on really well. I've met a bunch of the founders already. It's such a cool idea. And what I was going to say is every single one of them help each other, right? Just because they all help Titanx, and Titanx is where everything else is connected to. So it's a system that no one loses, right? As long as everything sort of keeps building and helping each other, and it's got momentum based as well. Can you guys see me? It looks like it's breaking up.
Yeah,
that's weird. It's momentum based, right? So as the momentum keeps speeding up, everything just feeds each other even faster and like crazy, and sort of like this firestorm wheel that you can see beside me.
Yeah,
it's I'm really enjoying the journey. So thanks, Jake, for starting everything off, and everyone that's here watching, and all the guys that have been streaming. And this has been going for 10 hours now, guys. This is insane. This is the longest stream I've ever been on.
So I think I think that dude's got something going on with E280, right? Genius idea. It's genius. And if he sticks with that concept, you know, there's going to be, I would say, more variety packs that would give you exposure to all kinds of different things, right? All wrapped in one, and it makes it really easy to manage, you know, for people.
True.
I think I love E280, and you know, I'll drop a little alpha here. You know, I'm going to build something with dude on E280 just because I love the idea. And so, you know, I have an idea that kind of aligns with what he's doing over there. So
Utah, are you saying it might pair with E280 token?
Oh, it's definitely going to.
Ooh, exciting.
It's definitely going to, but it's also going to have an NFT because I love the idea of being able to wrap several things up in an NFT, and I like the diamond hands play. So if people start folding, the people that don't, they're getting their rewards. So I really like that strategy too. So
that's really exciting.
Hey Laura, how you doing? Oh, she went away. I thought she was waving hi. She was waving bye.
She's like, fuck you, though.
Yeah, no shit. Ran her off, and I'm always really nice to her too. Damn it. Hey, what's up,
Trey? Women. You can't treat them too nicely. They don't like
I
it.
know it. Hey Trey, how you doing, bro?
Here we go.
My wife's next room. She's gonna come and spank me in a minute.
I know, I'm the only one here.
And I would like to comment, it took me a while to wrap my head around it, but like what Morpheus is doing and what Alien are doing, they're betting on the price appreciation of the tokens that they're using to burn their supply. So instead of having their buy and burns just start burning right away, they're deferring that and they're pushing it out there so that the value of the token that they're using to burn their token starts going up. Then they have more firepower, right? Because say you had $1,000 in this buy and burn, well, the price goes up and now you have $1,500. You know, for example, that's bullish.
Yeah, man. You know, you actually really nailed it there. And we talked about it briefly on live stream, but we didn't go too in detail about it. We leave it up to the community to really wrap their head around it and come to the conclusion rather than us tell everybody. And the main thing about crypto and just anything in life, the most important thing is timing. Timing is important. And with these types of protocols being launched right now, regardless of what it is, we're about to hit the hyper deflationary phase, and it's coming a lot sooner. And I've been checking the charts, and I know we have a TA panel coming in the future in like an hour, and we'll talk about that stuff. But long story short, with AlienX and Morpheus, me and Trey were involved with both projects. They're really going to be betting on top of those ecosystems, and then they're adding their own value and their own flavor to Titanx as a whole. And that's the main thing to get into. And then the other thing I also want to bring up about Chris brought up a great question about, we have all these projects. Is everybody going to buy every single one of them? Jake, if I remember, there's about 1,700 or 17,000 wallet holders in Titanx. What was the number?
Well, 18,000? 100 now.
Okay, so we have 18,000. Show of hands. Who here has more than, I would say, 2 wallets that hold Titanx? There we go. So I would probably say, you know, with the amount of wallets that hold it, it's probably closer to 3 to 4. I got me and Trey, we got like 10 to 12 wallets, so now you guys will track us. But long story short, you take that 18,000, divide it by, we can say like 5. I don't know the quick mental math off of that, but the community is not as big as it may seem. And in my opinion, once we start to see the community grow exponentially, you're going to have multiple people hold 3 to 4 projects, and it's just going to be a different variety across the ecosystem. So in my opinion, I think the community will catch up with the amount of development very soon. So sorry, I didn't mean to go on a crazy rant.
Last time I checked, Chris, I think it was like 12,500 unique wallets I was seeing. I think that was in the Titan Premium Hub.
Gotcha.
How many unique?
I think it was like 12,500 to 13,000 unique wallets.
That makes sense because the average user doesn't have that many wallets. It's like I would guess two. I mean, you can take 18,000 divided by 2.5, 3
Yeah.
to be safe.
That's right.
You got to remember,
Man,
a lot of people.
you know what that means? That means that's a lot of growth potential. A lot
Yeah.
of it.
I mean,
there's a ton of potential.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, and also, you've got to consider a lot of people just buy and hold. Right? And I know a bunch of people in the crypto group. I mean, they just bought Titanx, or they bought DragonX, or both, and just holding it, and that's it, because it's so much easier than having to play with all the other protocols. Obviously,
because
way more fun if you get into it all. But if you just want to buy and hold, those people won't touch it for 6 months, a year. Obviously, everyone's going to try and catch the top if possible. But the way Titanx is going, Jake, as you keep saying, is going, deflationary, hyper deflationary. We don't know if it's going to be a proper bear market for Titanx. In 2026, we don't know what's going to happen. If there's not enough Titanx to go around, it can't really be a bear market for it. So and we already saw how it ran up against everything else, right? Ethereum went down, Titanx went up. That big time for months and months.
Crazy.
So that's who knows if we even ever have a bear market for Titanx. This might be the start of the insane bull run for it. Let's go.
That's amazing. Yeah, and people that just hold like that, they're like checking maybe once a day, once a week, once a month, right? They just said, "Oh, I forgot I even own that crypto." So they just come back, look at it, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm only up this much or whatever." He's like, "All right, cool. I'll just wait till next week." That's kind of how it goes.
I love it. I love all of it. I love these kingdoms. It kind of gives people like a place within the entire ecosystem, but it's still like each kingdom still feeds the whole ecosystem. It's so amazing. It's so amazing.
Yeah, and there's going to be many, many tentacles on a lot of these projects, even the sub projects, right? So it's like, right, Titanx built on Ethereum, right? Let's just call it Inferno, right? Inferno built on Titanx, right? And then we're going to have Flux subsections, Alien X subsections, Phoenix subsections, right? So it's just going to keep going and going, and it's just going to continue this leverage on leverage. It's so bullish. So yeah, it's hard to wrap your head around it because it's so fair the whole way, and especially since it pushes up like that, it's nuts.
Yeah, I feel like I heard you guys talking about E280, and I was like, I have to come back on. But like, I made this for myself. Like all these kingdoms coming out and everybody building on all these separate areas. It was like, how do we come back to the basics and like simplify this for the user? And I feel like I've succeeded in that, making that Titanx easy button. And adding LPs to all these new projects, I'm so excited. We launched 2 weeks ago, and there's already 4 more projects that have come out. So very soon we'll start adding those LPs and filling those up. But I'm just beside myself at how amazing this ecosystem is, and like y'all are saying, there's so much room for growth. Like it's insane. It's insane.
You did such a great job with the 280, dude. Absolutely love it. So great. And I think this is what Utah was referring to earlier as well, is, if you could say to somebody, if you could hold one thing that's going to benefit pretty much everything, then E280 is a really great choice.
Yeah.
One thing with Element 280 is you only have 2 weeks left to mint. So if you want to get your NFTs, you only have 2 weeks. So don't lose track of it. The NFTs can only get created during the mint phase. So don't be like, oh shit, nobody told me. Except for yelling it for 3 weeks,
28 days straight of just screaming about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's already a white paper out for E369, which is building on top of it. And I just dropped a little bit of alpha telling you that something else is in the pipeline. So you got 2 weeks, and that's just what we know about. What are people going to build in the future? This supply's capped. It's forever.
Yeah, that's something that like I didn't really think about as far as like the, there is no staking on this. Just holding the NFT earns you the rewards, which 13 hours, we're paying out over 420K. That's phenomenal. In 1 week, 420K. But yeah, after the mint period is over, there's no having to like worry about dilution of your rewards. Like it can only grow larger as people burn their NFTs. Nobody is going to be able to mint another one and dilute your share of that reward pool. It's only going to grow larger. I think that's something that wasn't very apparent in the white paper, and I think that I need to be speaking more on that, because we've seen with all these staking pools, you know, they kind of ended up getting taken over by smart contracts. I mean, anything with value, you're going to attract people to build on it and take, you know, and build, incorporate it. But with this, it's like that can't happen. Like these NFTs are capped, and yeah, only gonna get burned. It's so amazing.
One of the things I really loved about it was that you can get rewards when people even buy or sell the token, right? That really, really attracted to me when I was looking through the white paper. Was that something hard, really difficult that's to write in the code? Is that really difficult to do?
No, I mean, and it's not just buy and sells. We just made a blanket tax on any transfers. If those, if element 280 tokens get moved, there's a tax getting paid that's paying all the NFT holders.
I like that.
So there's no like managing LPs, and it's super simple. As new LPs keep coming up, as new projects come out, you know, I'm going to wait a little bit and see how Lotus goes. It's I'd hate to add a LP while it's mooning. You know, I'm going to give it a few days to see how that goes. But I'm excited to add Lotus to that LP, and every one of these LPs is adding additional arbitrage opportunities. And besides even the arbitrage that's going on and paying NFT holders rewards, there's just that web of liquidity where, you know, if any of these ecosystem tokens do well, E280 is built on top of it. Just the same with all of these kingdoms. You know, Alien X on Inferno. If Inferno is going up, then Alien X is automatically going to do well with it. And like I love that idea with this bonded liquidity play, and then just like let's just throw it on every project. And now there's not just a single kingdom. Like element 280 is paired with every single kingdom and every token within it. Like it, to me, that's the ultimate play, you know. And then building on top of element 280, I think is like you don't have to pick a kingdom at that point. Like you can build on E280 and support all of the projects that are underlying it. So yeah, so much coming. Like I love the concept. I love that's my personality, is like to like spread, diversify, and element 280 is like my personality right there. Like where it's diversifying your portfolio just specifically across the Titanx ecosystem. And to me, that's an easy hold. Yeah.
That's amazing. And just to further on that, what would you want to be built on top of E280, since it's such a unique kind of interweb of LPs? Just off the top of your head.
I mean, I'm super excited to see, you know, the project that Utah and I are working on. It's another one that it's like, it really clicks for me, where I'm like, yes, that's exactly what we need in this ecosystem. And I'm excited to build it so that I can participate in it in myself. And I think that's exactly what Utah is visioning for him as well. And I don't know, like it really anything, like it's open. It's a new base level token that anybody can build on. And it's really for new people coming in, and they're like, oh, which kingdom do I want to get on? Dragon X is very attractive. Inferno is coming up. Helios, it's got a lot of room for growth, I'll say that. And it's forever getting element 280 tokens from these taxes. So we've got another perpetual revenue stream alongside the Titanx that we've got staked. So that's where that zombie protocol comes in. Like it doesn't care if participants come or go or not. Like it's going to be earning ETH from the Titanx. It's going to be earning element 280 tokens. All that stuff is going back to the users. It pretty much runs itself. But as far as new builders coming, like I feel like element 280, I want that to be that attractive, where you don't have to pick a kingdom, unless you want to, but if you're undecided, then this is the perfect route to take, because now you're building on top of them, and it's always expanding. And as new kingdoms show up, we will expand our LPs to include those kingdoms. So it's forever like a layer on top of all of them.
Dude, I have a quick question for you about E280. When the minting phase is finished, will you still be using the tax? Will some of that money still go towards the tokens go towards burning Inferno, or is the burning done for that?
That's the tax is to reward the NFT holders. The burning of the ecosystem tokens is through our V1 buy and burn. So that's going to be it won't be a forever thing. And I'll say this with Element 369, we're creating a version 2 buy and burn, and that's going to go just directly to buying and burning E280. Like I wanted to come out the gate with like supporting the entire ecosystem by buying and burning their tokens. And again, that's a very easy thing to do because I'm building Element 280 on top of all of it. So by supporting everybody, burning Inferno, that's supporting the Inferno element LP and the Flux element LP. But now that we're out there, I really want to focus on directly buying and burning Element 280. So the V2 is going to be just a direct injection to E280 from then on.
Awesome. Okay, that answers my question. And also E369, that'll be doing some stuff with Inferno too, right?
Yeah, it's utilizing the Flux protocol, and the main objective there is the easy button for the Inferno kingdom. Utilizing the Flux protocol. Just by holding this E369 NFT, you're now automatically a part of participating in Flux auctions daily and staking these Flux and earning Titanx rewards. And then with that Titanx, we are buying and burning Inferno and then paying the users out in Inferno tokens. And then also buying and burning Element 280 and then rewarding NFT holders with Element 280. So this is like, it was designed to be kind of like the easy button for the Inferno kingdom, sort of, but specifically utilizing the Flux protocol, where it's, like I said, automatic participation, automatic auto compounding. You don't have to do anything. You just hold the NFT and now you're earning Element 280, you're earning Inferno, which are both cap supply deflationary tokens that you're earning on, and then as additional Flux tokens.
Wow, pretty
It's
good.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Hey Jordan, I will say this because I know you're an Inferno bull too. E369 is our friend for sure.
It sounds good, man. Sounds exciting. Like another thing is, if you guys, I don't know if any of you guys have done the Flux auction. I understand how it works that well, but Flux is sort of been sitting sort of steady, but as it gets an extra inflow of some buy and burns and things, it can do this crazy spiral out of control. And as Flux spirals up, it's going to burn a ton more Inferno. Because so far, other than the original Inferno burns, Flux has been the highest amount of burns. Alien X is starting to catch up actually as well. But I could see Flux doing insane numbers with burning as Flux's market cap gets bigger, because that increases the amount of Titanx that it can take in for the auctions each day. So it's like this crazy, it's a crazy cycle that's going to be happening. I'm just really excited, but I do have to go. Like it's lunchtime here in Australia for me. So thanks everybody. Really, really had fun on this stream. And good luck everyone. See you next time.
Nice to meet you, Jordan.
See you, Jordan.
Bye.
I want to point out as well, like, we're supporting Flux, the protocol with Element 369. We're using Flux, the protocol, and Flux is sending Titanx to the DragonX treasury, the HLX treasury. So, like, again, it's another scenario where, like, we're building a project that utilizes Flux, and by doing that, we're helping Inferno, which helps Flux, and Flux is doing better. So now it's supporting DragonX and HLX directly, and then supporting the entire ecosystem by sucking up more Titanx into what they're doing, which is what we're all here for. And that indirectly supports everybody. Like, you can't build a project in the ecosystem that follows the ethos and doesn't at least indirectly support everybody else. Like, how bullish is that? Like,
wow.
So bullish, dude.
Awesome. Where did Mike Dean go? We need him to develop something so we can keep track of all the burning and buying.
I was impressed to see that he's got Element 280 on Premium Titan Hub already. I was like,
amazing.
With no request of any sort. I didn't pay him anything. Like, he's just putting value out there for his premium users, and I'm like, it was so beautiful to see. And now I'm able to use it to track certain metrics that I think are great to watch.
Yeah, and we're continuously burning so many tokens. Everybody is burning something, right? And one thing that's understated about AlienX specifically is exactly what Goo Guy said. Don't forget that AlienX is buying and burning Flux as well. People are sleeping on it. And you're constantly sending Flux to the stake. And this is a voluntary stake, right? So it is going to be, if you can say, Chris, like, it is going to be on the 777 payout, right?
Yeah. So for AlienX, when we go through the mid phase, you got about 16% sent to the Flux Inferno buy and burn. And so this is the component of AlienX that has what I call the hidden flywheel, where by adding to that burn, it makes Flux more profitable. By making Flux more profitable, it burns more Inferno. And so I know Jordan dipped off and went to lunch and whatnot, but I meant to add that in. But you guys that were having a great analysis there. I didn't want to interrupt. But long story short, just like what Dude is saying, he has a hidden flywheel with supporting DragonX and Helios with E369. So yeah,
that's awesome. That's so bullish.
Yeah, it's like never ending. Like the collaborations, the indirect collaborations is just never ending. Yeah, it's sick,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I love Titanx. I love this.
Yeah, the dude. How many more protocols you coming out with, man? I know you're working on something. You're just not telling us. Like, looking, I can see it. You can kind of see in your face when you're up to something. What you got now? What you got? What you got coming
pull it out of him. Let's go, baby.
You can't bullshit me. I know.
I want to be careful about like marketing. Like, E280 minting is live. I think that's very important right now. So I'm trying to like really focus people on that. Like, I just kind of dropped the E369 white paper out there, but I'm not even really talking about it too much. Like, because I really want the mint phase to end. I want E280 to be cap supply, forever deflationary, and then we start really talking about all this other stuff. But yeah, E369. What's up?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
It's definitely there. It's coming very fast after the mint phase, and that's again going to support it. What Utah and I have going, I'm super excited about. That's basically the design is done. It's going into development at this point, and I still have like lots of goals with Helios. Like I have several things. Omnichain is absolutely at the top of that list. I need to take HLX to all these other chains so that I can really achieve what I think are just massive ideas. But it's one step at a time. I'm so bullish.
Well, I just want to add on, is it called Janus? I can't pronounce it. I do numbers. I can't speak. You know what I'm talking about, Janus or Janus?
Yeah, I mean, you can call it Giannis. It's I think traditionally it's called Giannis. Like
Giannis.
the J is start with you pronounce it with a Y, but you can say Giannis.
Okay, so for Giannis on PulseChain, I think a lot of people are sleeping on that. Not many, and also on the flip side with what's going on PulseChain, not many people understand Atropa and what's being built with that developer. They sit there and they say, "Oh, it's just a bunch of token webs or whatever," but that's only like 0.88% of the math equation. Now, when you plugged in that token where you take Helios and you can basically mint it through that protocol onto PulseChain and you plug into that web, that's going to be really huge, because when PulseChain does its thing, which could be now or could be in the future, there's going to be a massive arbitrage opportunity between the Helios project on Titanx and also with what's being built on PulseChain. So I think what you're going with, whether it's like omni-chain and expanding out to different ecosystems, it's going to be huge. But that one specifically, it's a lot bigger, especially with like the PDI and Atropa narrative. So hats off to you. And then I also know that you did some LP bonding with, was it Inky and Alien recently?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is my favorite tokens, man. Hey, I'm all about the aliens. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, and I just added. I need to add Inky to the LP promo. But I just added Pulsar as well. So if you've got Pulsar on the PulseChain side, there's a Pulsar Giannis LP as well. So,
yeah, and just that with the dude saying Giannis is just an extension of Helios onto the PulseChain, just keeping it very simple. And if you got liquidity on the PulseChain side, something to consider. So throwing that out there.
I kind of like consider it a little bit of a side project because it's not just solely paired with Titanx projects. You know, it reaches out to the entire PulseChain, you know, ecosystem and all the top tokens over there. So I kind of try to leave it a little separate. Like I don't want, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not following the Titanx ethos perfectly, but it does support HLX directly. And that's what, you know, really was what matters to me. But yeah, I love it. I think people just don't understand what it is. And if you're I'll say this one thing. There's over 500,000 in rewards available for users using the LP promo. Bring your favorite token to the table. We'll match it with Giannis, and you can earn additional rewards on top of the LP fees that you're getting through this liquidity web. But yeah, people have no idea.
Yeah. How many, just for people that don't understand, how many LPs is Giannis actually up to at this point? Because last time I checked, it was a lot. So that was a while ago too.
Yeah, I think it's around 30, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
we're
that's
at the baby stages too.
yeah. And just so people understand what that means is that means there's basically 30 arbitrage opportunities at any given point. And when they make those, just like Element 280 is that same idea. It's a liquidity web, but it's focused on only the Titanx ecosystem. So it's not getting diluted by any other tokens outside of that ecosystem. It's going to follow that more tightly. So.
And also to add on, you know, PulseChain, they use Wintermute as the market maker, and Wintermute's one of the top end when it comes to market making. And when it comes to these
Wintermute is a piece of shit, man. It's just a VC dumping machine.
Well,
like, seriously, have you looked into them?
Yeah, I did. Wait, so what do you mean by VC? So wait, hold on. What do you mean by VC dumping machine? How does that impact PulseChain?
Wintermute is what VCs use to dump all their tokens through centralized exchanges on the market.
Okay.
They always offload their tokens to Wintermute and dump. Market making is it's scammy, man. Market making is not a good thing.
Well, on the PulseChain side, with the setup with the LPs, from my understanding, from what I was talking with people, the arbitrage is such a huge opportunity because people are pairing up LPs and earning massive amount of fees, and they're using that as like their personal bank account. I do agree when it comes to market making in general, they play this game. Like on my live stream, I was showing like Sui, Aptos, Say, and I was showing how Jump Finance was playing this game of we're going to prop up this price, dump it down, and then we're gonna bring in Wintermute and then pump it up. I do agree with you on that, but the main thing I'm trying to get across is when it comes to arbitrage and the amount of fees being made on PulseChain, it's actually life changing. And with Giannis being positioned on there, it's going to be extremely beneficial.
But that doesn't come from market makers; it just comes from arbitrage bots, no? Like the liquidity arbing.
So the market maker with the arbitrage bots, they run it, and when they make trades, it's based on whether or not the trades are profitable, not profitable, or it's like a risk curve. And so the one on PulseChain is making trades even if they aren't profitable, and that's the key, and that's what a lot of people are taking advantage of. So I don't know how the deal is with Richard Hart, how he set that up. I don't know the details of it, but that's just based on the experience when Atropa PDAO was being set up, and then also when we started to see PTGC and its liquidity web being set up.
Yeah, because like for example, with Element 280, when you look at you can even see it. Because sometimes when you look at the buy and sell transactions on Titanx, there's two pools. You have a V3 1% pool and a V3 0.3% pool. You can see them arb in between. And it's always like element 280 in the middle. So you see these arbitrage bots operating between the element pairs. And it's relatively big amounts. Like it's $500, it's $1,000, it's $2,000. The Ethereum buys Titanx, then the routes to the pairs comes back. And even when they do like $500 arbitrages, and this is a bot, you can see the smart contracts at MEV bot. It's marked as an MEV bot, but it's actually an arbitrage bot. And they do these like $500 trades to make like $2-3 in profit. So you see it actually working on chain. It's so nice to see.
Yeah, they're making like $2 and paying 16% tax. They're paying like with the 16% tax during the mint phase, like I think the NFT holders are making more off of these arbitrage than the actual bots themselves. Like the arbitrage bots, that whole game is super competitive. If they try to get greedy and they want to make, instead of $1, they want to make $2. Well, there's another arbitrage bot that's like, no, I'll take the $1. And they jump in and they make that trade. And so the guy that was trying to make $2, well, he just didn't get it. So it creates a lot of competition, very, very fierce. And they're happy to make pennies because they make thousands of trades a day. So it's still making them money.
I've been watching the trades between the like element pair specifically because there's a lot of arb there. And it's 3 arbitrage bots. It's 2 a lot, and it's 1 that kind of dominates it. There's like 3 arbitrage bots operating, and it works on Ethereum, man. Like it's just way higher volume because they need to make profit on top of the gas fees, on top of the taxes, on top of everything. It's cool to see.
Yeah. I hate that it's labeled as MEV because then like people look, they go in my chat and they're like, "Hey, it's being MEV attacked." And I'm like, "No, that's what's feeding the NFT holders rewards." Like it's arbitrage, but it's labeled as like whatever the public label on Etherscan, it says MEV. And so they're immediately like, "Oh, this is bad. We need to stop it." And I'm like, no. This is exactly what we want to see right here. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and you know it's an arbitrage bot because when you look at the transactions, you see MEV bot in the transaction history kind of like at the bottom of the transaction, but then when you scroll up, you can see the swap path. So you can see like Ethereum, Titanx, then Titanx, Inferno, Element back to Titanx out. And you can see the swap path when you look at the top of the Etherscan transaction. That's actually opened my mind a lot.
Yeah, I love watching it. And we're at like over 800K in 24-hour volume across all the pairs. Like,
wow.
It's so amazing. I mean, that's how we've, in less than 1 week, we're over 420K in rewards for NFT holders. Like that's insane. It's insane.
Wow.
I love the fact that the holders are winning. Like the bots are battling, but the holders are winning. I got a bone to pick with the MEV bot. I'm sure you're all aware.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Marco's narrative I really like too, where the machine's taking over, and it's like we're happy to let that happen. Like this is a win-win situation for everybody. with all the smart contracts that are like taking over the top holders list of Titanx. Like that's beautiful to see. These are permanent buying and holding by these smart contracts, and it's so perfect. It really is.
I'm curious to see what the liquid percentage of Titanx is once I add Lotus and Pulsar, because that's not even tracked now.
Oh, I'm tracking that stat every day.
Yep.
It's like going down like 500 billion a day or something.
Man, yeah, we're not even hyperinflationary yet. Like the liquid supply is going down with miners still coming out. It's a very small amount of miners, but there's still inflation coming out. So it's gonna be, because I'm tracking it every day. I'm so excited to see what it looks like after hyperinflation hits. November 8th, baby. It's not long ago. It's not long for now.
On November 8th, like where do you, like when you look at that liquidity number and you look at how many trillions there are, where do you think that tipping point is?
You mean for entering hyperinflation?
Yeah.
November 8th. That's going to be the day. Because after that, it's like, you have a couple more days. It's like 20 billion, 30 billion. Like at that point, it's negligible.
So do you think
But it's
we'll be
only like
down
for a week
to
and a half.
like 30 trillion or something by then? Or well, 35?
Not by November 8th, but after November 8th, that can come quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the big burners aren't even live yet.
Yeah, there's a ton of projects just waiting for their time to release.
Yes, yeah. Brandon had me bullish. He felt like I was really feeling the confidence that he's got. That he feels like he's going to bring a lot of fresh eyes to the Titanx ecosystem. You know, and Morpheus launching on Monday. Another one like. Who was saying? I think it was Mo. That was like, if they just pull in 1 trillion Titanx each, like we're gonna run out so fast, and that's just with 1 trillion. Element 280 is over 6 trillion so far, halfway through. Can we break 10? That was my ultimate goal. Like that was the not expectations, but like what I wanted to see was breaking 10 trillion. That felt like a good number, and like we were so on pace for that. That's huge. When you're talking about what is the total? 43 trillion. Like that's a quarter of the supply from one protocol. Oh my god,
That's insane.
Yeah, not to mention
it's definitely gonna beat.
Yeah, not to mention Volt having 20 trillion put into Volt alone. Not to mention the wheel and all the other pillars that Steve is putting out. So it's like that kingdom is insane as well. So yeah, it's a lot of Titanx just going into these protocols.
I've been having that idea of like what it would look like if you just launched like 4 protocols all at once. And then Steve was like, hey, I'm gonna do the Volt wheel, and I was like, yes, like I think that's so awesome. Like I want to see how that like who's done that before. I want to see that in real life and how that's going to affect things, you know. And
that's going to be
it's using
as hell.
Yeah, and it's using E280, so I'm even more excited.
So I think he's going to launch the Viper one first, right? And then after that, he's gonna launch like 6 or something in one go.
It's a lot.
I think it's like 8.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All going back, you know, supporting Volt, which, you know, is amazing to see. Like, yeah,
and it's burning all the ecosystem tokens as well. Like 10% of the input gets burned. That's going to be a big, because the Volt model essentially works on everything. Like, it's a very like universal model, and it all feeds back into Volt. That's crazy. Yeah, Steve came out of nowhere. That's the crazy part. Everyone's like talking about all the other builders, and Steve's like, "What's up, bitch?"
Yeah.
I know Steve's here.
Yeah, I had him on my channel, and you know, I thought Volt was going to be really big when I was talking to him, but the more he kept talking about it, I was like, "Oh shit, this is gonna be this is gonna be something else." And then you know, it released, and by day 6, it just popped off, and it was like those 0.00 numbers never came back.
Steve is such a unique guy. You know, he really is. And like I said, I don't think he gives a shit about the money. I think for him it's just let's build this creation and turn it loose and see how it works. And I'm just like, you know, he is a mad scientist for sure. You know, and then I always talk about it, but people in the mastermind can vouch for it. You know, the discussions on tokenomics with Jake and Steve were like mind blowing talks. Like especially, I didn't know shit about crypto, and I get in this mastermind, and they would start talking tokenomics, and I would be like, holy shit, what planet are these dudes from? And I would have to like watch the recordings and stop it and replay it, and like, so yeah, pretty awesome stuff.
And we'd always be asking like, what would Steve do? What does Steve think? Do you remember?
Steve was like the lieutenant, you know what I mean? He was like the right hand man. Like it was pretty cool.
Yeah, but Steve has always been this guy. Even in the mastermind, we would like not hear from him for a little bit. He would come on the call like, "Yeah, I made like $100,000 on this launch," and then we just switch the topic. It's like he's always just been in the game for the game. Like that's always kind of been Steve.
They'd be like, "Oh, I bought some new sheets for my bed. Do you remember that?"
Well,
He's like,
he's like, look, I got a new washing machine. He's like, I take profit. He's like, I take profits from crypto right away sometimes, and then I buy these nice appliances, so I feel like I have something to show for it. It makes my wife happy.
Oh, that's awesome. Shout out to Mo. Mo's in here. How do you feel, Mo?
Bullish. I was getting super excited about the dude talking about the NFTs, and I was like, oh, I haven't checked what my rewards are today from yesterday to today. And yeah, I mean, dude's got me psyched about NFTs again. No one was ever going to make that happen. I fucking hated NFTs. After last cycle, I was done. I literally remember at the beginning of Titanx, was like, whoever comes up with an NFT, I'm not fucking doing it. And then I got given a couple, and I was like, okay, those are cool. Those are really cool. The Titan Legends, I was like, those are pretty fucking awesome. And then, but then dude comes up with this, and I'm like, oh, I love this. I almost said all in, but not financial advice.
Yeah, and that was a big reason why I was like, I want people to be able to mint just the token, because I know there's tons of people, myself included. I'm not an NFT person, but like with this project, it just made sense to do this in the style that it is, and I love it. But you know, there's people out there that are like, no, like I don't want to hear it. I'm not doing an NFT, and that's
fine.
cool.
They're missing out. They're totally missing out, and I'll take the rewards they don't want.
But they can still just hold the token, buy and hold the token as a store of value, just like they would for Dragon X or Inferno. Any of these cap supply tokens, this can fill that role for a person, even if they don't. Yeah, even if they want to miss out on 420K in less than a week. So sick.
Like with Element 280, the cool thing is, yeah, the rewards are cool, but it's yield on hyperdeflationary token. 31.83% of the supply has been burned on Element 280. So you're earning more of a hyperdeflationary thing. That's a pretty cool setup, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
During the mint phase, how is it deflationary when it's still mintable? That is insane. Like I'm going to mint more after this stream. I want that next payout. You know, I'm down to minting some of the cheap ones, you know, but I'm minting them.
You've got 13 hours before distribution. Any NFTs minted in the next 13 hours, you're going to get a piece of that action. So come on over.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be claiming my Tink rewards, and here we go.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't get on Titan Farms because there's insane amounts of volume, but it's on V2 LPs. I see a lot of people are like, oh, throw E280 on there. And I'm like, I'm sure Eric would love to with the volume we're generating, but it's just not compatible with what Titan Farms is doing because it requires Uniswap V3 LPs. So
you have your own farms with your liquidity webs. It's working well.
Yeah.
It's working very
well. I love it.
Yeah,
I'm just glad Marco's not on right now, because if he gets on, he's going to get me so hyped up, like even more than this stream already has, that I'm going to find some way to liquidate something else that I have and just go all in. And that guy, every time he talks, I'm like, I'm more bullish.
I mean, it's just the same way that Jake says, like holding any of these ecosystem tokens is still like having a Titanx position. Like if you were to take DragonX and mint element 280 with it, you're by definition, it's got that LP. You still kind of have that underlying asset, as far as holding element 280, it's still that same leverage play across the entire ecosystem. So you don't have to feel that FOMO of missing out on a project. That's exactly what I was like. I need to kill this FOMO, and now I can feel comfy just sitting here holding element 280 and knowing that like if any of these projects take off, like element 280 is going to capture a piece of that.
I love it. Trey, what do you got to say? You've been just locked in over there.
Bro, I'm a listener, bro. I like to listen and absorb lots of information. I was just thinking Genuine Real Mo should change his name to Genuine Real No FOMO No Mo. Let's go. Says he's so bullish. I don't know. That's what I was just thinking about just now, to be completely honest with you. That's how my brain works. But yeah, I just been listening to all this greatness. And I got one of my mentees. He's come up a significant amount on Titanx, and I just realized that I have not minted him E280 NFT yet. I got him into Flux. I got him into a couple other protocols. He went off to basic training, and then he calls when he gets his phone back, and he's like, "Is my Titanx bag up?" I was like, "Well, it started at 300 and it's at 1800 now." He's so excited. He's so bullish. So now I'm bullish. Y'all are getting me. I'm getting FOMO over here. And I'm about to go mint some more of these NFTs myself, yo.
I love to hear that. There's no short of FOMO in this ecosystem. Seriously, it's like every single day there's more bullishness, there's more alpha drops, and it's just a testament to the stream right now, right? We've been going almost 11 hours and everybody feels the same way, right? It's just been such a wild ride from the beginning to now, and we're continuously growing every single day with the innovation that we're bringing to this ecosystem, let alone crypto as a whole. I mean, it's only a matter of time before everybody catches up. Yeah, and I want to shout out to Accelerate team. They're also doing a really amazing job bringing people's projects to the ecosystem. So I know they're a good liaison and got some really great audit people that they use, and right, it's really important to get those audits. So I just want to give a quick shout out to them.
Yeah, that's huge for the ecosystem. Like, there's so many people that are like, I've got this idea. I have no idea how to bring it to life, and they're supporting them doing that, and that's just it's so amazing because again, it's supporting everybody. Yeah, shout out to AlienX. When's the next mint phase? It's like in 3 days, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be on Thursday. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yep. AlienX.
Don't
all about the
fade
UFO.
AlienX.
I really hope we get a UFO sighting very soon. I really do.
Oh shit! I saw it was trading like below mint price, and I was like, that's irrational market. I gotta take part of this. I gotta buy me some. So
hey, that'd be amazing. Actually, a real life UFO incident gets on the news. You just start being like, AlienX is already here, guys. I've been telling you.
You know,
just clip it with the AlienX on the UFO.
It's crazy. I think it was like last year, the Pentagon came out with like these files, and they changed UFOs to, what was it, UAFs or something?
UAP,
yeah. And then next thing you know, people just start reading the files and they're posting stuff. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? There's no way this is real. I go look at it. I was like, oh my God, it's real. So, but yeah, we'll go too deep. I don't want to get this thing shadow banned.
That's a whole different episode to shadow ban each of
us.
us.
Hey, my PR training is so much better. I hit up Trey. Trey's like, yo, you got to calm down. down with stuff because like when we did the Alien X launch and Jake and a bunch of people were on, man, we mentioned way too much stuff way too soon. So we calmed down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it was crazy. Like there was over 1,500 people in that stream, and YouTube Gate kept it. Like it's showing like 400 views right now. It blows my mind, but yeah, we got deep into the trenches last time, so yeah, we'll stay a little shallow this time.
Yeah, don't say any terms. Don't say any keywords. And by the way, shout out to Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Please prop us up in the algorithm. Dude, I got this thing now. Gee, I know how this thing works, man. I know how the market maker works. I know how the algorithm works. That's all you gotta say.
Hey, YouTube actually just did send me a whole cheat sheet as a new creator that just hit monetization on everything not to do to make sure you don't get pulled on ads and stuff like that. And so I look at it as like they're giving me a cheat sheet on like, hey, this is how to not lose ads on your videos. But I'm looking at it as, okay, no, you're telling me how to not get bumped down on the algo.
Yeah,
and basically it was everything we said on that stream.
Yeah. I thought you were about to say, yeah, I just got monetized because Chris said that. I mean, I was excited for you, dude. But yep, yeah, follow the cheat sheet, man.
No, I got monetized and they sent me a thing. They're like, here's what you do to not lose it because we know you and you're gonna lose it soon. We'll give it to you and we're gonna pull it because you're that type of person. So here's the cheat sheet on how not to get pulled. And I was like, I'm still gonna get pulled, but thanks anyway.
Jake, do you want to talk about the Dragon X kingdom? Any of those kingdoms, since they're not represented? I reached out to Rain Man, seeing if you want to talk about the Volt kingdom, since they're not here. But he's working with devs on a couple front end issues and launch day, and you know how that goes.
Yeah, Dragon X Kingdom is pretty cool. So you have Dragon X, Hydra, Morpheus is launching on Dragon X Kingdom. Baby Dragon X are also launching some stuff. Then what else? What other kingdom over there? So Dragon X, Hydra, Awesome X, obviously. Then Baby Dragon X. Yeah, Titan Farms, I guess you could consider as well, even though it's ecosystem wide. But it came from Eric, which is Dragon X and his team.
E280.
Then yeah, Element 280. Uroburu's kinda, because like the first two assets that are listed on there is going to be Titanx, Dragon X, and then it's probably going to expand out.
Yeah.
Because like on the test, you can take loans against almost all of the high liquidity assets in the ecosystem. Uroburos is underrated, man. I don't know why. Because it's a massively ambitious protocol. If it works, damn, that's going to be a massive utility for the ecosystem.
Man, that guy needs to hire somebody as a spokesperson or get a solid community member to come on stream and talk. I mean, people don't know, man. People don't know. I mean,
I'm
some
trying to
people
get
do.
And Jake to do a stream on it. I think we're gonna maybe do it. Hopefully, we'll see. Jake.
Yeah, ideally he gets on just for a voice, man. Like
Yeah,
I don't like
we're
getting other
trying.
people's weight, but it's a massive utility for the ecosystem. It doesn't really need a guy behind it. I like the guy. He's been in the ecosystem since day one. I've talked to him a bunch. He's voice docs to like Eric, Mike, so people know him. He's smart. I talked to him about a lot. I was talking to him about him for like a Titan chain, and he has a lot of ideas on it. He's helping me along. He's a smart dude. I like him.
I mean, we need to let people know as well that like Eric and I are on the multi-sig. So like there's two trusted people in the ecosystem that are supporting this. Like we understand what Ouroboros is going to bring for the ecosystem. And I understand that people are nervous, but I mean, he's following the ethos, the code's verified. He's getting audits, I understand he's not showing his face, but it's his prerogative. So
no, that's not
exactly.
That's not the direction I was going with it. The direction I'm going with it is people need to know. Like there needs to be more marketing. I mean, this thing can be huge, and the people, the smart people in this community are bullish on it, and everybody loves it. But like the general user, they don't have a clue what's going on over here. You know what I mean? So somebody needs to start talking, shilling some Ouroboros. And if it ain't him, it needs to be somebody.
I mean, that's basically what we're doing right now, you know, but the product will sell itself, you know, like he's launching this platform in a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. And people will see the value in it from there. Like the value in not having to, for those, you know, there's a little bit of degen in all of us, and the value in not having to sell your Titanx, just put it up as collateral and get a loan out and then participate in the next protocol. We've seen that in like all of DeFi. That's a thing. And to be able to do that in-house and support Titanx ecosystem, we're in something that we know these crypto degens are already doing, like that's huge. And like they'll figure it out. You know, when the product's here and they see the use case for it, I think the minting of Ouroboros will really skyrocket. I mean, it's pulled in 2.5 trillion, something like that. Like it's still doing. We can't say it's a flop on the launch or anything like that. But yeah, there's the cap's 10 trillion. So there's
I'm trying
only
to get him to do a stream.
Yeah.
We'll hopefully get him to do a stream. Maybe not, but hopefully.
Hey, the
Get him
dude.
to voice docs at least.
Hey, the dude. I know you said something about there's a little degen of all of us. If you ever launch a meme coin, I'm max bidding everything. Fuck it. I hope you do it, dude.
I'm not big on memes, but like you yourself have convinced me that like there is a market for it, and like if it's not what I want, it's what the community wants, and if that's what the community wants, then I will bring that to them, you know. So I've been playing around with ideas on it, you know, but like I don't want to just like copy pasta, you know, Inferno model or anything like that. So I want to be a little fresh with it. But no, I hear you. The people, like, I can't deny the meme coin crowd. Like that brings eyes on what we're doing. You know,
Hey,
I love the utility, but you know.
Hey, I'll just say, you know, no pressure. I was just screwing around. But and then you know, the last thing I want to say about Ouroboros, it's actually kind of selling itself right now. Because at the end of the day, if someone's talking about you and your project negative or positive, it's a form of marketing. And the one thing I noticed is because he's been so mysterious, people keep talking about him. So regardless of he puts his face on and the security measures and whatnot, the marketing is actually happening. I just don't think anyone's realizing it right now. So
Yeah. I think Utah's point is there could be more. You know, same with Jake. You know, he's saying like you need to be shouting from the rooftops. No matter how great your project is, if people don't know about it, then it doesn't matter. So
yeah,
I understand what they're saying. Like there should be more of a push. Even for me, like I'm not big on the socials, but like I'm pushing myself to follow that, you know, rule of 100 or 28, you know, and like get those messages out to people. Like, yeah, absolutely.
I
It's
see a
helpful.
post, man. You've improved a lot. Like I see you on Twitter every time I open it now. I'm like, fuck yeah, Marcus
Yeah,
working.
I'm really trying for sure. It's a lot of work, but I'm there. I'm doing it.
Yeah, and not to cut anybody off, we got 3 minutes left of this section, and then we're going to go into kind of like a accelerated TA section of all the charts and different various things. So just want to throw that out there. So a couple minutes, next couple minutes, we're going to roll into it.
I've been on for 11 hours. This is a world record for me.
Yeah, it's a long stream.
You gonna make it to the end?
Jesus, of course I am.
Let's fucking go.
Work all day, every day, baby. Let's get it.
Let's go.
I'll sleep on the stream if I have to. No
just don't call out Mountain Dew like Crypto Audi King. Apparently he fell asleep on a stream once and started dreaming about Mountain Dew. He was like, Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew.
Well, it's been great streaming with you guys. Like I said, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about Ouroboros. I was in day one. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? I just think more people need to know about it. You know, that's all. You know, I
agree.
Awesome. Yeah, but it's been great. You guys are awesome. I'm dropping off.
You're awesome.
Ready for that Chaos Chris TA.
Yes,
oh,
sir.
Man.
It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, Utah, appreciate you coming on here. Chris, as well, thank you so much for coming on here. It was great meeting you and hearing your story a little bit. It was amazing.
Yeah, appreciate you, Utah Crypto. And hey, man, just want to say keep up the good work. Excited to see your project come out and ready to see the magic happen, man.
Nice to see you, Utah.
You too. KK.
And this starts our TA section officially. So we had a kind of a run on, I guess you could say, of other sections, but the conversations were just absolutely just too good to stop. So yeah, so we're gonna kind of go over TA. You know, I'm gonna kind of rely on Chris and Trey and Jake, and you know, just see what they say about what's going on in the chat and the charts and stuff like that. And yeah, just super bullish for this section.
Yeah, hey, Smooth. Can you just give me 1 second? You step away for 1 minute. I'll be right back, and then we can just run through some charts.
Cool.
Sounds good to you, man?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna go off as well so that I can get my my game face on while I'm learning, because otherwise I'm just gonna be like for the next hour. So peace out, guys. I'm super excited for this. You guys are killing
it. You know
it.
what? I'm gonna take this time then to shield the verse, bro. We're 5 followers away from 5K on YouTube. It's been a grind. I know he's gone. Mo just dropped out and said he got monetized. That's a pain in the ass just to get monetized. Yep. So shout out to you on that, Mo. And if anybody here is not subscribed, go check us out at The Verse. You could just search The Verse Crypto in YouTube and you will find us, which is also a big accomplishment in itself. Like Chris said, I like doing PR. So here I am. I'm always going to give it a good chance to show the verse out, bro. We have been streaming about Titanx since day 1. You can go back, watch some of our amazing streams this summer. That's what we spent our time doing this summer was Titanx, TA, talking about all the projects coming up, giving you our strategies on how we want to exit the market. So if you haven't had a chance, or if you're just now tuning in and getting to watch some of the verse, that's what we do most of the time. TA, market analysis. We love looking at projects and showing you what we're loading up on. So without further ado, to back the truck up and look at some of these awesome assets, my boy Chris is back and we're ready to kick off this TA session. Let's get it.
Yeah, and before you go, Chris, I just want to say, you guys both in specifically, you guys have been absolutely grinding for this community, and I just want to give you guys your flowers. While this dark age came, right, you guys didn't waver, and you continue to talk about the projects you liked, especially Titanx and all of the other projects built on top of it. So just want to give you guys your flowers. You guys absolutely kill it, and you always give a really, really informative streams.
I appreciate you, man. And I also just want to say thank you for all the work you do, man. I remember you used to do the daily videos on Twitter. I really enjoyed watching them. It was very peaceful, especially, you know, how screwed up Twitter is and all the sketchiness and all that stuff. So I just want to give you a hats off to you. And guys, please do me a favor. Smooth and Crypto has been an awesome host. He's been keeping this thing alive. Please follow him on Twitter at, was it Smooth and Crypto? Or
Smooth and Crypto. Yep.
Smooth and Crypto. Gotcha. All right, guys. Well, hey, I share my screen. Could you please bring my screen up and we'll get rocking and rolling? All right, let's just start off with the big kahuna. Let me change my EMA real quick. That's the thing I hate about Deck Screener. They never save any of my tools, so then it makes me, I don't know, it just gives me oh, okay, I got too many. We'll get rid of this one, and then I just need to change this to 50, and then we'll get ready to rock and roll. So everyone's freaking out about the recent market volatility, and you know, just is what it is. You know, dips are in the game. Now, the one thing that I'm just looking at are trading patterns. So we come over here to the daily. I'm going to turn off some of these indicators. One trading pattern that I've been following, and it gets into Elliott wave theory, are these Elliott wave triangles. in my opinion, every chart has different characteristics, and what you use for one chart can be different for another. And if you are a chartist or you're technical analysis, you need to find what trading patterns is going to work, and you need to use evidence and information to justify it. So one thing that I noticed with Titanx is it absolutely loves Elliott wave triangles. So if we come down here and we look at this first one, right when Titanx had a triple bottom, 1, 2, 3, popped up, and then we form a contracting Elliott wave triangle. We go from 0, A, B, C, D, E, and then right when we hit E, broke out. Perfect Elliott wave triangle to a T. Now in the next one, we have an Elliott barrier wave triangle. Came up 0, A, B, C, D, and then right when we were supposed to hit point E, it got front ran and then broke out as well. And so my theory from it being front ran, it's just showing the impact of the buy and burn. I think these Elliott wave triangles, when you see these green candles come up, I think it's the impact of the buy and burn. And then you have these red candles, which is just market correction, sell-offs, Titanx moving through LPs into the ecosystem. And that's why it forms this little zigzag or an Elliott wave triangle. Now, what I personally believe going on to the future, when we start to see these points get smaller and smaller, and when I say smaller, I'm saying instead of us going from like 0, A, B, C, D, maybe on the next one we'll hit 0, A, B, C, because we're starting to get into the hyper deflationary phase. That's what I'm noticing on the chart. Now, we had some recent market correction, and this is me speculating. So we're going to need a couple more days to verify, but just based off of this breakout and then breakdown, I believe we'll either form something close to an Elliott wave contracting triangle or a barrier. Like I said, we're going to need a couple more days just to verify this. But in my opinion, we'll probably have some sort of similar trading pattern that will come through. And the real question is, if we go to A, B, C, do we break out from C or do we hit D and then do a similar breakout? So overall, I think the price chart looks beautiful. I think what we're seeing right now is awesome. Now, a quick check on some of these indicators. Trey Souls, any thoughts on this before I check out the indicators?
I just have some different indicators up on mine, and I'm seeing some bullish indicators as well. So you look at yours, and then maybe we'll have time to go through and look at what I'm looking at and see some stuff. But I'm finding some interesting things on the moving averages that I'm looking at, and I'm looking for a particular moving average to trade into the green candle. So it's actually looking like a tweet I put out 5 days ago is looking very similar to what I was talking about. So I'm seeing what I want to see on the charts, and I'm just liking to see your point of view.
Okay, cool. All right, let me take a look at this, and then we got to talk about one more big thing that I found in the chart sheet that I have not posted on Twitter, and I kept it special for this live stream, and you guys will get a first look at what we're looking at. So just looking at the indicators, we have the 8, 21, and the 50. So this is actually really interesting. So when we had this breakup, we had a breakdown, and then we came down and we touched the 50 EMA. We saw this in the past back in, let me look at this right here. This was back in about October 2nd. Came up, touched the 50 EMA, and then exploded up. Now let's see if we see this happen again. So last time we crossed the 50 EMA was when we had the triple bottom, touched it, blew out, and then we still haven't tested it until we got into October. So it seems like right when we touched that 50 EMA, it came up and passed up. Now, where the breakdown occurred, we have the 8 EMA. So red candle, boom. So right now, the green candle is bouncing off the 50 EMA, and we're sitting right at the 20 EMA. So the real question is, if we get higher than the 8 EMA, there's a good chance that we will touch the top of the support. The resistance, and then we'll see if it forms that trade pattern that we're talking about. Trey Souls, what trade pattern did you want to look at, man?
You could just throw up the Ichimoku indicator and the Donchian channel. I just have 2 points. I don't have any price prediction points put up, but I do have two
How do you spell
interesting
that?
things. ICHI, it'll come up.
Oh, I don't even know how to pronounce this. All right, cool. And then what was the other one?
The
Actually, we'll
Donchian
start.
channel. Yeah, we can start with this right here.
All right, go for it.
So what we're looking at here is we've got 3 different indicators up, the green line in the back. These all have Japanese names for their indicators, but I'll just basically explain what they are. That's showing you 26 periods ago what the price was. So that's your back test. And then you have the blue line that's trading in the yellow triangle that we have put there. That's going to be a 12-day. It's a 12 moving average, I believe. Yeah, it's 9, and then you have your 26 there with the red. And so, what I'm seeing is when we trade. If you look, I can't put Chris's cursor there, but if you look, the last time we traded into the green span of the Senku cloud, this is a projection out into the future. So these are support projections out into the future. And the last time it touched the green Senku cloud, we saw it rocket upwards and send all the way up to the new local high. So you'll see you're almost there, Chris. Right there.
Yeah, I see
That
it
green
right
candle
here.
trading into that span. And
Right
so that happened when we saw the blue trade into the green as well. So the blue line for days has been chasing, as you see, it has been chasing that green candle, and then we saw the red cross, and now it's coming back down. But it's not a bad cross; it's a healthy retest, and it shows us that the green candle is now chasing the blue line. And I firmly believe when we see the green candle cross that blue line, Titanx is going to moon harder than we've ever seen it before. So those are some of the indicators that I'm looking at, and it's bullish when you're trading in or above the cloud with the trading line. So the line is right there above the green, right in the green span of the cloud, which is a bullish indicator, and the blue is above the red. So all of these are very bullish indicators to me and show me that we may very well trade back into the Senku span very soon. So that's huge, and I'm super bullish on this chart.
Love it. I love this analysis, especially looking at the moving averages. And what's interesting is if we have some sort of similar type of formula that we're seeing with this green cloud and how it touched perfectly and then full send. Now, if we get a repeat of this scenario right here, this would actually fall in line with our thesis on a potential Elliott wave triangle, whether it's a contracting or a contracting or a barrier. The tip of that said triangle is going to be the same, and that could be a potential breakout indicator, what we've seen in the past. But keep in mind, it happened once here, and then we saw a red cloud here. I don't know if that counts. So yeah, interesting. All right, and then what was the other trading indicator, man? You say you had a second one?
If you pull up the Donchian channel, I think I had one more point.
All right, got it.
So you can go back down to where we saw that the same candle, basically on that first green, the first green big candle breaking out of the Elliott contracting wave. Once it hit the orange, the orange support line, it rocketed up and it traded in the top of the Donchian channel for a while, indicating a healthy chart. Now, what do we see? The green candle where it is beginning to try to cross the orange support line again. The orange support line. So, in my opinion, I'm seeing that support line in a very similar spot to the 9-week moving average. And once we hit that line, we're going to be trading at the top of the Donchian channel again.
Wow, that's awesome. So actually, yeah, so that's actually 2 positive trading indicators that we're seeing. And then we get a third. Actually, no, we got 4 positive trading indicators right now. And so with that being said, I think our overall thesis is what we're seeing with Titanx is bullish. This is a healthy pullback. And the question is, if we form this Elliott wave contracting triangle, there's a good chance that it's going to be a great indicator for the next leg up. So extremely bullish all around. So yeah, that was our analysis with Titanx, and then I got one more, but I'll save it a little bit towards the end. Is there a particular project that you guys want us to just take a look at in the Titanx ecosystem?
Can you just real quick on this chart? Can you show the 369? Like, where is that on this chart? I think you have an arrow towards the bottom, maybe. Yeah. Okay, we're damn close. Like that aligns up beautifully with what we're seeing in your triangles.
Yeah, so it's about 5 days away.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
This is why we brought these guys in for the TA.
Yeah, we do this all day, every day, man. I love it. I love TA. It's fun, man. It's fun getting into stuff. But yeah, man, is there a particular project, or you guys just want to bring up a random one?
Yeah, you know, one thing I've seen something very interesting on the chart, and I can't talk about, but you guys can talk about it. So when you zoom out to the full chart daily, you log auto, and then compare hyperinflation to hyperdeflation. It looks like it's literally just mirroring.
Oh, and it's crazy when you put that Ichimoku cloud on it too. You can see where we're headed. Watch, you can see that red span, and then now we're getting ready to cross over, and that green span is going to open. It's going to bust wide open, bigger than anything anybody's ever seen, because we've never been in a hyper deflationary environment in crypto. So I cannot wait to see how that span just goes and creates more support as it gets burnt.
Literally just take the left side and mirror it over to the right side. Even the pullback that we have now is the exact same on the left side. It's hyperinflation, hyperdeflation. I've just noticed this, and I was like, damn, it's kind of scary. It's kind of good.
Hey, man, you're gonna like my analysis at the end, because it falls in line with a certain theory that more than 90% of the traders use, and it's gonna be really awesome. So actually, you know what? I'll just get into it. Forget it. All right. So hyperdeflationary. This is the big news that I want to talk to you guys about. Professor Wyckoff. Does anybody know who Professor Wyckoff? Not Trent, because I know I said it about like 5 times on live stream. Do any of you guys know who Professor Wyckoff was?
Yes.
So you do? Okay. So for those guys who don't know, Professor Wyckoff, he created something called the Wyckoff schematic, and him and Professor Elliott did a lot of studies after we had the massive stock market crash in 1929, and they came out. Professor Elliott came out with Elliott wave theory, and Professor Wyckoff came out with this Wyckoff schematics. And so what Professor Elliott did was he actually called the bottom of the stock market, and then Professor Wyckoff was actually calling out the market makers, saying like, hey, this is the trading pattern that these guys do before they full send a chart. So literally these two financial guys who are absolute geniuses gave you the keys to understanding how these charts work. Now, what's interesting is when I go in and I look at the Wyckoff schematic, there's accumulation, and then there's on the flip side where we get to the top and then we start to dump. Now, what I was going ahead and doing was I was going in and just taking a look at, let me get rid of this, the schematics, and I'm just comparing if this trading pattern lines up with the Titanx chart. And after just doing a quick analysis and looking at it, it actually lines up exactly perfectly. So just a little quick breakdown of Wyckoff's theory. So we have phase A, where the price comes down. We basically reach a low. Then we come up, we do an automatic retest, and then we break down. Then we get into phase B. So phase B for Titanx occurred somewhere between May 12th and I believe that was July 21st. And basically we were trading sideways. We had a bottom, and then we had another breakout right before we started in phase C. So typically from phase A, you have a dump, trade sideways, and then usually in this phase, this is when the market maker comes in and starts to accumulate. And what they like to do is they come in, bottom out the chart, then send it a little bit, and then bottom out again. And this is a way to trick retail into thinking that, hey, this thing's ready to go, and then they bring it down to flush you out. This is what gets into Wyckoff. Now, right here in phase C, we basically have another test of the all-time low or the support lines. This is where this is like the last time when we start to see the price bottom out before we get into the next leg up or an accelerated accumulation phase, which is phase D. So phase D, you have a little bit of a pump. I'm not going to get into the wacky terminology because it's a lot, but ultimately we start to see the chart slightly go up, and start reaching this breakaway accumulation. And then phase E. Phase E is basically the banana zone. So what I firmly believe is we're getting into phase E, or the hyper deflationary phase. And after just comparing these charts and doing a little bit of research, I firmly believe that Titanx follows the Wyckoff schematic. And I also think that there's some bigger players in this project just based off of this chart and what this chart was designed for. Because if you guys remember when I said in the beginning, Wyckoff created this for market makers. And then if you go in his research, you know, he was really getting into a lot of the companies, what they're doing to help out retail. And then all of a sudden at the end of his life, he died under mysterious circumstances, but we're not going to get into that. So ultimately, the main point I'm trying to get across is when I look at this chart and I compare it to the Wyckoff schematic, what it's showing me is there's a market maker playing games. It's starting to bottom out. And then we're getting past phase D, and then we're getting up to phase E, where we get into the banana zone, where we're going to see hyper deflationary. So I just want to say congratulations to everybody in this Titanx conference, and congratulations to everyone in the Titanx community, because we are going to go through the most exciting time in Titanx. Any questions?
Let's fucking go.
Yes, sir. Love it. So that was the big thing I want to show you guys. I'll put out a tweet about it later, and I'll get into all the terminology. But like I said, I don't want to bore you guys with all the details. It's just ultimately when you match up Wyckoff schematic with this chart, and then it's also playing out with the Dragon X chart, it's perfect to a T. And I absolutely love it, man. And it's gonna be cool to see how this plays out.
I think there was a request to look at Inferno as well.
I got you. I was just looking at that chart, so I got an awesome analysis for that one. Yeah. Inferno, where are you?
Heading to the moon.
All right, Inferno. All right, so I think Inferno had just actually had a cross. Oh my God, they didn't leave my indicators. Okay, let me bring this up. So I was taking a look at the EMAs for Inferno, and the one thing I noticed was the 8 EMA was actually shooting up across the 20 and 51. I mean 21 and 50, excuse me. And so typically when that happens, that's an indicator that the short-term price movement is accelerating faster than the long-term price movement, which means there's a good chance that we're going to see a reversal and a potential influx of volume on the Inferno chart. Does that make sense? And let me just get the last indicator in, and then I'll show you guys what I'm talking about, so you know I'm not crazy, even though I am kind of crazy. So let's go here, and then let's get the 50 up.
So I'm assuming since Alien X is on Inferno, you guys are super bullish on this kingdom. Am I right?
That is a phenomenal analysis, the dude. A phenomenal analysis. But yeah,
some good TA.
Yeah, that's what that one thing kind of hurts me a little bit, because I can't really TA Alien X, so I don't want to get I don't want to get like thrown. Well, I don't want to get in trouble. I'm not gonna say the other big words, but yeah, man. You know, what's going on with Inferno is awesome. I love the recent price action. I think a lot of people faded it after we got through that mid phase, and then we had the Mevbot debacle and whatnot. But I think what's really special about this is we have projects coming on, and the fact that they're continuing to build on top of Inferno and adding some awesome value to the ecosystem. It's going to be phenomenal. And I think it's going to extend the life of this project out in the foreseeable future. So just taking a look at some EMAs that I love to track. We have the 8, we have the 21, and then we have the 50. So what I'm seeing right now is when we're coming down, we have, which one is this? Which one's the 8? So this pink line came down and it was going below the 21 and the 50. Right when this pink line came up, it actually crossed over the 21 and the 50. So what's saying right now is there's a lot of volume and a lot of buy, and that can also include sell pressure coming into the Inferno token. So what that's telling me is that a lot of people are coming in, and just based on the chart, it's starting to curl up a little bit. So in the short term, the Inferno chart's looking really, really good. Now, just taking a look at the MACD. So this is interesting. So check this out, guys. So right here, we have volume, and then we have sell pressure, and then we have the 12 and the 26. Now, right here, we actually had a bullish divergence. I think I pointed this out on previous charts, and this is on the daily. So right when we saw that cross, and then we started to see a little bit more buy volume come in, that's when we started to get this massive pump up. Then we came back down, and we crossed again. And this could have been a bearish divergence, but actually got rejected, came up, separated, boom, see you later. So we're actually seeing a lot of hype behind Inferno, and it's looking really good. And then the last thing, I'm going to take a look at the RSI, and then I'll stop yapping so much. So we got support right here, and resistance. I don't know why I keep saying support. So we came up, and every time we blow past this resistance line, we broke down, or trend line, so to speak. I think it's more so a trend line. Came back, blew past up, and that's when the price jumps up. And then recently, we actually just jumped back up on the RSI, and this thing just shot up. So for overall, what I'm seeing on the RSI, it's showing that Inferno is a little bit oversold, and it still has some more time to push up, especially on the RSI. And it's actually seeing a really, really good point. So overall, man, I love what I'm seeing on Inferno. As for targets, I'll give you guys a quick target, because right now you guys can make an argument that this is just like a cup and handle. So just if this cup and handle plays out like we're seeing right now, a good target to expect if we break out. When I say break out, like go past the all-time high. That's what I'm thinking. It could be 5 zeros and a 4, and then as high as 5 zeros and a 5. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing on Inferno. Any questions or any other charts you guys want me to chart?
I just want to add like the fundamental analysis. Like that's great, TA. And then you add the fundamental analysis on like Riz had his background showing all the protocols building on it. Like that's just only going to accelerate what you're looking at on these charts, in my opinion.
Great point. So if we look at Inferno and we look at the ratio of Inferno, we could look at the impact of E280 and then another protocol. I'm not going to say specifically, but we are seeing a positive impact overall with Inferno when it comes to the ratio. So when it bombed out, when did E280 launch, by the way? Was it the 20th or 21st? 12th. Okay, I was way off. All right, right here. So you can already see that was actually a bullish catalyst for Inferno right here.
It broke it out for sure.
Broke it out, right? So when that came in, it actually popped up the ratio to about 2-to-1. Now then we had a little bit of a sell-off, and then Alien X came on, I believe it was the 17th. So right here. That's when Alien X came in. So then we bombed out right here again, and now we're sitting at about a ratio of 2.24-to-1. So what this is showing me is Inferno is increasing in price versus Titanx. So it basically recently did a 2x versus Titanx, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for me, like I feel like I don't worry about the Titanx price. Like I think that's just gonna do its thing on its own. That's why I look at all the ratios when I'm looking at ecosystem tokens. I always like to look at the ratio. To me, that's really where it's at. Like, if you take out the actual USD value of Titanx and just look at it, how it's performing against Titanx, I think you get a really good indicator of like what that specific project, how well it's doing. So, yeah, Inferno's looking good. I'm happy for him.
Love seeing, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for you to do some TA on E280, but it's too soon. We gotta wait till after the mint phase.
Dude,
It's like,
go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just gonna say like I mean, I don't really want to go into it, I guess, because again, founder. I don't want to talk about my own chart, but I'm excited to see the mint phase end. So
yeah, man,
that'll be.
Yeah, the thing I would say about E2A, yeah, I remember going to your launch stream, man. I was doing like a 7-second TA analysis, or just like I was doing like the 1 second chart. Never did that before. That was crazy, man. I was like looking at it, I was like, dang. But what I like about this is, especially with E2A, I know the dude can't speculate too much on it, but it's going to be a great reflection of the average Titanx price floor, and that's what E2A is going to be forming. So in my opinion, what E280 is going to do is it's going to be a great indicator of the Titanx ecosystem altcoin price appreciation behind a lot of these projects, and it's going to be like an average. So you can kind of think of it as like we have Bitcoin dominance to show you how much money is in Bitcoin and how much money is in altcoins. I think this is going to be a great thing for Titanx altcoin dominance, even though it's not a percentage. It's going to be based on a price. So that's my overall thoughts on it.
I love that analogy. That's very cool. Yeah, because Titanx is like on a league of its own, and then you have all of the ecosystems built on top of it. Like, they're going to fluctuate on their own in their own ecosystem, and within that kingdom, they'll kind of like the Dragon X kingdom. All those ecosystem tokens in that kingdom will kind of float together, separate from the Inferno kingdom, but they're all going to float together with the Titanx, entire ecosystem. So yeah, it's too cool to watch. Like, this is unfolding in front of our eyes. Like, to me, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is so amazing to see this entire concept like just come out in front of us. Like, I'm not sleeping on it.
No, you can't sleep on it. And it's awesome to see like you said, the fundamental analysis versus the technical analysis, and how it's lining up just so perfectly. It looks just really good.
I agree, man. And the one thing I want to point out with Dragon X, since the dude brought up ratios, the Dragon X ratio versus Titan X, man, it dropped recently. And when I saw this, man, I went on live stream. What it dropped? Almost like 66%. I went on live streams like, this is the best ratio buy out of all the market. It dropped 66% before day 369. Oh my God. And it's still down there. And I mean, right now it's showing an inverse. It's showing a head and shoulders. I don't think that train pattern is going to play out whatsoever. But in my opinion, when it comes to ratios, one of the best ones right now is actually Dragon X. So
I love it. I love it.
It's going to be really awesome. Yeah. And just in about 8 minutes, we're going to switch over to the next last section of the day. So any other charts we want to pull up? This is, I think a lot of people are learning a lot.
Whichever charts, guys, I guess we got time for one more. So,
I mean, what else is like? I definitely don't want to suggest any of mine, because I want to participate in talking about the chart.
Yeah. Well, I think you can just, since it's up, just roll Dragon X. Honestly, since it's been here for a long time, and we haven't.
Dragon X.
Actually, do Helios.
Helios, okay.
Just don't talk, dude.
Just don't talk. Helios is. I'll tell you one thing. Helios is in a massive inverse head and shoulders. It is one of the most beautiful inverse head and shoulders I've ever seen on the daily, the weekly. What about the monthly? If it's on the monthly, yep, 3 candles is enough for me. So yep, it has inverse head and shoulders on the monthly. This chart is beyond bullish. I am just jumping up and down right now. So
the dude's about to turn off his camera.
Yeah, I see that big old smile. All right, so guys, here's the deal. Here's the deal with the Helios chart. And if you guys just take a look at this, any trader, I think all the traders will agree on you, are the TA, chartist, whatever label you want to call them. You guys can clearly see we have a shoulder, we have a head, and then we have a shoulder, and then we have a clear breakout. I believe the breakout point was going to be a $10 million market cap. And I did that based off of let me look at this real quick. Man, I gotta remember how high did I bring this thing? It was the 2-1. All right, I need to double check this. No, there's no way that's the target. Yeah, so the target is going to be sitting right here at 4 zeros and a 218. So that's going to be about $10 million market cap. I don't know what that line is. Sorry, guys. So long story short, so we came up, came down, and then right here, this is where we formed basically the neckline, which is sitting right here. Touched this line, broke down. Touched this line again, broke down. Touched this line again, broke down. Touch this line. So a major resistance on the Helios chart that I'm seeing right now is going to be at 5-0-1909. If we can break this neckline, come up, retest, and then bounce off, it's going to be go time for Helios. This is what I'm seeing on the chart. Now, I need to look at some other indicators just so I don't sound like a moon boy. So here's what, ooh, look at this. Look at this. Okay. This is interesting. All right. So Helios is coming very close to a bullish divergence. I can already tell right here. So you see this little orange line, this blue line, and how it's coming back down and connecting again. When we start to see these lines connect, there's a potential that we're going to see a little bit more buy pressure. And you guys can already tell we saw that nice little test on the neckline, broke down, and then once these touch again, this is going to come up. It's going to retest that neckline. And I do think it's going to happen within the next couple of days on a very short time period. Not financial advice. Now, taking a look at the RSI. RSI right now is showing me that this chart is actually it was slightly oversold. Now it's just trading now. Now, the interesting part about about the RSI is not only is there a inverse head and shoulders on the price chart, there's an inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. So what this thing is telling me is that because it's forming this trade pattern on the RSI, which is extremely rare, but in this case it's happening, this thing wants to pop up and break up. So just like on the price chart, there's a neckline, and then just like on the RSI, we have another neckline. If we see this RSI coming up and touch this, there's going to be a good chance that we come up, either break out a little bit, retest, and then come up to the higher end, and that might be during one of Helios's breakout. So overall, this chart looks extremely healthy. It looks phenomenal. And, just from a trader's perspective, I know a lot of people would be eating this chart up. So Helios price chart, man, looks phenomenal. Any thoughts or questions from anyone?
Without dude saying anything, I think it looked really bullish. And I love the TA. Every time I listen to you guys talk about this, I learn so much. So it's just so cool to see.
I hope one day, man, I get on Twitter and I see like thousands of charts and everybody's calling it inverse head and shoulders, EMAs and all this stuff. And it's like an explosion of the TA universe and the Titanx ecosystem. That would be fantastical. So that's my dream or goal.
You're saying just by like other people, other influencers, or like just by
people,
you guys?
Yeah, just people in the community. Because when me and Trey do it, most of these guys, what they'll do is they'll sit here and they'll be like, all right, it hits this EMA, it does this. But when me and Trey talk about it, we say, okay, so the EMA is the exponential moving average. It's this. And inverse head and shoulders is here's the shoulder, here's the shoulder, here's the head. Here's how you do a target. So when you watch our live streams, you actually learn from it, and then you can go research it and see if we're telling you guys the truth, and then you can use it to apply in your everyday lives. That's what we basically do.
Dude. Wait, is dude dead? Oh yeah. How much? So Helios is 3.5% of the staking pool, right?
Yeah, I'll verify that right now. Actually, it'll give me a second, but somewhere around there. And I'm going to let you guys know all I'm doing is going to Titanx Hub, going to the portfolio page, and I've got the treasury address pasted in there. It's so easy. Yeah, we're looking at we're at 3.14%. I will say that there's like the Titanx that we're getting from Element 280 has not been staked yet. There's still some. We're looking at increasing it by another 10%. So yeah, that'll put us roughly around 3.5. Currently at 3.1, we're looking at 194,000 in payouts. But it'll definitely be more than that, I think, once we stake. I'm waiting till like the day before 369 to do like the final push on all the Titanx that we've got in our treasury.
I would do it now because the share rate goes down every day.
The thing is like we it's set to where it has to be either over 100 billion or it's been at least 7 days. So I don't want to get into a position where like we do a stake and then we stack another 90 billion and we can't stake it last second because it's not hitting that smart contract requirement. That's really the only thing. So that's why I was like waiting for last minute. I mean, I don't know. Do you think it matters too? Yeah, we're less than a week away, right? Yeah. So I'd rather just make sure that we're getting every last Titanx that we've got thrown in there, right before the cutoff. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's going to be really awesome to see. And, I don't know where Chris went, but, Trey, I appreciate you and I appreciate Chris. There he is. Just want to say I appreciate you guys so much and your TA. I think a lot of people learned a lot, and also people are going to be asking more questions and hopefully jumping into your streams and seeing more and more TA as time goes on. So I just want to say I appreciate you guys for coming on and giving some.
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, I glitched out of the matrix. Hey, just want to say, dude, Jake, Smoothing Crypto, thank you guys so much. Jake, you built a great project. The dude, Element 280, Helios is awesome. Excited for your upcoming meme coin. Just kidding. Smoothing Crypto, man. Hey, keep putting out content, man. You're doing a lot of great work, and just stay with it and don't ever give up because I'm rooting for you guys. And guys, please do me a favor. Follow Smoothing Crypto. Follow the dude at the 3 Twitter accounts he's associated with. Sorry, I don't remember all the top of my head. Follow Jake Sharpe at his Twitter account. Support these guys and continue to put out positive energy so that we can connect with more conscious beings in the simulation. Thank you, guys.
Let's go. Trey?
Yeah, man. Just want to say thank you for another opportunity. I see it as a huge deal just to be here talking about Titanx. It's alive 1 year later. Everybody said it was going to die. We had fudders left and right. You got people just ignorant and uneducated. And, thank you for giving us a chance to come on and, just be us, be the educators that we wanted to be and set out to be in this space. And so, thank you guys for supporting us. We wouldn't be anything without you guys. We wouldn't be anything without having a great ecosystem to plug into and awesome stuff to research. So, without collaboration and efforts across borders, this would be nothing. So I'm really glad to be a part of something that means community work is the proof of what you're doing. So I think this is how great things are started. I don't think any one man is an island. I know that Chris and I both could not have built the verse alone. So knowing that we're out here connecting with more people, that's the main goal for us, and to touch as many people as possible. No Diddy.
Awesome, guys. I appreciate you coming from yeah, that's amazing. I love that ending. So at this rate, we're gonna get into the last section, just kind of like a quick little roundabout talk about day one of this amazing anniversary. So yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Those videos are amazing. Those videos are amazing.
Yo,
we can go.
Dude, it's Erwin. That's my handler. If you guys need anything or need anything set up, he's my handler. He's the guy I report to. Just want to say that.
Okay, for our last section, we're going to do a little open forum with the chat. So if anyone wants to ask any questions, this is the time we're going to get to them. We're going to do this for about 10, 15 minutes, I mean, depending on the flow. And then we're going to do a little round the horn on what we think about day one.
Also, first and more foremost, shout out to Bad Sports for putting everything together. He slayed all the rest of this.
Shout outs to do. I'm not even done yet, so I appreciate you for reminding me. But the first shout out I want to give is to Ali for starting the day. He was an absolute awesome host to start this whole thing off. He definitely picked up the slack for me just waking up for the first 3 hours of the day. So Ali, shout out to you when you hear this tomorrow. We appreciate you, and you killed it. Can't wait to see you start tomorrow. And then Bad Sports has actually been wrangling this entire thing from behind the scenes.
Yep.
And what an absolutely impossible job that is to give to any one person. And he had it, and he got it done. So shout out to Bad Sports. Check his X page. He's going to post the times for tomorrow, so you can find out what we're doing. We're going to start about the same time tomorrow, but we will you'll have the time schedule on his page. So go check out his X page. If you're not following him, I don't know what you're doing with your life. So let's start going around the horn, I guess. Maybe we'll start taking some questions. Smooth and Crypto, you killed it, man. I appreciate it. So much.
Appreciate it so much. Yeah. And I just want to say that Josh has been having internet difficulties this whole entire time, like this whole entire day. So it's like he's been going in and out of like service and Wi-Fi. So the fact that he's been able to kind of coordinate all this from a hotspot is wild to me. So I just want to give him even more props.
Josh is the man. Josh is the man.
100%. All right. Do we have any questions in the chat? Does anybody have anything they're just dying to find out? Now's the time. Who can give their prediction on Titanx price at the top of the bull run? Well, let's see. I got a founder, a founder, a founder, a founder, a founder, and a founder. So I'm the only one who can even answer that, and I'm not going to touch that with a 20-foot pole. So no price prediction questions, please. Anything else? Let's hit it with us.
I'll say with the fundamental analysis, I'm bullish. Like the amount of builders showing up, that's where it's at. The chart, that chart will do its thing. It'll work itself out. The amount of builders showing up, that's what I love to see.
One of the comments in the chat is just a clarification for Jake, I guess. The 8th is definitely hyper deflation. Is that the time to start celebrating and dancing in the streets?
Fuck yeah, baby.
Fuck yeah,
Hyperinflation, let's get it. Finally. Man, I've been waiting for this shit for forever. And then all the haters can shut the fuck up. Because then we enter hyperinflation. No more, they don't have any more straws to pull at that point.
Yep.
Yeah, but then it's going to be the usual, they hate you because they ain't you. They're always going to hate. Haters,
I mean, to be fair, there's not that many haters, but I like taking screenshots and putting them in a folder. And whenever I feel a little bit down, I'm like, let's pull up some hater screenshots. Get that fuel going, baby.
That's amazing. Oh my god, that's great. Question for Jake. I see you decreased timing for hyper buy and burn to 180 minutes to 90 minutes. Can we expect any more changes to buy and burn timings and amounts for Titanx and hyper buy and burns as we go into hyper deflation? If you want to touch that, because I know you have a very specific no expectations, it'll do what it's going to do type of a mantra, but you want to hit that at
all of it is very transparent. So just keep an eye on the UIs and you'll see everything. But the machines are going into overdrive. We're entering hyperdeflation.
That's right.
Bad Sports is giving you a shout out. 12 straight hours on stream. I definitely cut away for hours on end. You've been on the entire time. We are not worthy, sir. Good job. That's amazing. Good job. That's like my nice comment. Good job.
Good job. Good job.
Amazing job. Awesome job. Awesome X. Let's fucking go.
Wait, you were talking to me? Or who were you talking to?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay, I was phasing out a little bit. I'm in 12 hours. This is a pretty decent scene. Good
12 hours.
Good days of work. A little light work to
man.
get the day started. And then after this, get some work done. Get the day going.
Get the day going.
Get the day going after this. Bro,
Yeah,
it's 6 p.m. I want to go to bed.
I need to do a bunch of code to get Lotus and Pulsar tracked on app.titanx.win/stats. So my day starts after this.
Wow.
So are you going to be ambitious and going to be here all day tomorrow?
Oh, fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
Let's fucking go. That's our fucking founder. Fucking love it.
Yeah, me too. I love it. Yes. 12 hours back to back. Yeah, let's fucking go.
Yeah,
and
pretty
4
much.
hours yesterday. No, 3.8 hours. We didn't touch the 4 hours.
All right, try it. Yeah, you always back out right before 4. You're like, and I'm gone. Not touching that number. Well, I tell you what, I think everyone's pretty stoked on everything. Not too many questions in the chat anymore. Let's start around the horn. Smooth and Crypto. What do you think about day one, man? We're at 12 hours and 2 minutes right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was at my parents' house watching the dog, right, for the first like 6-7 hours of it or whatever. So I was just engulfed with all of the information and great conversations. Tons of people came on, tons of people gave amazing analysis of what they think currently, what they think of the past. And, it's just going to be something that we're going to look back on, and hopefully we'll have, like I put in my walk and talk volume 2 the other day, like we need to clip this up so much. We need to have so many different short form, like 15, 30 second, minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, right? We need all of those forms so that we can all, rule of 28, rule of 100 on all of those, right? But one thing it's going to be sick is looking back on this year anniversary, especially these couple days, potentially in the next year, right? So year number 2, hopefully in person, we can do like a big shout out to, all of the past and look back at what we thought about it then. And hopefully we are undervaluing it completely. That would be my ideal goal, just to say, like, we thought we knew where it was going to go, but this is way more than we thought it could ever be. So just super bullish, blessed to be a part of this community. It was awesome to be a moderator / host or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, so just appreciate everybody for how much they put into this community. And, it's off the strength of everybody that we're at the point where we're at right now. And everything is fair, and it's so awesome to just be here.
Nice. Dude. How about you, buddy?
Man, so I've been in crypto since 2018. What a great time to get into crypto. Just say that, like, Bitcoin was hitting 6K, it fell to 3K. I was buying Ethereum at $100. Let's fucking go. But like what I learned is like, control your FOMO, control it. Like there's, like, control your emotions. And this whole conference is like got me throwing that out the window. Listening to all these people talk today, I'm like, I don't have enough Titanx. I don't have enough. Oh my God, this is so amazing. Like, what is day 2 gonna bring? Just more FOMO. Oh my God. Let's do it. Let's go.
Jake, I'm gonna save you for the end. Crypto Kool-Aid. How about you, buddy?
Man, it's always so good to see the energy and everything come forward. Like when you plant a tree, you have to give it time to yield fruit. And we're at that fruit time, and it's good and it's well. And we're building those into, not to quote Abe or the Steve token of Eric and Abe, but we're building new farms, we're building new fertile ground, we're building new communities, we're buying stuff and building stuff together. We're taking the ethos of what we've learned before and pushing it forward by example. That's the best thing you can bloody do. That's why we're all here. And there's no tribalism problem that we need to overcome, because we've learned that sinks the ship. And here we go, moving into the setting the example forward. And that's just the dopest part of everything.
Love it. Morpheus.
How could you top that? I get
You gotta
3
try it.
people before me. What could I ever say or add to that?
Knock, knock, Neo.
I mean, what's not?
I'm following
No.
you, so it won't. I'll shit the bed right after you. Don't worry.
No, it's just amazing to see what came out of all of this. I mean, I think nobody could imagine a year ago that this would be the result where we are right now. I mean, everybody hopes for it. Everybody thinks we're gonna, but actually being here and then that 1 year anniversary, like the guy was saying, it's literally making history, and I'm blessed to be a part of it. And let's make it another year. Let's do it.
Let's fucking go. Jake, I'm gonna give you literally the last thoughts, so I'm gonna do mine. Everybody knows how I feel, where we've come and where we are now. It's absolutely wild to me that while we were doing this stream, I was farming and going into Lotus, a brand new protocol that was launching on this day. This ecosystem has come so far. It's absolutely amazing. So I'm not going to be redundant and say all that stuff I've said before. It's an absolute Oscar speech that no one wants to hear, to have me thank every single person that took part in today. So please know, all of the founders and all of the streamers, we love you guys so much and we appreciate you. But more than that, this entire community, we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And shout out to Bad Sports and this entire Blaze team for doing this. I can't thank you enough. I'm tongue-tied to even think of better things to say. So there you go. Jake, last words. Send us out. Day 1. Love you guys.
Hyperinflation.
Need to say no more.
That's it. Have a nice day. We love you. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Bad Sports. Nope.
Just leave us hang up.